I'm in second place and you pass me, what place are you in?
First.
First place.
Yes.
I'm in second place and you pass me. Well, how would you be in first place?
Because I passed you. I passed you, so I'm in first.
I'm in second place, though.
Congratulations. Now I'm in first because I passed you. I passed you. Are we running? Are we driving? It doesn't matter. I passed you. I'm in first.
Man, good afternoon, everybody. Salute. What's going on, fam? Hey, welcome to Sunday afternoon coffee and chill. Your boy was chilling, but we are back. I hope everybody had a great Father's Day. Great Father's Day. That was last weekend. And I hope everybody is enjoying their summertime. We got the 4th of July coming up. I hope everybody goes, enjoy your bottles, your beer, okay, beaches, barbecue, all that other stuff that starts with a B. All right. Understand all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Have fun. Get the fuck off of the internet, shake some ass, slap some ass, touch some grass, do all that good shit. All right. So we're going to get into the show in a moment because there's a few things I want to talk about. You guys see the thumbnail. Everybody's talking about this. The big baller brand CEO, Lavar Ball, after 30 years of marriage, he is getting a divorce from his wife, Tina. Okay, so I'm going to go into all of that. I'm not going to really go into all of it, but I'm going to go into the backstory because this is actually a family that I have been following for the, for the last like 8-9 years now. So I'm going to be able to come from a few perspectives that a lot of people aren't really well versed in. What up, Sat Passe? Shout out to Fantasy Island Girl. What up? Yeah. Well, Father's Day was last weekend, but I wasn't up here for it, a little bit busy. Shout out to Sat Passe, you know what I'm saying, with the $5 ball. Definitely appreciate that. Shout out to Sat Passe with that one. I saw Trinity Time Travels also in the building. Shout out to Trinity Time Travels. Hombre Lobo was in the building. What up, Hombre Lobo? You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you. As well as Red Flintstone, man. We appreciate all of that. So y'all make sure, pull up a chair, stay a while, all of that. But definitely appreciate the $5 holler. Now, this is something I'm surprised more people aren't talking about in the space neither. We are going to talk about the war on masculinity. Now, a lot of these gender warring motherfuckers are going to have a problem with my take on that, because I would agree that the war on masculinity is the reason why a lot of y'all folks are not married. But that war on masculinity is not it's not waged by women, as you can see. All right, this is going to segue into a lot of things. It's going to segue into Pride Week going on in Major League Baseball, why there are a lot of things going on. Like, you have a lot of effeminate ways and a feminine agenda that's kind of creeping its way into things that you would kind of associate with masculinity, you know, which is one of the reasons why relationships are just all fucked up. That's why I don't have a problem calling shit out the way that I see it. Okay? You know, and I know a lot of folks would like to come up here and be like, well, that's the fault to the women and all of the nah, motherfucker. You got a lot of you dudes that are moving in effeminate ways, and that's in a lot of ways it's not necessarily your fault, but it's because society is kind of putting shit in place to steer you guys in that direction. That's one of the reasons why you see a lot of these shows that are coming up, you know. And what up, Killer Swag? I see you, Just Being Jazzy podcast. You see a lot of these shows even on YouTube that are coming up. You even have people on here that for the last 15 years or so have always been talking about, hey, black women and they weave. That's the problem. It's they weave and they make the fuck out of here, bro. Like, you know, like, come on, bro. Like, you can't be an advocate of, what up, Candy Cane? Shout out to Candy Cane. You can't be an advocate of manhood and masculinity, and yet you're over here sharing makeup tips and fucking cosmetic tips and shit with the women. Like that shit is effeminate in itself. So one of the reasons why, you know, you got a lot of men that are in fucked up situations right now and on the internet crying like little bitches is because they're kind of moving like women. Like that's what it is. And because of that, like, women are kind of they treating you like women. Like I mean, I understand. Like I understand for real. I mean, that could be part of it too. You know what I'm saying? That could be part of it too. But one thing I'm not about to do, as a man, I'm not going to sit up here and be sharing makeup tips and fucking talking about wigs and weave and all types of shit with the women. Like, that's women shit, man. Like, I would rather talk to the fellas about basketball and football season is coming up and shit like that. Like, I'm like that's when I be asking them niggas like, yo, who raised you? Like, for real. You know? Who raised you? You know? So we're going to get into that, you know what I'm saying, in just a moment. But there are a lot of things that are societally acceptable, right? You know, like you've seen in Major League Baseball, and do not adjust your television. That is not AI. What you see on the right side of the screen there are Major League Baseball uniforms, okay, that are like all done up with the rainbow shit. Hats, jerseys, you know, all of that. And there's been a lot of backlash about that. Nah, it's a great point, Fantasy. Nah, hey, and that's the problem. That's what we mean by the war on masculinity. No, that's not cute. That's not cute. Not at all. That's not cute at all. So, you know, there has been a lot of backlash. Like, a lot of players have been coming out, especially the pitchers. They're like, okay, I'll wear a pride cap, but I'm going to put Bible verses on my pride cap. And there's been some backlash about that. You know, so these are the ways that a lot of these things kind of are creeping in, to society and becoming societal norms. So without further ado, I'm going to get into a story about that right here because it's deep. It's deep. Let me bring that up. I need a new noiseless mouse, by the way. Now, there's actually been like some kind of religious lawsuit, that has gone on with this. Pretty deep. Boom. There we go. Let's go.
Three Giants pitchers just proved how hollow that claim really is. For years, we've been lectured that conservatives are the intolerant ones. We're the ones who can't coexist with people who think differently. We're the ones who can't handle disagreement. We're the rigid, judgmental side. Then the San Francisco Giants held their annual Pride Night. The team issued special black caps with a rainbow-colored SF logo. Three pitchers, starter Landon Raup, along with relievers JT Brubaker and Ryan Walker, took the mound wearing those caps. But on the brim of each of them, they had written a simple Bible reference, Genesis chapter 9, verses 12 through 16. Let's talk about what they actually wrote. Not what critics imagined, not what the outrage machine claimed, what they actually wrote. It's the story of God's covenant with Noah after the flood. The passage says in part, quote, "And God said, this is the sign of the covenant I am making between me and you and every living creature with you, a covenant for all generations to come. I have set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and the earth." That's it. A Bible's verse about God's promise to humanity, featuring the same rainbow symbol that MLB asked players to wear that night. In response, Major League Baseball issued formal warnings to the players for writing on their uniforms. The Giants organization quickly put out a statement apologizing, saying the players' choices had caused, quote, pain and anger. Listen to Landon Raup explain himself in his own words after the game.
It's just about God's covenant and a promise that he makes to us, that, his faithfulness and his mercy. And it's just kind of something I believe in, and I stand firm in that. And
now, this is my issue, right? Because I'm a firm believer in keep politics out of our sports. Definitely keep politics out of our sports. And I did want to segue into some other topics because, of course, you guys know the New York Knicks have won the NBA title, and I'm so proud. I'm so happy the Knicks won the NBA title. But now the New York Knicks team is getting backlash because they have accepted, or at least, the team has officially accepted their invite to the White House as the NBA champions. And they are getting a lot of backlash when it comes to mainstream media and, of course, people that are, against Donald Trump and everything else. Now, my point is this. Let's just keep politics out of sports. Whether you're a Trump supporter, whether you're a Trump hater, whatever, whether or not a team decides to go to the White House, you're going not because you agree with one's politics, but because you want a championship and you are invited. That's it. So if they choose as a team not to go, then fine, let's respect that because they're a team and they're the best team in their sport. But if they choose to go as a team, can we at least respect that too? Because they're a team and they are the best in their sport, at least for this year. But a lot of people don't see it like that. They see it as, hey, I don't like the motherfucker, so you shouldn't go. Pretty crazy. So I just think that's bad because it divides a locker room. It can bring politics in the locker room. It can bring politics amongst fans and shit like that. And then people focus on something other than the game, which segues to this situation right here. Once they decided that they wanted to bring social justice and politics into this sport, now all of a sudden you have players bringing religion into the sport. And now there are a lot of people that do not like it. These are the types of things that divide locker rooms, they divide fan bases, and they don't make you money. They cost you money. It's not good for the sport. So that's why I would say, let's just keep politics out of sports, period. It doesn't matter what your viewpoints are and all of that other stuff, but keep politics out of sports, keep social justice out of sports, definitely keep religion out of sports. For that time that teams are playing against each other and having fun and fans are able to root and cheer, I think none of that shit is supposed to matter. You know, you can do that shit before the game, you do that shit after the game, but during the game, just keep it out of there. That's just my point on it. You know, that's just my point on it. You know, what up, Sheila?
Thankfully, we live in a country where, you know, we have the freedom to believe what we want.
Sounds like a man who's doing exactly what we're told to celebrate in 2026 America, using your voice and being authentic. Unless, of course, your whole self includes the Bible. Americans have functioning memories. This is the same Major League Baseball that painted Black Lives Matter on pitching mounds in 2020. The same league that let players.
Which I wasn't cool with that either. I wasn't cool with it when they did it there. I wasn't cool when they did it in the NBA bubble. You know, I wasn't cool when they put it in the end zone in the in Major League Baseball. Now, as far as fantasy, I mentioned earlier when it came to like the breast cancer awareness thing, you know, that's for a good cause because that's something that transcends politics. It transcends social justice or anything. You know, those are medical issues. Those are charitable, you know, foundations and things like that. That transcends. Anybody can come down with that. And you know, if you raise money for that, for whatever, I had no problem with the pink and all of that other shit for that, because that's not politics. That's not social justice. That's not religion. That's not that. Those are medical issues. But when you're bringing political issues into sports, it'll always create more division than it creates unity. And that's not good. That's not good at all. You know?
Players wear, quote, end racism shirts and praised it as courage. The same organization that yanked the 2021 All-Star Game out of Georgia over Georgia's voting law, a nakedly political move that cost the state an estimated $100 million in economic impact. They didn't issue a single warning or apology to the fans who objected. And when they moved the game to Colorado, a state which I remind you had stricter voting laws than Georgia at the time, the silence was deafening. The league wasn't neutral then. It had a point of view, expressed it loudly, and no one at MLB headquarters even batted an eye. But three Christian pitchers quietly write a verse from Genesis on the brim of their pride caps. Caps the league encouraged them to wear, and suddenly uniform policy becomes an urgent priority. Here's the part that should make anyone do a double take. In 2023, Commissioner Rob Manfred explicitly told teams he did not want pride-themed logos on actual uniforms. He said it was to protect players, to give them cover, to keep them out of exactly this kind of controversy. 3 years later, the league is issuing warnings to players for writing scripture on the very caps they were asked to wear. So the protection was always conditional, and that's good to know, because here's the deeper truth. Increasingly, what's being demanded isn't tolerance, it's affirmation. And those two things are very different. Tolerance means I can disagree with you and still respect your rights to exist in the same space. Affirmation means I celebrate what you believe or else face warnings and corporate apologies.
Which I agree with that right there. That's the difference. That's why I say it's just usually better, you know, to keep politics separate from sports. You know, just politics and also religion and social justice. Just keep it over there. You know, it's never made a sport more interesting, you know, or a game more interesting. You know,
Giants pitchers showed up. They wore the team caps. They played the game. They simply added a quiet expression of their own faith while participating. That is what tolerance actually looks like. People with different beliefs sharing the field without demanding total ideological agreement. The Giants statement said they understood that their players' choices had caused pain and anger. Think about what they were apologizing for. Not misconduct, not discrimination, not refusing to play. A Bible verse about God's promise caused pain. A Bible verse required a public apology for Major League Baseball. A message of faithfulness and mercy. Share your faith on your hat, and the league comes for you. But that's why so many Americans roll their eyes when they're lectured about tolerance. The furious reaction proved that. For some, tolerance only goes one way. That's not a failure of tolerance. That's a demonstration of exactly whose tolerance was ever real to begin.
Which, let's keep it real, right? You know, Major League Baseball ain't stupid. The whole purpose of this is to, number one, sell more merchandise and apparel. You know, if you got of uniforms and shit like that with different colors that you can send to, you know, different demographics and shit like that, it just helps. You know, it just helps. And also, you know, it just shows where a lot of your sponsorship has been coming from. So, you know, Major League Baseball is all about that bread. That's all they give a fuck about. You know, is that damn money. But they clearly didn't think this through, because you're going to hear what ends up coming up later on.
The big thing here I want to say is that Pride nights and Pride celebrations started as a counterculture revolution, as we have been persecuted and left behind in this country, and we want to be proud of who we are in a nation that did not accept same-sex marriage and same-sex couples. That's not where we are in 2026. And now Pride has turned into LGBTQ plus IA question. I don't know all the letters. And you're sitting here, actually question mark, I think is one of them, right? Like you're questioning, the Q is questioning. If you're looking at all of this, these guys, and even went on, Ralph went on to say.
That's kind of weird. I thought the Q meant queer. But what I know. I don't know. I thought the Q meant queer. She said that the Q meant questioning. I don't know.
I don't care who you love. This isn't about that. He didn't put out a biblical statement that said, thou shalt not lie next to a man. He put out a biblical statement of his understanding of the rainbow, of his understanding of what that meant to him. And instead of having to demand fidelity to the team and what they espouse as their priorities, he used that same symbolism not to other or to say that those people shouldn't be celebrated or anything like that, but for his own understanding of it. And for a league, and every league should get out of this political nonsense, like knock it off. This is what's going to happen when you go after players who have differing views. This is that kind of fight. And they tried to stop this. You've seen a lot of leagues try to stop this, where they don't want this kind of controversial conversation again and again, because it detracts from what the league is trying to do, or what the corporate entity is trying to do, right? That DEI kind of stuff that you really saw a lot of corporate backlash on. Bud Light, Cracker Barrel, all of them, right? You can look at that. This isn't about them celebrating Pride as much as it is the persecution of the Christians in this instance, who were doing what they were supposed to be doing, but did it in a way that was still respectful. And instead, the league calls them the problem. Maybe the problem is the...
Well, this is when they say it's not really respectful, because you don't have Bible verses on your regular caps. You put them on your Pride caps. So that's where they're like, was it really respectful? Like you kind of like, yeah, you kind of got an issue with the Pride week, you know? So it's understandable. That's why I say, look, if you're going to have Bible verses on all of your caps, yeah. But when they put the Bible verses on their caps, let's keep it real. They did that shit as kind of like a, what's the word? A resistance to Pride Week. You know? It's like, yo, if you're going to make me wear this Pride cap, I'm going to put a Bible verse on it, which is cool. I believe they have a right to do that. But let's not bullshit like we don't know what the purpose is of doing that. You know, that's it. You know what I'm saying? That's their way of saying I don't get down with this shit. You know? And that's cool. I think they have a right to do that, because, you know, Major League Baseball was having them wear caps and uniforms that said, look, we get down with this shit. You know? And they're like, no, I don't get down with it. That's one of the reasons why I say, Let's just keep it out of sports, period. You know, social justice, politics, religion, you know, keep it over there. Keep it over there. I know when I go to a game or I go to a sports bar or whatever, you know, I really just want to watch the basketball game. I don't give a fuck if the person next to me on the left or the person next to me on the right is a fucking Republican or whether or not they're like a an alternative lifestyle couple or they're just two homies going to the fucking game. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't care. You know? If I'm sitting next to you at the goddamn game and we cheering for the same team, goddamn it, we on the same team today. That's it. What y'all choose to do is what you choose to do. You know, and if you cheering for the other team and I'm cheering for one team, goddamn it, I'm trying to cheer louder than you. That's it. But that's all we care about is what's going on between those four lines while the sport's going on. That's all I be saying. But that's just my opinion. Everybody else is entitled to theirs. Shout out to Third Ward Columbian. What up, what up, what up? Shout out to Third Ward. Appreciate you, fam.
League. Maybe the problem is the demand that they do this instead of the opportunity to play the game without the extra noise.
Well, I think the overarching issue for me is sports and capitalism. So we know that with sports teams across the board, they're incentivized and probably paid even through a nonprofit to promote certain causes where in turn they do profit in some way because they're not just spending their own money at a charity. Player uniforms,
even with
different
the military,
colors.
Military sponsorships, they have to pay for those. Yeah.
This came up for me for Pittsburgh Steelers, D'Angelo Williams. He was fined almost $6,000 in NFL because he wore a pink ribbon outside of breast cancer month, where they do often wear pink socks when they're paid to do it, important to do it for them. So if it wasn't breast cancer month, but he lost his mom and aunts to breast cancer, put a ribbon on, and it was a big deal to him, and he was fined $6,000 by the NFL. So this is not a league. This is not to me 100%. About a certain specific cause. It's just the fact that they have these erroneous rules, and if they don't align with lining the pockets of the owners or the institution as a whole, then people are going to just demand that you don't do it because whoever's supporting Christian rights is not paying us, so we're not going to do this. And I think the bigger story with the MLB is they find folks or put out warnings for somebody putting dad on their hat that wasn't having a kid. Happy Mother's Day. I was looking at this, right? So these are things that have been issues before. So they have precedent of even overreaching, if that's how you were describing it, for telling people not to do stuff. But they have these erroneous rules that just exist. And I believe that it's because they're not profiting from promoting Mother's Day or promoting any of the other things or are getting paid by certain organizations. So when I look at
which is untrue. That's not true. But it is somewhat true. Like I say, sports leagues find players because they fucking can. Whenever there's money involved, there's money to be taken. You know, they find players for showing up late to fucking practice. You know, they will find players for all types of shit. You know, that's just what the hell it is. They in the NBA, you can be fined if you are not standing center court during the fucking national anthem. Like, they will fine your ass for whatever so that they can get a little bit of the goddamn money. That's why those shits exist. So trust me, the NBA does not give a shit. They don't care. And to be honest, there's no one company in particular, like unless Hallmark is going to sponsor Major League fucking Baseball, they're not going to give a shit about Mother's Day. I don't give a fuck. One way or the other. They don't care, whatever. You love your mother, cool. But I don't give a shit if it's Mother's Day, if it's Father's Day, if it's goddamn, well, they do, of course, celebrate like Memorial Day and Veterans Day and things like that. But that's because they're kind of in cahoots, with the armed forces. They're in cahoots with the armed forces. They get, sponsorship through that. So that's why you're going to be seeing them. That's why they have the fatigue uniforms, during Veterans Day and red, white, and blue uniforms and stuff for Memorial Day and shit. They have that for a reason. Like I say, it's money. It's money. It's money. It's money. It's all money. You even think about it like this. There was a time when players in the NBA used to get fined for wearing any sneakers that were not Converse. That was it. Like Michael Jordan used to get fined $5,000 a game every time he wore Air Jordans. Because they could. And then they ended up making deals where, hell, wear whatever you want. This is how everybody get money, and we'll get more sponsorship and all this other shit. Money, 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 money. That's it. But when she talks about capitalism, I'm going to bring up another clip right here. This actually has to do with my Knicks, but this is another way in which, hold up, bring this shit back up. This is another way in which somebody tried to slickly, calling himself a Knicks fan, tried to be slick and inject politics into sports. Get a listen.
Knicks owner James Dolan was like, I don't need your vote because I inherited a cable company from my dad. And that's these billionaires. They have so much money that they think they will never be held accountable for anything. He was a terrible Knicks owner for decades and hated. And the team, they finally get a team that pulls it off. The team pulls it off. He didn't pull it off. Yeah, he hired the guy who hired the players, but the players did it. It's a miracle they did. He got extremely lucky. This is the greatest moment of his life. And he's like, fuck that Muslim guy that everybody likes. He's being petty over some dumb dispute they had a week or two earlier that's not even worth talking about. It is something I would have said. I would have been like, the Knicks can win the championship and James Dolan will still be hated.
Now, I'm going to play the rest of this guy's rant right here. I'm going to play the rest of these guys' rant. But I can already hear, like when I first heard this video right here, I can hear where this dude's coming from. Like I can hear it. And I already know what the agenda is that he's trying to push. It's not about James Dolan being a bad owner and making bad decisions as far as the team was concerned, in the past, and being either too involved, hiring the wrong people, signing checks in the wrong direction. This guy has a problem with rich folks. And he has a problem with capitalism. And in about 5 seconds from this point right here, I was like, it sounds like you trying to push socialism, dude. Listen.
Being a petty little bitch. Zoran's speech was absolutely incredible. Israel First comedian and genocide denier Michael Rappaport was like, Zoran talked longer than anybody else. Yeah, because he's the best speaker in the city. It's the same way in a basketball team, the best shooter gets to shoot the most. Zoran's speech was insanely good and inspiring. I even saw Zoran speak later that day, and it was like he was talking about actual politics, and it was like, this isn't as good. There's no way he can top the speech he made about basketball. Sports teams should be owned by the cities. We don't need one rich guy who controls.
See, when I heard that sports teams should be owned by the city, so in that case, it really doesn't matter what James Dolan as an owner does. You don't think that one individual should even be able to own a team. You think the city should be able to own the team. So that's when, boom, socialism just popped in my brain. Like, bro, you're a socialist. Like, that's simple. Like, you're literally using the Knicks, sports, and James Dolan to push socialism.
Controls it and then talks about how much money it makes for him, even though he gets to sell it. He gets complete control, and then he gets to sell it in the future and usually make a huge profit off what he bought it for. We don't need that system. The cities could own the teams. Maybe the games would be a little more affordable for everybody, and they wouldn't be on weird cable things that cost way too much. And you got to subscribe to Amazon for one game. We could get rid of all that if we got rid of the capitalists owning the sports teams. There's no need for it. And we need more Jalen Brunsons and Zoran Mondanis and fewer James Dolans.
Isn't that something? Like 15, 20 seconds, not even into this clip, I could tell that this dude is literally using sports to try to push socialism. Now, he's entitled to his views and his opinions. And yes, tickets to Madison Square Garden and Knicks fans are extremely overpriced. I've always said that. But at the same time, I understand that owners do serve a purpose, in professional sports. Because with them, that's what creates the spectacle. Like, yeah, Tickets may be affordable if the city owns the team, but where would you be playing? You'd probably be playing in a fucking dump. You probably wouldn't even be able to see the game on national television or on a lot of other platforms. People would actually have to subscribe to local television networks just to be able to see it. You couldn't see it on the ESPN app. You couldn't see it on Amazon or Amazon Prime. You couldn't see it elsewhere. And because of that, players wouldn't make as much money as they do. So the deals that those owners are able to make, i.e. endorsements, i.e. licensing, i.e. sponsorship, i.e. through ticket sales, all of those things, being able to create the spectacle, the sports news networks that are able to hype all of this shit up and make you want to watch it. Very, very important. Actually, just as important as the players that play the sport. That's why it's able to turn into such a spectacle. Everybody kind of needs each other. That's why even though owners own the team, they have collective bargaining agreements and revenue sharing protocol, in place, But this guy just came up here and he's trying to use sports to promote socialism and pretty much say, look, nobody should be able to make fucking money off this. Everybody should be able to, you should just be able to the city should run it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Take all the money from the rich people and give it to people that ain't got it. Cool. That's his opinion. I just don't like folks like this trying to use sports as a vessel to do it.
Argument about why people aren't allowed to do stuff. I think less of it is about trying to figure out how to say, okay, well, the LGBTQ plus pride community is overwhelming the conversation and making it too political. I think they're just like, maybe pride groups are helping sponsor events and surrounding the league this month. And so they have honored and agreed to what they're getting paid for. And so that becomes problematic when they think any language, even if the scripture that you described is not specifically condemning any choices made by individuals. It's like, this is not in line with what we got paid for. So don't do it.
Absolutely. I think that that's a fantastic point. I believe that fidelity to the dollar is the ultimate goal of all sports leagues and institutions. And in the pursuit of that, they lose sight of their audience and of the people who support them and of the athletes themselves. I could completely agree. You don't write on your uniform, right? Like that's just the standard rule across sports. Fine. Then you can't force.
Basically, that's what it is. You write on your uniform, and a lot of times they're gonna fine you for writing on your uniform. Like that just is what it is. They don't give a fuck if you write "Hi Mom" on the uniform, or "I love life" on the fucking uniform. They're gonna fine you for that shit. Because they can. Don't write on your uniform.
People to have to wear other versions of their uniform, right? If this is the uniform I have to wear, so there are a lot of things. But to your point about sponsorships and dollars and about what they care about, absolutely. The Atlanta Falcons were getting into this a little bit because they were going to have a strip club night. I don't remember the name of the strip club.
It was the Atlanta Hawks she's talking about, not the Atlanta Falcons.
Magic City. It wasn't supposed to be a strip club night.
Yeah, it was an entertainment evening with all the dancers.
Okay, Magic City. Listen, I watched a whole documentary about Magic City.
But that doesn't change the point here, which is that
it is an excellent restaurant.
Yes, men love to say that strip clubs have great steaks and chicken wings. I'll be the decider on the chicken wings. However, this is what happens when they try and they take dollars. That was a sponsorship night. They were going to come in and it doesn't match the audience. It doesn't match the fan. It doesn't match what the league should be doing.
But you heard it. No matter how you fall, I was actually pretty indifferent about the Magic City night. I thought it could go on if it wanted to, but it shows that when money is involved, organizations will align themselves.
They'll do whatever.
So we'll bend and break the rules. So the answer to your question is that money wasn't involved when it comes down to putting Bible verses. And at the end of the day, capitalism comes over Christianity for some folks. And that's just what it is. And our country allows that decision to be made, right? We allow individuals to be atheists. We allow people to be Catholics, Christians, have no religion at all. And so that's what the league is doing, putting capitalism first.
But I also think the league is making hypocrites of themselves in this when they are news and then a player objects to that and they get in trouble for that. There needs to be clarity and continuity across the board. I don't think the NFL should have the end racism. I don't think the NFL should have that, all those language that they allow teams to choose to have at the end of the field, at the end zone. And I heard, Keith Olbermann once say, oh, they're going to take the end racism off the end of the fields, and that means that they're racist. Okay, so I'm not wearing an end racism shirt every day. That makes me racist. That's not how messaging works.
Believe it or not, I agree with her on that part. Get all of that shit off the field. And that doesn't mean that I'm pro-racist or any of that shit. I just mean just get it off the fucking field. Just get it off the field. Because those slogans and shit are aligned with specific organizations that are pushing specific agendas and shit like that. So, like, keep social justice and all of those agendas and shit out of our sports. Out of our sports. Now, if those companies, are actual sponsors of your company, hey, set up a commercial, put that shit on a damn banner and let us know that, hey, that's who sponsors you. That's why this shit is here. That's it. Just like you got Nike checks where it say, just do it on the motherfucker. Cool. Those are your sponsors. You got to appease your sponsors. That's what they pay you for. I understand. You got Army recruiting commercials and shit in during football games and shit. Yeah, because the armed forces pay you to air those damn commercials. I understand. That's it. Maybe I make money off that. Cool. But don't bullshit like you're doing shit for a good cause when you're really just doing shit because you get paid for it.
It's not how reality works. You don't need these overtly political messages in sports, and it distracts from sports. And it detracts from what we're able to enjoy, back to my Monday monologue about how sports can really bring people together.
Big Brenda says sports is fine, just like it is. Appreciate you, Big Brenda, with $2 ball.
Witness the sea walk of the incredible. Keep it gangsta, dog. Keep it gangsta. 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 I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. Keep it gangsta, dog. Keep it gangsta. Keep it gangsta, dog. Keep it gangsta. The city is a big. West side is a big.
Man, shout out to Big Brenda Clark with $2 super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah. But yeah, it was gonna be a strip club. I mean, I don't know if it was gonna be a strip club night, but that's really what they tried to turn it into when it comes to the Atlanta Hawks and stuff like that. And look, I think in situations like that, and I don't really like them kind of turning the whole Pride Week thing into a similar situation. That was something that the Atlanta Hawks as a team chose to do. Now, had the NBA chose to do some shit like that, it's a different story. The Atlanta Hawks team tried to do it because most of these sports teams, they're going to try to do whatever they can to become acclimated with the city, that they play in. For example, where I am in South Florida, the Miami Heat, when you go in to watch a Miami Heat game, in what's now the Kaseya Center, they are heavily sponsored by the Miccosukee tribe. Okay? Now, the Miccosukee tribe, if you're familiar with the area, their money comes from casinos. That's what they do. It's all casinos. It's all gambling. So they are going to do all types of sponsorship when it comes to gambling. Now, is gambling a positive thing to be fucking doing? No. That's why you see DraftKings and FanDuel and all of this other stuff, all on the basketball court and everything else. Is that a positive thing to do? No, but them people pay. They pay. So that's why they get that slot. It's kind of the way it works.
Together, when corporations and sports entities like this lean in to conversations they don't need to, they get this kind of retribution, but they're also doing it sometimes for political reasons and sometimes for the holy dollar. And
I think when it's a little bit more, and I know we're going to drag all your segments so long that we're going to get in trouble, but I think like some of it there is like okay, if there's been gay players in the past, or people that are in, the rainbow of things you can be in this world, that exist and play on teams that felt like there wasn't a space for them to be who they are, it's worth it. I think worthwhile to not get paid to champion and say that everyone's welcome here. If there are people that feel like they're living in a certain level of oppression, and you put end racism and you're trying to champion the message that we welcome everyone here, I think it's worthwhile to quell, especially if that came on the heels. I'm not sure when they put it there, but after George Floyd was murdered, that's a big deal. The world was watching how we respond to that. And so I think that there are times when they're asking everyone to not look away because there's certain things happening in our society. I mean, even Obama, who's a Democratic president that's beloved by the Democratic Party, he was not for same-sex marriage in the beginning when he first came in office, and then he slowly changed his line of thought. There's a lot of people in this country that are working through new ideas, understanding what they, them even means, whether they accept it. Like, we're all working through this together, right? Mm-hmm. Nobody has all the answers. Yeah. And so I just think, like, when you just acknowledge that people still exist, even if you disagree with them, or historically you disagree with them even being considered a full person, like we have with people of color, and reminding people we're not going to go back there. We got to make sure that everybody feels included. I think that some of these things are worthwhile when profit is not involved. And I don't think anybody should be feeling ostracized by not wanting racism to exist in a league where people of color play.
Right. But also there isn't racism in the league because diversity reigns in the league. That's not an issue in the league. They're not saying end racism in NFL. They're saying end racism in the country. And if they decide that they want to have outside entities that they support, okay, fine. But again, when you bring politics into sports, and they do overlap, believe me, I say it all the time. People spend money on campaign ads during games for a reason. It's because it's a persuadable audience. To be able to tell people that they can't share their beliefs when you demand that they share others, it's just the wrong message. And whether it's corporations or sports leagues, they just need to stay out of that fray if they don't want these continued headaches. When you put yourself in these conversations, you're going to get backlash. The right online is actually a very powerful force for drumming up change across America. We saw it with Cracker Barrel. We saw it with John Deere. We've seen it with corporations and entities. Sports leagues are going to get a little bit dangerously close to that as well.
All right. The straight up.
All right. Now that's where I kind of disagree with that notion right there. And shout out to all of the new members. You know what I'm saying? We just gifted 5 memberships at the Boiler Room. We'll be gifting 5 memberships at the home of the official YT Purge in a moment. I'm not sure who got it. I think C. Cantrell, Miss T, Lucy Pearl Bailey, Bertrand Magruder. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate all of y'all. But at the same time, look, and I'm actually going to spin it back to what she said about that before I kind of wrap this topic right here up. Now, when she said that people should be acknowledged, no, the fuck, people shouldn't be acknowledged. And I'm standing on that. People should not be forced to acknowledge any damn body. And yes, I'm going to kind of go off topic. That goes to the motherfuckers on the internet that be begging for niggas' attention and think they should be acknowledged. Here, bro, there you go. You get you one of them too. Fuck you. You want my acknowledgement? Take this finger, bitch. Like, no, I don't owe anybody acknowledgement. People should, just like people have a right to their opinion, their stance, their beliefs, people should have the right to ignore people. People should not be forced to acknowledge any damn body. So I would agree wholeheartedly with that point right there. When you force these guys to wear hats and uniforms that promote a specific agenda, they have a right to put Bible verses and scriptures that promote what it is that they believe in. It's that simple. And the way to fix that, if you don't want to put religion in, don't put politics in. And let's just keep it all out of it. So I'm with Brenda on that, what she said earlier. Keep politics out of our sports. Sports is fine just the way it is. Just let them guys play the damn game. But to say that the alphabet community should be acknowledged, or a religious group should be acknowledged and all of that. Whatever. That's a matter of opinion. Because I'm going to say it like this. As a free, sovereign, forward-thinking, free-thinking individual, I have a right to ignore any damn body. Anybody, if I choose to. The same way any and everybody has a right to ignore me. You do not owe me anything, and that includes acknowledgement. And I don't owe you that either. No, if I acknowledge you, it's because I choose to, but not because I have to.
Diversity reigns in the league. That's not an issue in the league. They're not saying end racism in NFL. They're saying end racism in the country. And if they decide that they want to have outside entities that they support, okay, fine. But again, when you bring politics into sports, and they do overlap, believe me, I say it all the time. People spend money on campaign ads during games for a reason. It's because it's a persuadable audience. To be able to tell people that they can't share their beliefs when you demand that they share others, it's just the wrong message. And whether it's corporations or sports leagues, they just need to stay out of that fray if they don't want these continued headaches. When you put yourself in these conversations, you're going to get backlash. The right online is actually a very powerful force for drumming up change across America. We saw it with Cracker Barrel. We saw it with John Deere. We've seen it with corporations and entities. Sports leagues are going to get a little bit dangerously close to that as well.
All right. The Strait of Hormuz is set.
Again, when you bring
when profit is not involved. And I don't think anybody should be feeling ostracized by not wanting racism to exist in a league where people of color play.
Right, but also there isn't racism in the league because diversity reigns in the league. That's not an issue in the league. They're not saying end racism in NFL. They're saying
when profit is not involved. And I don't for same-sex marriage in the beginning when he first came in office, and then he slowly changed his line of thought. There's a lot of people in this country that are working through new ideas, understanding what they, them even means, whether they accept it. Like, we're all working through this together, right? Mm-hmm. Nobody has all the answers.
Yeah.
And so I just think, like, when you just acknowledge that people still exist, even if you...
I'm gonna bring that shit up there. Notice what the fuck this chick said. Acknowledge that people still exist. Big Brenda, do you hear this? This woman is literally saying, you have to acknowledge that people still exist. No, the fuck you don't. No, you don't. Like trying to force people to acknowledge that other people exist. That's bullshit. Bullshit. That's when I got the issue. With that. Because I already know what that is. People have a right to ignore you. Doesn't mean that they hate you. Doesn't mean that they want bad things to happen to you. It doesn't mean that they're against you. Doesn't mean that they're fighting against you. They just don't give a shit about you. And people have a right to not give a shit. Like, damn, I thought this was America. It's America. I have a right to care, but I should also have a right to not care. Like, damn. No.
Disagree with them, or historically you disagree with them even being considered a full person, like we have with people of color, and reminding people we're not going to go back there. We got to make sure that everybody feels included. I think that some of these things are worth.
No, we don't, especially in sports. In sports, everybody can't be included. That's why only the top less than 1% of motherfuckers actually get paid millions of dollars to play that child's game. That's it. Everybody's not included. At the end of the season, everybody doesn't get a trophy. Only the winners do. Only the best do. Only the rich people are the ones that make the most money with that shit. That's the way it is. Everybody is not included. That's no. And that's what I mean by, the war on masculinity. Right there. Because this is where the participation trophies and shit start coming into play. No, motherfucker. In life, there are winners and there are losers. Shout out to the cynical one who just came in the building. Happy birthday to the cynical one. Appreciate you, sis. Shout out to sis, the cynical one. You know, I got to have something up here for your birthday. I don't know if I got a clip or some shit like that for the birthday woman. You know, I don't. But if I did, I'd have you with that. But shout out to the cynical one. Happy birthday for you. Okay? Because it's her birthday. But that's what I mean. With the participation trophies, no. In life, in sports, in general, there are going to be winners and there are going to be losers. That's how it fucking works. There is no trophy for participation. Everybody is not a winner. So in sports especially, no, we don't have to acknowledge every fucking body. No, we acknowledge the best of the best of the best. We want to see that sport played at its highest level. That's really it. That's really it. You know? So that's why I say keep that social justice shit the fuck out of our sports. Just like Brenda said, sports is fine just the way it is. You know what I'm saying? I don't want y'all to have like a wheelchair division of the NBA or Major League Baseball. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see, you know what I'm saying, like a special NFL division so people with missing limbs and shit can play. No. You know, if you can make a goddamn roster and somebody's willing to pay your ass $5 million or $1 million to play that shit, then cool, I'll watch your ass play. But no, all of that damn equity and inclusion, no. You're not going to make me fucking watch you.
While when profit is not involved. And I don't think anybody should be feeling ostracized by not wanting racism to exist in a league where people of color play.
Right, but also there isn't racism in the league because diversity reigns in the league.
Which is a lie. There is still racism in the league. There's racism every fucking where. It just really has nothing to do with us because we're not employed by the league. It's our job to just watch the product that they fucking put out. That's it. You know? You can tell that it's racism in Major League Baseball because there are no black owners. There are no black owners. There are very few black executives. Okay? And the number of black folks actually playing in Major League Baseball, that number has gone down exponentially over the course of the last 30 or 40 years or so. Okay, so there's definitely racism in Major League Baseball, just like there's racism in most other leagues. You know, there is. But at the same time, I would always say that's really not our job as spectators to fix. As spectators, it's our job to spectate. That's really it. No. Spectate, maybe even do commentary like she's doing right there. But as far as trying to force these people to change the way they're doing business, nah, I don't like that.
In the league. That's not an issue in the league. They're not saying end racism in NFL. They're saying end racism in the country. And if they decide that they want to have outside entities that they support, okay, fine. But again, when you bring politics into sports, and they do overlap, believe me, I say it all the time, people spend money on campaign ads during games for a reason. It's because it's a persuadable audience. To be able to tell people that they can't share their beliefs when you demand that they share others, it's just the wrong message. And whether it's corporations or sports leagues, they just need to stay out of that fray if they don't want these continued headaches. When you put yourself in, you're going to get backlash. The right.
And just like she said, now, got another video here. This is going to be a fun one to watch right here. Boom. You know, we've got the co-founder of what's called Proud to Be in Baseball. We're going to listen to what he has to say now.
Play baseball. And, you know, million people that play baseball. And, you know, I grew up feeling like I was the only person like me in the entire world.
Ryan Ruby made history in the fall, becoming the only openly gay professional baseball player at any level. And as teams across the league kick off their pride events, including the Toronto Blue Jays, Ruby is continuing his journey on trying to make the sport more inclusive.
It's really fulfilling to be able to do this and to kind of help like younger versions of myself and try to build the thing that I didn't have as a kid that could have helped me most.
Feeling like he no longer had to hide parts of his identity, Ruby launched the nonprofit foundation Proud to Be in Baseball, a player-founded advocacy and support group born out of the need for 2S LGBTQ+ representation in the ballpark.
When I was a kid, I never would have thought.
Fuck this motherfucker. I'm gonna say that. And it's not because of his sexual preferences or whatever. He can do whatever he wants in his bedroom. And he should have every right to play in sports, straight up. But to make us have to recognize what you do in your bedroom when all we want to do is watch you play baseball. That's it. That's why we buy tickets. The fucking nerve. The nerve. Because I'm pretty sure he's not the only alternative lifestyle having baseball player. Pretty sure there's alternative lifestyle having players in every sport. And there are definitely different reasons why they don't come out and do it openly. And most of the time it's probably because of fear and backlash. But at the same time, wouldn't you want to be known for your actual merits on the field and your ability to play that game on top of just who you screw and what you do in the bedroom? That's the nerve. So what it seems like here is this guy is literally trying to make baseball about things that are not baseball. Just like Brenda just said, you're creating problems where they don't even exist. It's not that people don't want to see YAG people playing baseball. It's that they just don't give a shit. They would prefer to just watch people play baseball. That's why they come to baseball games. That's it. Nobody cares what you're doing in your bedroom.
And, you know, I grew up feeling like I was the only person like me in the entire world.
Ryan Ruby made history in the fall, becoming the only openly gay active professional baseball player at any level. And as teams across...
Yeah, you want to know why? The reason why he felt like he was the only person like him, and it happens like that sometimes in fucking life. That happens when you keep the shit going on in your bedroom, in your fucking bedroom. You keep your personal life personal, and you might feel like you're the only one going through certain shit from time to time. You know what I'm saying? Don't use our sports to either promote agendas or as a substitute for therapy. It's not right.
The league kick off their pride events, including the Toronto Blue Jays. Ruby is continuing his journey on trying to make the sport more inclusive.
It's really fulfilling to be able to do this and to kind of help like younger versions of myself and try to build the thing that I didn't have as a kid that could have helped me most.
Feeling like he no longer had to hide parts of his identity, Ruby launched the nonprofit foundation Proud to Be in Baseball, a player-founded advocacy and support group born out of the need for 2S LGBTQ+ representation in the ballpark.
When I was a kid, I never would have thought I would be doing this. You know, I had a fake girlfriend, like at the time, was living a a life that was far from authentic. And now to be able to go back into baseball environments, whether it's on the field or singing the anthem or throwing out the first pitch, I mean, it really has brought it.
Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Some fucking yag ass shit right here, bro. But at the same time, look, this dude said, look, I had a fake girlfriend and I had to pretty much lie, about who I was, bro. Those are your issues. Like, those are your own personal insecurities about how you're going to be viewed. Like, it's amazing. Make baseball more inclusive. The fuck? If you can speak on a story about how you were either cut from a team or treated unfairly because of your issues, then you know what? You might have a point there. Because that's not right. If you still got the ability to play at a high level, hey, you should have been able to do that. And that's when I would say that your sexual orientation shouldn't even have came into play. But because your ass feels insecure about your own sexual orientation in a group of people that don't openly have that same sexual orientation, you believe that it should be more of you representing it just to make yourself feel more comfortable. That's bullshit. That's what I'm saying. These are people that believe that the world should revolve around them. They believe that the world should, or that the sun should revolve around Earth rather than the Earth revolving around the sun. It's crazy. Like, just totally just change up everything because it'll make them feel better. Like, no, doesn't work like that. That's not life. That's not life.
Full circle. And it's an honor to go back onto the ball field and to do this stuff and to start to, I think, hopefully make a change in the baseball world.
You say you think hopefully make a change. Have you seen any progress, or maybe as much as you'd like, in the last several months?
I am seeing a change. I mean, it's small, it's incremental, but it's going to build. And I think we're slowly but surely building towards real progress in the sport.
Ruby recently moved to Nashville to help pursue his other passion, music, and is releasing a single this month called Left Field. He admits he gets more nervous walking to a microphone than to facing a fastball at the plate.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking. Honestly, I've gotten used to, walking up to the plate in front of people, but when you got to sing and all eyes are on you, it's kind of scary.
Oh, say, can you see?
The 25-year-old is on a Major League Baseball stadium tour, singing the national anthems and speaking to various groups during Pride Month. In Toronto, the Blue Jays have extended their Pride Night to 2 evenings because of overwhelming demand.
There are so few players who are out and proud, and I think that it'll happen, as baseball continues to build a supportive environment, but it takes a bit to get there, and Pride Nights are a great first step.
Brian will be releasing his new single Left Field on June 8th. He says he wishes it's a song that was released when he was younger. It's a song about inclusivity and that everyone is welcome. 100% of the proceeds will be going towards the Proud to Be in Baseball.
No, absolutely MFing not. Like, no. Now, before I pivot to the segue into the next topic right here, this is not cool at all. Like, this is just not cool, and I'm going to explain why. All right, words have meanings, right? So when they say things like, let me go back here so you can see it without the caption up here, where it says making baseball more inclusive. Now, make no mistake about it, because I don't want anybody to misunderstand me. I am not for exclusion. by any means at all. Hell, I believe even, hey, if women can make that roster, and even hey, if a one-legged man or woman or somebody in a fucking wheelchair can make the roster and perform at a high level with the rest of those athletes, fine. You know, give them a contract, let them on. You know, let them on. They can perform at the highest level. You know, people should not be excluded. You know, if they're capable of doing it. But to even imply or suggest that things need to be changed to include more, no, that literally will change the game. Like, that'll change the game. That'll change the purpose of the sport. I am not for that. You know, I'm not for changing rules to make things more inclusive. You know, that's bullshit. You know, that man couldn't even come up with one story about how he was either cut from a team, couldn't make a team, or didn't get paid or some shit because of his orientation sexually. He couldn't even do that. All he can go back to is how it made him feel. So I'm not for changing rules to accommodate people's feelings, because feelings change with the weather. They just do. Some people feel one way, some people feel another way. Some people live alternative lifestyles. Some people live traditional lifestyles. Some people agree with that agenda. Some people aren't going to agree with that agenda. Why the hell should we be changing the rules of Major League Baseball to try to accommodate anybody? It doesn't make sense. You know? And that's one of the reasons why you see that term inclusive. When you're talking about all of these other things, it's kind of like an oxymoron, and I'm going to explain why. You usually can't include more folks without excluding more folks, because there are limited spots on rosters. There's limited spots as far as commercial and television time and sponsorship. You can even see right here. You see all of those sponsorships along the wall. Behind her, you see the National Car Rental. You see the Sobeys. You see all that shit. Going on. It's only but so much shit you can advertise on those walls. So if you say, damn, hey man, every business should be able to advertise on that wall, you wouldn't be able to read any advertisements. Doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. That's why usually the companies that pay the most are the ones that get advertising slots. Cost money. Just like the shit you see in your grocery store. Shelf space is expensive. The shit that you see on that shelf that's eye level, more than likely is going to cost a little bit more than the shit on the bottom shelf and the shit on the top shelf. Because them companies got to pay for that shit. Can't just put everybody on the eye level shelf because it's not enough space. So all of that whole, we need to include everybody. No, once you start including everybody, believe it or not, it's going to just take away from, like, anybody winning. Like, it's going to, like, when you include everybody, it's going to totally water down the spirit of competition. Well, that's just my point with that. But let's get into a little bit more, as far as this goes. All right. So I'm going to segue to the LaVar and Tina Ball thing in a little bit. But when I say the war on masculinity, make no mistake about this, because I had this argument with a lot of fellas in this space when I first came into it. They're like, yeah, it's a war on masculinity, which means we got to fight with these women, bro. Believe it or not, that war on masculinity is not waged by women. It's not at all. That's why I talk about the Pride Week in Major League Baseball, and I have no problem calling out all of the effeminate fucking dudes that like sitting here talking about women's shit all day, like little girly boys. They are actually helping to perpetuate the war against masculinity because they have an issue with it. You know? So I'm going to play a video right now. This was done by a smaller YouTuber a while back, right? This brother right here, the title of his video is, I'd be further along being married. Now, ladies, I really wish Fantasy Island Girl was still in this chat, but I see Big Brenda Clark, Mahogany, Cynical One, Candy Cane. Shout out to Candy Cane. I mean, do you really think this dude would be further along if he were married? Because just looking at him, because look, you only have one chance to make a first impression, right? I would honestly have to say, what up, young Riaz? I would have to say that a dude like this would be further along if he practiced better self-grooming methods. You know? If he actually like maybe pressed his shirt, you know what I'm saying? Press the collar of his shirt. Probably even practice better hygiene, maybe even showered a little more often, you know? That would probably help him a lot more. And I don't think him not being married is why he's not as far along as he wants to be. Just looking at him, I would say that him not being married is not the problem. Him not being married is merely the symptom of multiple other problems. You know? But you guys can listen to what he has to say, and you can either agree or disagree with me here.
What's going on, guys? To level up in 2026, you need a significant other.
And a fucking shower. Look at you, bro. Like, on some real shit. Yeah? Some Neutrogena. Well, a fucking iron. A decent dry cleaner. You know? Like, shit like that.
You really do. To really level up in 2026. Like, if you don't have a significant other in 2026, it's going to be hard for you to really level up. Now, I didn't understand why my father used to stress to me about having a wife and about having a significant other. But it's becoming very, very clear why he always stressed that to me about having a family, because you need a family. You need a significant other to really level up. I mean,
again, and I would respectfully disagree with this motherfucker. No, I don't think you need a family, and I don't think a lot of niggas like you need a family. I think a lot of niggas like you and you just need better fucking habits that would lead to more fucking more just confidence and probably open up more doors for you in the world. Like, I don't think a family is going to fix the fucking problems that you're dealing with. I think you fixing yourself first is going to help to naturally fix a lot of those goddamn problems. But that's my opinion.
I was just thinking to myself, and I got emotional about it. I could literally have, you know, a lot of guys who are out here struggling in life could really have it all if they had a significant other, you know, because two people working together is better than one person, you know. You know, two incomes is better than one. And I was just thinking to myself, like, man, life would be so much easier. You know, life is so much easier as a man when you're married. It's so much easier, you know. And I was just thinking to myself, like, you know, I wouldn't even need to roommate if.
Now, I don't believe that this dude even has a wife or anything. So how the fuck would you even be able to say some shit like that? Like, you don't know if shit's fucking easier. And the question is, it's not about things being easier, because some things are easier for some men with wives, but some things are a lot harder for other men with wives. You know? It really depends on who that man is. It depends on who his wife is. And it depends on the circumstances and the situation. Like, all of those things kind of depend, you know?
If I was married, I wouldn't even need, you know, we could have.
But notice what the fuck this dude is saying. And this is one of the reasons why I get on the cases of a lot of these niggas. Because it's really, really tough for me to be able to sit here and listen to y'all give these women that smoke, but let shit like this just slide. Now he's talking about how things would be fucking easier. Why? So she can help you pay your fucking bills? Fucking man. If you could barely take care of your goddamn self, what the hell make you think you're gonna be able to take care of a family? Like, real shit. Why? You'd have her fucking ironing your clothes? You know, you'd have her hook you up with a fucking skin regimen? You know? She book your barber's appointments? The fuck? You know? She would help to get that fucking glob of shit between your fucking chin and your chest that you call a neck. She would help to thin that out. Get the fuck out of here, man. You know? And no woman gonna be able to help you with the shit you going through, man.
You know, me and my wife, we could have been overseas by now. Ben done took some nice vacations by now. It's a lot of things that we could have done by now, you know, if I had a significant other. I mean, and it makes so much sense why my dad used to always stress to me about having a significant other. See, I was having a conversation with one of my subscribers, and he was saying that it's gotten to a point now to where, as a man, you don't have if you don't have a significant other, you can't have nothing else. You know, it's gotten to that point. It's gotten to a point now where not only do you not have a significant other, but you can't get a house nowadays because housing is too expensive. You can't get a luxury car because cars and everything is too expensive. And, you know, car notes and all of that put people in a serious bind financially. You know, you miss one payment, they coming to pick that baby up. So nowadays, like my buddy was saying, it's hard to have anything nowadays. It's seriously hard to have anything nowadays. It has gotten to that point. It's hard to have anything. It's hard to really climb the ladder financially nowadays. And I truly see why my dad kept stressing about having a significant other, because if you have a significant other, y'all can work together to level up. Y'all can get a place together. Y'all can say, you know what, we're going to go to Dominican Republic this year. And y'all can both put in a pot and contribute to that, you know, and y'all talk with each other.
For all of you ladies that want a partnership, right? Y'all think that shit's supposed to be a partnership, but yet you a single motherfucker already by your goddamn self. Hey, let me show you who you Hey, here go your eligible partner. Right the fuck here. All in his car, sweating and shit. You know what I'm saying? With all types of fucking, with a bumpy ass fucking jawline and shit. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that nigga would love to be your partner. You know? We can level up together. You know? Yeah. Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fucking shit straight, bro. You know? What this nigga really means to say is, it would be so great if he had a woman to take care of him. Like his mother used to do. All that shit that you saying, that is not what the hell your dad meant. I can guarantee you that. All of that shit that you're talking about, being able to purchase or maintain a damn house, pay a car note, travel. If you can't do that shit by yourself, you cannot do that shit with somebody else. Trust that. Because again, you not being able to do those things are not the problem. Those are merely symptoms of problems. So if you're not able to do those things by yourself, chances are you'll not be able to do those things when you find somebody else. The only person that you'll be able to do those things with is somebody that was already doing that shit without you. Because trust me, one struggling motherfucker is going to struggle. And two struggling motherfuckers are going to struggle. That's the way it is. Just like you had to get a roommate to live wherever the hell you living. The hell, you get you a wife. What, you think she gonna move in with you and your fucking roommate? Now your expenses about to go up. Your expenses are likely going to double. You can't get a luxury. If you can't get a luxury car by yourself, you and your significant other, y'all ain't gonna be able to get two luxury cars now. Because you couldn't even get one by your damn self. If you can't afford one fucking trip out of town or out of the country, what the hell makes you think getting one person with you means you're going to be able to afford two?
You know what, we're going to go to Dominican Republic this year. And y'all can both put in a pot and contribute to that. You know, and y'all talk with each other.
The fucking mentality, man.
Dialogue, you know, okay, how much you got? You know, how much you got? And y'all keep a rapport of how much y'all stacking up. And then for you know it, you and your significant other will be able to take a vacation. I mean, it's just rough out here, guys. And leveling up by yourself, especially in 2026, it's impossible. It's really impossible. I mean, my dad used to stress that to me, like the only way as a man you need to be doing it all by yourself is if you're a millionaire. And if you ain't rich, you need to have a wife. You need to be married. And it's so sad that you have certain guys who are not going to be able to have a family. They ain't going to be able to have no wife.
Now, I don't know the dude's father, but I would guess this. Because as a father myself, a man that had a father and spoke to my father about different things and shit like that, I don't believe that this is what his father meant when he said, look, it's rough out here. The only way you need to be by yourself is if you're a fucking millionaire, like you're already rich. It was more to it than just money. Because out here struggling, hustling, and grinding by yourself, a woman is what the hell is able to help to provide peace. When you get home, she gonna remind you, make sure, hey, when you out here worried about all the money and the bills and all of that shit, she gonna remind you to take your motherfucking vitamins. She is literally going to remind you to stop and smell the roses. She's gonna help to provide that balance in your life, so that way you don't get so caught up that you work yourself into an early grave. You know? But for those of you niggas that think that a woman's job is just to fucking make your bills or pay half of your fucking bills and make your expenses go down, you are in for a rude awakening when you finally fucking get one. And I say that shit just like that. Y'all can quote me. I mean it, because 98% of you motherfuckers that say that shit, you ain't got no woman. You ain't got one, ain't never had one. And if you did have one, she gone. She gone. And the other 2%, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. And that's only because that woman made it possible for you to actually go through life not knowing what the fuck you're talking about, because she's probably paying all the fucking bills for you. But if you expect a woman to do anything more than provide balance to your life and make your expenses a lot easier for you to fucking handle, you're crazy. You are out of your mind. If you're not able to handle that shit by yourself, like, I don't even see how a woman can respect a man that can't even take care of his fucking self. And I can understand how a guy like this would have this mentality, because at the end of the day, and I don't even mean to roast or none of this other shit, but look at him. Look at him. You really think his issue is that he don't have a woman not helping him pay his fucking bills? Like I said, a little meal prep, you know, a workout regimen, you know, a little Booksy, Vagaro, instead of barber's appointments for the fucking month, you know, you know, a good dry cleaner, you know, around town, a good dry cleaner that you want a good rapport with, a quarterly trip to the dermatologist. Nigga, you'll be straight. You'd be amazed how much better you feel about yourself. But I guarantee you, those are the things you ain't fucking doing. You eat like shit. You don't take care of your goddamn self, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm pretty sure you got belly hanging over your belt. What up, D Chicago? You know, you got belly hanging over your belt, man, boobs and shit. You know, like, bro, you probably don't bathe on a daily basis. Like, you got issues, homeboy, that a woman can't help you with, dude. Or that she just won't. Like, you got issues that after the age of like 12 or 13, you really shouldn't have as a man. And that's why I say there's a war on masculinity, and these are the motherfuckers waging it. These motherfuckers that don't want to grow up, these Toys R Us kid ass niggas. Along with the effeminate menstrual show motherfuckers that want to sit up here and trade makeup tips and talk about black women and they weave all day, every motherfucking day. Those are your issues. Trust me. You take care of that, you'd be amazed how much shit will be fixed. You'd be amazed. You'd have more men that are comfortable in their older ages, living longer. I'm talking about with longer lifespans and all that shit. They'd be comfortable. They would actually have that significant other, or they'd be content not having it, you know, because life would still be good either way. You know, and you would have less women up here talking about men ain't shit. Where all the good men at? Like, that shit would solve a lot of issues. D Chicago said, in real life, I can't name one woman who's married that doesn't help her household financially. Understandable. Understandable. I don't know any either. They do in some way, shape, or form. But at the same time, even the women that help their household financially, how many of them are taking care of grown-ass men that can't take care of themselves? Like, all of the shit that he's mentioned when it comes to just picking up a fucking car note, purchasing a house, taking a trip to the Dominican Republic. If you can't do that shit by yourself, you cannot do that shit with a woman. I'm just keeping it 100 with you, you know? So, just like you said, D Chicago, you can't name one woman who's married that doesn't help her household. Hey, I can't name any woman that actually knows her worth as a woman that's over here begging to take care of a motherfucker or even help a motherfucker that can't help himself, that doesn't know which way is up. What I say, you know, there's no such thing as 50-50, not in any relationship, not in any marriage. It's not 50-50, it's 100-100. It's 100-100. She's got to do 100% of everything she's supposed to do as a woman, and you got to do 100% of everything that you can do as a fucking man. Like, that's what it is. And 100% plus 100% equals 250 or 300%. And real shit. And if those numbers don't add up or make sense to you, it's because you ain't thinking properly. You know? Because that's why people get together, because they can do more together than they can apart. You know? Understandable. But if you can't do shit by yourself, you will stay by yourself. That's how it is. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can look at a dude like this and see why you think, oh, damn, if I had a woman, this would be easier. No. Not you. Not you. A man that's actually got his shit together, that takes care of himself, you know, actually grooms himself, takes care of his fucking body, you know, takes care of his body, has his finances fucking in order, you know, and understands that, yo, this is where I am, and this is what I need to get to be where I want to be. And I'm not saying, look, this is life. You're never, ever quite where you want to be. You know, I get that. Most people will die striving to get to that level. But Once you hit that level of enlightenment where you know, look, this is the track that I need to be on to get to where I need to be, I'm on my way there. You be amazed how many, as a man, and I can tell you this, you be amazed how many women are willing to come along for the ride when they know that you're headed in a certain direction and you know where you want to go. That's where leadership comes into play. Now, that's where the term leadership comes into play. Oh, well, she won't let me lead. Yeah, because you don't know what the fuck you doing. You don't know where the fuck you going. She don't have any faith in you. And why should she? You don't have any sense of direction. You want to be the leader, but at the same time, you want her to pick up your slack and your shit. So this is why you're alone. You can't even iron your fucking shirt. Come on.
Some guys are going to struggle for the rest of their life due to the fact that they don't have a significant other. You know, because if you don't have a significant other, things are going to be rough for you. It's going to be hard. And I see it more than ever. I definitely see it more than ever at this point in my life. Like, I see that if I had me a companion, my life would be so easy. You know, certain things that you planning on doing, want to do, you'll be able to execute those things and make it happen. You know.
Look at this. Wipe the sweat off my fucking. And a companion is gonna help you. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God. This is wild, bro. This is wild. Fellas, in this space, y'all really gonna give the women all that smoke and say that they delusional and crazy, even though a lot of them are, yeah. But not call out shit like this. Like, you feel me? That's all I'm saying. I'm like, yo, that's the case for a man that's actually got his shit together as a man. And I'm not even saying you got to be because I know dudes that are shitty with money. You know what I'm saying? That are shitty with money, right? They'll skip doctor's appointments, dentist appointments. You know what I'm saying? All of that, whatever, you know? And even horrible at running their own businesses and shit. Like, their woman literally picks up all of that slack. But the reason why they have a woman is because they're good dudes. They're good dudes and they got good habits. They got good habits. They make, great fathers. They're understanding. They know what to say, when to say it, whatever. Them and their women make a good team. You know? Them and their women make a good team. So when he comes, he gets paid at the the 1st and the 15th or every week or a couple times a month, whatever. He just turned the check over to her, let her handle that shit, man. Let her handle that shit. When it's time to make a big purchase, a big decision or some shit like that, whatever, you know what I'm saying? They talk about it. She understands it a little bit better. So she's able to explain to him what this means, what that means. But then she comes in, baby, this is what that is. What do you think? What do you think we should do? She's able to interpret that real quick. And he might say, hey, well, what do you think is best? Boom. And they'll make a decision based on that. That whole you're paying for everything and all of that other shit, it really doesn't matter. At some point, bro, you still gotta be a goddamn man. Like, you feel me? You definitely can't go into it looking for, like, you can't. And I said this shit a long time ago. I was like, bro, you got a bunch of these dudes that really just, that's why they crying. They want to be mommied up here. They want a mommy. And then those niggas looking for a mommy are the same ones. So, hey, I'm the leader because I'm the man and I gotta be respected and shit like that. Like, bro, believe it or not, that's not how submission works, motherfucker. It really doesn't. You're not the leader. You're not the, I said this when I was on, I think it was Creative Solutions panel and Chanel's panel the other day. I was like, you're not the leader and the head of household because you're the man or because you say you are. You're the leader and the head of household when she says that you are. Not because she has control, but because that's actually the definition of submission, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? She's only gonna fucking see you as the leader and the head of household when she respects you in that role. Like she has to respect you in that role. And respect is earned. That's the way it works. That's the way life fucking works. So, and that's something I'm not even gonna blame the ladies for that shit, bro, because y'all are not supposed to have to explain this shit to dudes like this. But it's really that simple. Like when these niggas talk to y'all about submission and all of that shit, just say, look, I ain't submitting to a motherfucker that I don't respect in that role. If this motherfucker can't iron his goddamn shirt or at least find a good dry cleaner, if this motherfucker can't wash his own fucking face, okay? If this motherfucker can't even maintain a fucking car note, I'm not submitting to this son bitch. He can't take care of himself. How the hell he can't make good decisions for himself? How am I supposed to depend on him to make good decisions for me? What's up, Brownie? I don't know if you just came in, Brownie, but this is actually a really good example right here. Look at you. The title of this video here is I would be further along being married. Now, I pulled this dude up right here because this is a video from a creator. I do not believe this guy, Brownie. No, you would not be further along if you were married. You would be further along if you washed your fucking face and your ass. With different washcloths, by the way. Don't use the same one. Okay? You know, if you got a good dry cleaner, if you took your ass to the fucking gym, you know, if you just did a better job of taking care of yourself with or without a woman, then you would be better off. But trust me, a woman or a lack thereof woman is the least of your concerns as a man. That's what I would say about this dude. I'm actually going to rewind it just for the lovely Brownie Ellie who just got here, because it's not a long video. But when I speak on the war on masculinity, people assume that I have a problem with women. No, I do not, because I don't think that you guys could even wage a legitimate war on masculinity. It's not possible. You don't have the fucking power. The war on masculinity is from motherfuckers like this, looking for their wives to be mommy. You know? It's from dudes that want to sit here and talk about black women and they weave. They want to trade makeup tips with y'all and shit. And cry about what the fuck women are doing all day instead of handling men's shit. That's who's waging your war on masculinity. Right there. And then, yo, a lot of the dudes, they gonna say to me, oh, but you don't understand, that's what the women, fuck out of here, bro. If you're a man and a woman is demanding that you be less than a man or something other than a fucking man, why the fuck would you accept that if you're an actual fucking man? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Don't tell me that you stopped being a man because a woman fucking told you to. Fuck out. I would tell you that you were less than a fucking man to begin with. Like, come on. Miss me with that. But here, I'm gonna spin it back for the lovely Brownie Ellie.
One payment, they coming to pick that baby up. So Now, it's gotten to that point. It's gotten to a point now where not only do you not have a significant other, but you can't get a house nowadays because housing is too expensive. You can't get a luxury car because cars and everything is too expensive. And, car notes and all of that put people in a serious bind financially. You miss one payment, they coming to pick that baby up. So,
which is untrue. I don't know of anything other than maybe a couple of buy here, pay here lots that'll come pick your fucking car up for you missing or being late on one fucking payment. Like that's fucking crazy. Shit happens, especially in the midst of a post global pandemic and shit like that. But the bottom line is, if you signed up for a car loan that you can't afford to make payments on, that is a mistake from you. And like I said, if you can't afford one luxury car or one car, period, by your fucking self, what makes you think that your woman comes along and now all of a sudden you can afford two? It's multiple missed payments. That's a fact.
Nowadays, like my buddy was saying, it's hard to have anything nowadays. It's seriously hard to have anything nowadays. It has gotten to that point. It's hard to have anything. It's hard to really climb the ladder financially nowadays. And I truly see why my dad kept stressing about having a significant other, because if you have a significant other, y'all can work together to level up. Y'all can get a place together. Y'all can say, you know what, we're going to go to Dominican Republic this year. And y'all can both put in a pot and contribute to that, and y'all talk with each other, dialogue, okay, how much you got, how much you got. And y'all keep a rapport of how much y'all stacking up. And then for you and your significant other will be able to take a vacation. I mean,
but he's saying that he can't take a fucking vacation because you could do that shit by yourself. You do that shit by yourself. Or can you?
It's just rough out here, guys. And leveling up by yourself, especially in 2026, it's impossible. It's really impossible. I mean, my dad used to stress that to me, like the only way as a man you need to be doing it all by yourself is if you're a millionaire. And if you ain't rich, you need to have a wife. You need to be married. And it's so sad that you have certain guys who are not going to be able to have a family. They ain't going to be able to have no wife. Some guys are going to struggle for the rest of their life due to the fact that they don't have a significant other.
No, they're going to struggle because they're struggling ass niggas that don't know which way is up. And ain't no chick signing on for that. That's it. Just like I said, them not having a significant other is not the problem. It's a symptom of other problems. Just like in this dude's case. Like I said, you not having a significant other, look at this shit, Brownie. Him not having a significant other is not the problem. The fact that it looks like he's probably a good, 3.5 weeks overdue for a fucking bath, shower. Okay, he's probably a few years overdue from a trip to the dermatologist. He's probably years overdue for a trip or 3 to the fucking gym. Okay, he was probably supposed to cut out the carbs a while ago. That's what I'm saying. Him not having a significant other is a symptom of the issue that you can't take care of yourself. And the fact that he think that a woman can come along and just fix all that shit for him. No. Water finds its own level. So a guy like him, even if he does find a significant other, even if he finds that, he's likely just gonna find a chick that's struggling too. And if you think life gets easier because two struggling motherfuckers get together, no. It's just gonna lead to more struggling. Life is only better when you get a significant other, when you are straight and she is straight too. And I'm not talking about y'all both got to be rich. You ain't both got to be millionaires. But for the most part, bro, if she can't take care of herself and you can't take care of yourself, it's going to be damn tough for y'all to take care of each other together. For real. If you can't maintain one car note, the fuck make you think you're going to be able to maintain two of them just because she showed up? If you can barely pay the rent on a one-bedroom apartment, what the hell makes you think you're going to be able to take care of the mortgage on a 3-bedroom house?
You know, because if you don't have a significant other, things are gonna be rough for you. It's gonna be hard. And I see it more than ever. I definitely see it more than ever at this point in my life. Like, I see that if I had me a companion, my life would be so easy. You know, certain things that you planning on doing, want to do, you'll be able to execute those things and make it happen. You know.
Look at that. You see that shit? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. You see why I don't fuck with a bunch of these niggas, man? Like, nigga wouldn't fuck with you in real life. And it's nothing personal against him. It's look, okay, I don't think he did a smell check because he's in the car by himself. I think he just did that shit to like wipe the sweat from his forehead. I'll show it one more time, but he probably got a whiff too. You know, probably got a whiff too. But it's like, bro. Like, look at this shit. Don't ask me how this shit came up in my damn feed. But look at this shit. Hold on, I gotta slow this shit down. I ain't shit, man. Look at this shit. Like, come on, man. Like, this dude is fucked up.
Travel and go overseas and do all of these things. You know, I mean, you know.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, his car ain't got AC or the shit just ain't on. Like, look, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at this shit. Like, come on, man. Who the fuck does what the fuck, bro? Like, it just shows that you don't care, bro. Like, not only that, you can see this shit. This nigga's got full pit stains and shit on his shirt. right there. And then he ain't got no problem wiping his face with his shirt. Like, it shows you don't care, dog. That's why they say women like they might not be able to articulate it as well and say like exactly why they don't fuck with you. But bro, this is why they look at shit like your clothes. They look at how they fit. They look at, you know, they can look at your skin and your hairline and shit like that and see if you even look like you're a healthy motherfucker that take care of himself. And you just look like you don't care about you. Yeah. And he musty. Like, you feel me? Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna bring this shit back up. No, man, do not adjust. Look at this. You sweating. All on the pit. Hold up. Why the fuck is my damn alarm going on? Yeah, you sweating all with the pit. You know? But the thing is, look, it's a lot of niggas like this on the internet. But then you gonna talk about I would be further along being married. Motherfucker, you're not married, and this is you now. These are the type of niggas who, Brownie, you would have to tell this nigga to get in the tub. And because his habits are already fucking bad, you would have to get in the fucking tub with him and scrub that motherfucker. You would have to use alcohol and degreaser and all of that shit. Like, for real. Like, dude. My God. And I don't want to hear shit. Ain't no woman. We ain't gonna blame no woman for this shit.
You know, most people nowadays can't afford housing. They can't afford housing, let alone afford, most people nowadays can't afford housing, let alone afford to travel and go overseas and do all of these things. You know, I mean, because everything is it's just so expensive. So most people nowadays, they in a serious jam to where they can't even travel. You know, they can't afford a place of their own. Most people, they can't even afford to take a vacation nowadays. I mean, it's that bad, you know, all across the board. And, you know, it's just sad that it's like this, but that's just the way it is, you know. And I get emotional thinking about this, guys, because I just think to myself, like, man, if I had a companion, if I had a significant other, a lot of the things that I'm trying to put together, I could have been made it happen by now, you know? And
the only time I can remember wiping my face with my shirt is if I was like out playing basketball or some shit. And you know what I'm saying? Like I can't just carry a rag or no shit like that. Like your man, your pops didn't tell you to carry, like, you in your car. Like, you ain't got no goddamn, no, you know what I'm saying? Like no sanitary wipes or some shit. Or at least just a little, you know what I'm saying? Just a little washcloth. Like, you keep that shit. You know what I'm saying? Just a little hand towel in the fucking car. One for you and all of that other shit. You know what I'm saying? All of that other shit, just in case some shit happens. Or what I like to keep is just a roll of paper towels, you know, under the seat. Like, you just keep a roll of paper towels under the seat. Just because. Like, who does not? What the fuck? Like, I can understand. Like, his car ain't got the AC, but he probably just does. What's up, Miss Paulette? His car just don't have the AC on. right? And maybe he just doing that shit to save gas because you know you can kind of burn through gas if the car is idle and you got the AC on. So maybe he doing that. So if you willing to sit in the motherfucking car sweating and shit, at least make sure that you got a fucking roll of paper towels in underneath the seat or right in the goddamn back seat. Like, I'm just be real. Like, I got all that shit in my car. Like, that's basic man shit, bro. Ain't no fucking woman. Should no woman be telling you, look, I got to keep some motherfucking Armor All wipes for the dash and for my leather and shit, even though his car ain't even got no motherfucking leather. And you know what I'm saying? That shit straight itch. So you know this nigga car probably funky than the motherfucker. This nigga be sweating in his seats and shit. You know what I'm saying? All them shit's got to be shampooed. So that's one issue. But whatever. I keep Armor All wipes for the dash and for the fucking leather. Okay? You also keep some goddamn smell good in the car. All right? You keep some disinfectant fucking wipes. Just because, you know? And then you keep a roll of paper towels. Like, come on, man.
A lot of guys that are non-select are going to suffer.
Guys that are non-select. Do you hear that shit? Guys that are non-select. Let me spin that back one more time. A lot of guys that are non-select are going to suffer. Welcome to the fucking world. A lot of people that are non-select are either, number one, going to suffer, or number two, are just going to have to deal with the fact that whatever they do, they're going to have to fucking do it alone. That's life. But your dad gave you all of these fucking lessons, but he didn't let you know that there are little things that you can do to hedge the bet back in your favor. Shout out to Mahogany Roots. Damn, I thought you was gonna come. I thought you was gonna come back up with the blonde wig. I saw you this morning. Peaches. What up?
I just thought it's been so long. I had to come over here. I had to come over here and join. It's been a long time since I actually been on camera on somebody else's show. So I had to come in and just add into the conversation. I do have to leave in a little while. And Sheila E., I will be giving you, we will be talking very soon. But did you want a different perspective? Also,
Please do, because I can go in on this dude and the first 6 minutes of his video really bad. But okay, so I'll give my perspective in a quick nutshell. Okay. When I say there's a war on masculinity, I say that dudes like this are the issue, and dudes crying about women's cosmetic fucking things and shit like that are the main issue. I don't think that war is waged by women. I think your issue is dudes like this that think that this is fucking cool, like just not taking care of yourself and everything else. But it says right here, I know we had a conversation on Candies yesterday, and there were some other channels that were talking about, he says he would be further along being married. I respectfully disagree. I don't think a marriage is going to help a loser like this, but you got it.
Okay, so that is what I heard. I'm glad you explained it because okay. So I do believe like you were saying, women bring so much to the table. We bring so much to the table. You were just saying, oftentimes we're the ones who encourage our husbands, our boyfriends to go see a doctor when they need to. We're often the ones, honestly, putting food in their bellies to make sure that they're healthy. I know that I experienced that with my son's father, helping him get his blood pressure down. So there are lots of benefits to having a woman around, but you do need to bring something to the table, and you need to be a whole person. I've always said that you cannot be a half a person expecting somebody else to make you whole. It doesn't quite work that way. It does not. You have to be your own person. I was just listening to another live where a super panel, but basically one of the ladies was saying, well, you know, a woman should represent her other half. Yes, but before she can represent her other half, she's got to be a whole person. You have to be a whole person first before you can do anybody any good. Because otherwise you're going to really drag the other person down. They're going to feel like they're taking care of a child.
There you go. And that's what I was saying with something like this. When he says he would be better off, I'm like, there are the people that are going to be better off married or in a relationship are the people that are okay by themselves, usually. And it's because they have certain qualities. Doesn't mean that you'll always be where you want to be financially or, even physically, but at least got to be on the right path and have some decent qualities about yourself. When I'm looking at a dude like this, I'm just like, bro, you don't take care of yourself in any way, shape, or form. Like, I can see how you don't physically take care of yourself. You don't hygienically take care of yourself. You likely eat like shit. And on top of that, right? Yeah, my light just died. But no, on top of that, I just I don't know if it was a short or some shit. But on top of that, he's up here talking about just finances alone. He's not even talking about the other things that I spoke on.
Do you want to take a second and fix it?
No, all I gotta do is hit a button. That's it.
Oh, okay.
It's just I gotta reach for it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's looking for someone. I mean, there's nothing wrong with looking for somebody, but you got to be somewhat together. You can't be broken and expect somebody to fix you. It doesn't work like that.
So, like, he mentioned that even like his father was telling him, like, yo, it's gonna be rough out here, by yourself, unless you're a millionaire or whatever. I'm like, I don't even think I don't know his father, but I'm like, I don't think your father was just talking about money or trying to get a woman to just come and help you pay the bills. Like, a woman is gonna help to add balance and peace to your life. That's it. When you're out here hustling, working, and doing all of this other shit, she's gonna remind you that it's more to life than that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what a woman's there to do. And sometimes, if you're not good with the finances or you're not able to take care of all of that stuff, but you're kind of just in one direction, she might be able to help you put a bunch of that stuff in order, but you still got to have it. Like he's talking about, I need a woman to help me pay a mortgage, help me pay a car note, help me to take vacations and shit like that. I'm like, bro, if you can't afford vacations by your goddamn self, I don't see how you're going to be able to afford to take your woman on vacations or even go on vacation with your woman.
That, and let me tell you what too, and what a lot of men don't realize is the more that you want your woman to be kind of a roommate and split everything down the middle, the less, I'm going to be honest, the less power you have in the relationship, because a woman is really looking for the man to do, I'm going to be honest, it's a lot of women, including myself, because I feel like I'm the weaker sex, okay? And I might be old fashioned, but that's just how I feel. That's the way I was raised. So, and I'm looking for you to be able to handle things. What happens, what happens if I get pregnant and I can't work? Are you going to be able to hold things down? What happens, like, if you're dependent on me, then that means you really can't take care of things on your own. And I would advise men to look for a similar trait in women, to look for a woman that has her stuff together. If you're dating somebody that literally every week is borrowing this and borrowing that, she doesn't have her finances together. She's not together. She's not, it's okay to not be ready to date. It really is okay to say, I'm not ready right now. I need to work on myself. Mm-hmm.
That's all I say. But even when he's like guys that are non-select, I'm like, yeah, I'm like guys like you, bro. I had this argument not argument, but kind of like heated debate when they're like, dudes are like, even when they try to say, okay, well, dudes should be approaching women and shit like that. I'm like, I don't care what the way it should be. Women approach dudes all of the time. Mm-hmm. Like that's kind of the way it works, dude. Women approach dudes approach women. When people want something, they're going to go try to get it. That's not a man trait. That's not a woman trait. That's a ambitious person trait.
Now I will say this, and I know people are sick of me saying it, but Southern girls, I'm telling you, I was raised not to do it. I have done it, but I was raised not to do it. So some women, you got to know the woman that you got your eye on. If she's if she's very traditional, she might not do it, but it doesn't mean that she's not interested. She might just be doing whatever her upbringing, So then in that case, you have to go out and make the first move. You know, with my relationship, he made the first move to me, because if he was waiting on me to make it, it was never going to happen. I was far too shy and just very traditional. Thank God he was from the South too, so he understood Southern women. So,
well, I mean, sometimes like we can get caught up doing shit. I just know as men, like we're doing shit. So anytime, most of the time, if I've been approached by women, which has been, it's because it was in certain settings where I'm just busy kind of into shit. So maybe that's what made me attractive or whatever. You know, if I'm at work and I'm handling business, I'm doing that. I ain't worried about no chick. So I'm not approaching women that where the fuck I work. Women are gonna approach me if they're interested like that. Like that's just kind of what it is. So look, I get it. I'm just saying, when you clearly do not, like, you look like you're overdue for a shower. Okay, you've probably never taken a trip to a dermatologist or any of that shit. All right, you got pit stains on your shirt. You don't have any rapport with the dry cleaner. You kind of just look like you hate yourself. Ain't nobody gonna approach you, and nobody's gonna accept your advances when you approach them. That's kind of what it is. What up, Grey Pill?
hi, Miss Kim. Hey, Gray Pill. I see y'all down there.
That's all I'm saying. I mean, you got one chance to make a first impression, and if this is it right here, like, trust me, that's going to be tough, like on any damn body. And trust me, I think the same rules apply for women as well. Like, look, if you just look like you don't take care of yourself, ain't no dudes checking for you. No?
Yeah.
Like no dudes that actually got some level of confidence and self-worth and shit like that. Ain't nobody checking for somebody that looks like they don't even take care of themselves. No?
You haven't got to it. Are you, because remember, I did see you review the ball situation.
I haven't done it yet.
Okay. Because I definitely want to talk about that. Hey, Wacky World, good to see you.
No, I'm just saying, like, look, I get it. If he look at this shit, Wacky, he's like, bro, I'm dead ass serious. Like, bro, a grown ass man's supposed to have a dry cleaner around town. Like, if you don't like ironing, bro, take your shit, drop that shit off to the fucking dry cleaner, and go pick it up in a couple of days. What the fuck? They'll press your shit. Look at this man collar.
Well, I'm gonna say this, and I can tear people up, I can tear people down, honey, but I like to uplift people. Like I said, he just needs to work on himself. I think definitely work on himself. Like I said, women don't want a roommate. If I'm gonna be honest, I do expect my man to do a little bit more than I'm doing, because I want to see if he can handle it. Can he handle it if like I said, the whole childbearing thing, raising of the kids, if I step away for a while to have a child, can he handle things on his own? And if he can't, for me, that's one of the things I look for. I gave this example on my own show. There was a dude years ago. Okay, he was interested in me, but it seemed like every time around the first of the month, honey, every time around the first of the month, he needed to have help. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, you, me and you. But it wasn't just, I just knew right then and there, okay, me and you should definitely just stay friends. And no, I'm not a gold digger or any of that, but you're showing me what the future could possibly look like. I'm going to be pulling your weight and my weight, and I'll pass. So that's all.
No, hey, I would agree with that, and that's all I was saying. I mean, what woman would want a man that can't even take care of himself? Mm-hmm. I don't get it. I don't get it. And all of those things that he's mentioning, when it comes to and shout out to the new members. I just gifted 5 of those. You know what I'm saying? They let us do that. But shout out to the yeah. So look, I don't understand like just like Mahogany said, if you can't even take care of yourself, you don't bathe, you don't take care of your fucking skin, you don't take care of your body, you look like you eat like shit, and your finances are fucked up. Like you can't even take care of yourself by yourself. Just like Mahogany said, what happens when a woman comes along, okay, and then possibly children and shit come along? How is somebody gonna be able to depend on you and shit like that? Now, a dude like this, women are not going to even take the time to explain to him where he's fucking up because they're not going to give him the time of day.
Now, Aunt, can we get something clear?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to say it's not, for me, it's not based on his looks. It's not based on the car he's driving. I'm listening to what he's saying, and it's giving a little bit desperate, and it's giving roommate vibes. It's giving roommate vibes, but like I said, women don't want to give up coochie because at the end of the day, y'all want coochie too on top. If you're the type of man that wants a woman to pay everything down the middle, and it's just like, okay, wait a minute, I'm a roommate, I'm paying cash, and I'm paying for coochie. I'm just being honest. I know some of y'all think I'd be going too far, but I'm being honest. I'm just having real honest talk with you guys, and it's like, no. I can't be female roommate.
Wacky said this dude's been trolling, has been on YouTube since 2009, complaining about not being able to attract females. I don't take him serious. I believe he's very serious with this shit. This is not a costume he's wearing. This is who the hell he is.
What's
and
his
it's
name?
not about.
Oh, what's his name? I'm gonna look him up.
I'm gonna look it up too. What's the dude's name? Savvy.
There's a few people in the space. There's this dude with this like high top fade. He's been here forever. I can't remember his name.
I mean, I just think this is bad. This is a bad thing. And for all of the ladies that say a relationship's supposed to be a partnership, hey, you keep saying that shit. This is the guy. This is the partner you're looking for. He'd love to be partners with you. Okay, you just got to tell that nigga to get in the fucking tub. Yo, you probably gonna have to help him scrub that shit, scrub himself too. Okay, you're gonna have to take care of this motherfucker. Real shit, third. Look at this shit. Like hey, this is your partner right here. You get a partnership with him.
I want to say this too, Auntie. It goes back to, I keep on harping on it because it's so important. And I've heard a few people have talked about it, but these men really need to be warning these men. You don't want to be dependent on a woman. You become dependent on a woman. Even my mom taught me this. You don't want to be, hey, Mela, you don't want to be dependent on a woman because the moment she gets mad, like moving in with a woman, that's a no-go. That is a no-go. The moment she gets mad or upset, and she might have very good reason, but guess what? Your ass is out the door. Because you're not pulling your weight. You're not bringing it. It would be different if you were like she was very dependent on you, or even in this situation, paying half. But like if you're not doing anything, you're not bringing anything to the table, she's paying all the bills. Your ass is good as being sunned, honey. She gonna sun you all day long, and it's not gonna be a fun relationship. It's not gonna be a good relationship. So that's another thing. You want to, as a man, you want to represent as a man, and I tell my own son this: take care of your business, just like a woman should take care of her business. My mom, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let Miss Mela speak. What my mom always told me, as a woman, there's certain things. Your kids need to go out the house looking straight. Your man need to go out the house looking straight. You need to go out the house looking straight. Your business should always like far as everything should always be straight at your house. So there's certain things men have to do too, milestones that y'all have to cross as men. Hey, Mela.
What's up?
What's up, Mela?
Good to see you.
Am I clear? Can I be heard? Am I here?
Yes, you can.
All right, Auntie. Salute to you. And you know what? Big hugs and a kiss on the cheek to Mahogany.
Thank you.
Now, with all of these emotions out of the way, I'm going to admit I just literally tuned in. I couldn't hit like fast enough. I couldn't hit the panel fast enough. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. All I heard was some grimy ass Negro is our only option out here. And I want some, if you would be so kind, Auntie, can I have a concise summary of what it is you're looking for to have discussed? Because I talk real well. I can
Yeah, but you obviously don't listen very well. But I got you. I got you, right? Because I never said that this dude is your only option. I said if you're out here looking for a partnership, this is your option for a partnership, because this dude looking for a fucking partner too. He kept saying that. He's looking for a travel partner. He's looking for a partner to help him pay his car note. He's looking for a partner to help him pay his fucking bills and shit, because he's all fucked up. The nigga's got pit stains. Hold up, he's got pit stains and sweat beads, and like I said, he looks like he's overdue for a trip to the dermatologist, a shower, and he is definitely missing a rapport with a fucking dry cleaner and or an iron. Like, he is all fucked up, you know. And hey, for these relationship, a partnership, this dude is the partner you looking for right there. He's down to split it all right down the middle.
50-50.
50-50. 50-50. Especially if you're struggling. He's struggling too. He is down.
I wish.
I want to say this third is absolute. Yeah, his name is Sean James. That's correct. He's been in the space forever. You probably seen him before, Auntie.
I wish, TF, I would. Now hold on. I'm not this guru of self-esteem. What I'm indicating is throughout my life, I've run across these emotions, otherwise known as love, that people conceive, right? Okay. This guy has the unmitigated gall to introduce that he's a great option in life. It's like, look, I need help, and you would be winning with me. I wish the F I would even take him seriously. Like, there is this tragedy going on in life, okay, where people are not understanding that you actually have choices. You can settle or not. Those are the two choices in life. You can settle for what you don't want, or actually just hold out for what you do want, and you may not get it. And it's going to be all right if you hold out and don't get it. A lot of people think it's a catastrophe. It's a tragedy. It's the end of the freaking world if you don't get what you want in life. I'm going to tell you right now, in my past half century of living, it's all right if you don't get what you want. You can aspire for it. Hell, you can even try for it. But please do not settle, because I promise you, you will incur emotional damage. Dare I say irreversible emotional damage if you settle for anything less, and I said S, than what you want in life. You owe that to yourself as a functioning human being. You owe it to yourself to not settle for anything less than that you want. And that's my public service announcement. Thank you for listening.
Yeah. I would agree. But when it comes to companionship, like this dude is talking about, that shit don't even fucking matter. Like what you want doesn't really matter. Like what you want has to want you too. So it's so many variables involved. You gotta, when it comes to companionship, like you can't just work for that shit. Like
let's unpack your personal definition of companionship, Auntie, please. Let's unpack that. What
No, I
is
mean,
your personal
what
definition
this dude
of
was just
quote
talking
unquote
about, he was
companionship?
having a damn significant other, you know, a long-term girlfriend, a wife,
You
you
mean
know,
waking up
husband.
in bed with somebody?
That's what this dude just said. Damn,
Okay.
Mella, long-term
All right.
girlfriend, wife,
Okay.
living girlfriend, whatever,
Okay.
monogamous relationship.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Fuck
So
buddy and companionship are
this
two
is
different avenues.
what the fuck am I on a delay?
No, you're not.
Why the fuck are you talking?
Because you like me.
All right. So like I was saying, right? Check this. It really, like, you can, that's one, when you're talking about variables like the free will of others, you got to understand that you can do everything right, perfect, and still not get the same result that other people are going to get. That's just what it is. Like, there's no one size fits all formula for people just doing what it is that you want them to do. And I don't think a lot of people understand that shit. They just think, well, I want something, I should have it. That's why I don't even like the moniker that comes out in these spaces of "there's somebody for everybody." Bullshit. No, it's not. So a lot of people, men and women, there ain't nobody for their asses. They are alone now. They're going to fucking stay alone. And some of these motherfuckers got somebody, and it's only a matter of time before they end up alone. That's
Absolutely.
just what the fuck, you know. That's just
Absolutely.
what it is. A lot of people are alone. They're gonna stay alone. That's what it is. There is not somebody for everybody.
Absolutely.
You know?
I was wondering, why is it the goal? I mean, anybody can answer this question. I'm just throwing it out there. You had mentioned nobody is gonna do what you want them to do, or something to that effect. You know, not. Why is it somebody's goal that somebody has to do what they want them to do? I find it enchanting to discover somebody being themselves. Like, I literally do. Like, I want to discover someone that I quote unquote fall in love with. I want to discover them. Like, it's not on the table, like, unless they serve in my purpose, unless they on my game plan. Like, it's not about that for me, about anybody else. But I heard you mention people aren't going to find somebody that does what they want them to do. And you said that with such conviction. I'm compelled to believe that that's a majority that's the aspiration of the majority of people seeking relationships. They are seeking somebody that's going to do what they want them to do. That's the deal. That's what's happening. That's what's going on.
Well, again, Mella, you don't listen very well. That's not what I said.
I don't need you to say all that.
Well, I'm allowed, but no. What I said was, people, just because you want to be with someone, whether that be a specific person or just be anybody, you really have very little control over it, because the other person's free will is a variable that's involved there. Okay, a variable that you or anybody else has no like, you have no control over what someone else does. Like, you can want somebody. This is why you don't be understanding, because you don't be listening. Like, open your ears, close your mouth, right? Well, check this out. You know, you can want somebody. You know, you can want a relationship, but if that somebody does not want you or a relationship with you, you're not going to have it. So what you want does not matter.
Right.
That's my point.
Oh.
No.
And a good point it is. There are people that might actually entertain going after it, just laying down an offer somebody can't refuse, even though they don't want them, right? Like, say hypothetically, let's take a celebrity, okay? Let's take Tamar Braxton and her first husband, right? For those who are familiar with celebrity instances, this woman, you know, she's vibrant and over the top with her personality, and her husband, you know, and she's very physically attractive. This is one of the Braxton girls. Okay. She's physically attractive. So on the other side, we got her husband. Those who may know what he looks like, I need not say more. What has been indicated is that, you know, she married him for his money, quote unquote. And she was actually confronted with that question, like, why did you marry him? And she said, because he iced me down. And so this is my point. There are people that will concede to entering a relationship that they don't want to be in just because the incentives are so overwhelming, they would consider themselves foolish to walk away. So what do you say about those people? Because that happens. Trust me, it happens when somebody's laying it all down for you, like, oh my God, you really want me. Okay, I guess I can try to figure this out. You know, that scenario. What do you say about that?
I mean, that depends on the person. For most people, it feels good to be wanted. Like naturally, it does feel extremely good to be wanted. But if you don't want the other person, or you just don't want a relationship with the other person, it really doesn't matter how much they fucking want you. You're not just gonna want them too. That's what it is. So like I said, it's like relationships, companionship, marriages, whatever, that all that shit has to be mutual. It's not one side. It's not about, well, I want this, so I should have it. If that's the way you feel, you're extremely selfish, likely even somewhat narcissistic and manipulative, and you'll probably get somebody that's along the same lines. And then a few years from now, or maybe even sooner, your ass is going to end up in divorce court or on the fucking internet talking about how you were with a manipulative narcissist and nothing's ever your fault.
Yeah, speaking of that, I'm glad you brought up divorce, because Lavar Ball getting a divorce after 30 years is the title of your live stream. After, you know, it's not that I have much experience regarding this scenario, but I can make a comment that there are men and women that just get tired of each other, otherwise known as growing apart. That's a lot of the veteran brothers and sisters that have divorced after 30 years. Their primary excuse is, and I say excuse, we grew apart. That's all they have to say. They don't go into detail about, like, oh, they left the toilet seat up, or you know, didn't go to the grocery store when I needed some whatever. It's none of this petty shit. It's a basic statement of, quote unquote, we grew apart. You might not be surprised, but that's the majority. Like, it's almost like somebody pulled them aside and gave each one of them a script. Like this is the 5th time I've heard from a couple that has divorced after 20, 30 years. We just grew apart.
But you know, Mela, you know why that is. That's because they don't, and I can't say I blame them, they don't want to put the real reason out. They don't want to put the dirt and the hell and the pain that they went through. They don't want to mention it. I'm telling you. That's just the simplest.
They don't want to add a dirty laundry.
Yeah. When I got divorced, it was just simple to say, what do you call it? Irreconcilable differences. It's just easier to say that. But we all know that there's obviously probably a real story behind it.
I've been talking about
no, that's where I would disagree.
Wait.
In a lot of cases. No, I'm not gonna wait. No, in a lot of cases, people do grow apart, and it doesn't mean that they hate each other. Sometimes it's not just one thing. It's a lot of times it's a combination of a lot of small things that you were willing to tolerate before, because those were things that were attractive. They were cute. They were, great qualities, where at this point in your life, you know what? That's not the case. So I'm going to get into the Lavar ball topic in a little bit after I finish this dude's video. It's only I think 8 minutes left in it. So I'm going to finish that, and I will get into the Lavar ball thing. But other times, it's just one thing. It could be, cheating or or whatever. But sometimes even in a LeVar Ball's case, like that whole, I kind of run my house like a coach, and that was cool. That was probably very, very attractive when he was raising those sons to go to the NBA and all of that other stuff. But then after that woman had a damn stroke, and he's talking to her like he's her coach, and she's 30 years older than she was when she met him. That shit ain't attractive no more. It's fucking annoying. So that's part of growing apart. The things that I liked about you before, or the things that I was willing to overlook before, now it's just extremely fucking annoying. And since I don't have to deal with it anymore for the sake of our kids, because they're grown now and they can take care of them fucking selves, I'm out of here.
Yeah. So let me ask you something, Aunt. Do you think, because I'm here to tell you, he probably wasn't, when they first got married, he probably was not treating her that way in the beginning. He probably wasn't talking to her. That's something that people get comfortable doing over time. Like you said.
So let me mention this, Mahogany. I've been following this family for the last 9 years before YouTube, any of that, because I remember when the three sons are 4 years apart. Okay, 4 years apart, all three of the sons. I remember when all three of them had committed to UCLA after the oldest had got a full scholarship to UCLA, to play basketball, and was a McDonald's All-American. And then there were stories about all three sons because they were playing on the same high school team together, pretty much taking the nation by storm. And he was the mouthpiece for the family. So this is the way he's been likely for a while, trying to be an entrepreneur and everything else. With the big baller brand and coaching other kids with the AAU team and everything like that. And they even had a reality show in the house. Like, that's just the type of person this guy is. And when you have personality like that, a lot of times you don't just cut that on and off because cameras come around. This is just the way it is. So when you're trying to raise a family, those may have been attractive qualities, things that you were willing to put up with when he was helping to raise the boys, because you liked those things. You knew that was good for your boys, as a coach and everything else. And maybe it wasn't as bad, but now, it's like I said, he was still talking to her like that. And I'm going to show an article from, what was it, about 7-8 years ago. I'm going to show an article about how he was talking to that woman right after she had that damn stroke. And it's like, you know what? That was cool. Like, I could chalk it up to a joke or whatever, when I got the sons in the house and all of that other stuff, and I'm fine. But now that I'm recovering from a stroke, I'm older, I'm tired, and like, that's not how I want to deal with my husband. Like, I don't want my husband to deal with me like that. So that's what I mean by growing apart. Everything isn't always somebody's fault, Mahogany. Like, it's not. Sometimes, the same person you were, it was cool then, it's just not cool now.
Well, I can't wait to see it, honey. Okay.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm gonna pull up an article in a little bit, but trust me, it's real. I'm gonna get through this though.
Are going to suffer, not just sexually, but financially too. And that's a recipe for a big disaster there, because as a man, it's getting so expensive out here. You're not just getting ready to suffer sexually, you also getting ready to suffer financially, because they making it impossible for just one person to do it all by themselves. One person used to be able to do it all by themselves, but one person just can't do it. And I don't know if you guys think to yourself, like, man, if I was married, especially guys in my age range, but I've talked to dudes who are in their 20s who are already married. I talked to a dude on a job. He's 24 with 3 kids. He's already been overseas for he and his wife's honeymoon. So that just go to show you how it's easy to orchestrate plans and to execute plans when you got 2 people working together, versus one person doing it all by themselves. One person.
All right, I'm gonna pause it right there. I'm gonna get y'all commentary on this.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I want to say something. Go ahead.
You first.
Girl, I
Okay.
didn't hear everything. I've been back and forth, but I did. So, child, first of all, he is definitely wanting a roommate. But this thing about men are going to be suffering from sex, like, you shouldn't be. the focus, once again, the focus, honey, is get yourself together, then worry about sex. But he wants a roommate, he wants sex. Didn't I tell y'all those two go hand in hand with some of these men? And that just don't work for a lot of women. Oh Lord, he said so much, honey, in that. He's up there wiping the sweat from underneath his armpits.
Yeah, I zoomed in on the pit stains and shit. Like, this is a nasty ass nigga. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mella. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mella.
Like, no, that's what I'm saying. You nasty ass nigga. You talking about 23-year-olds and 24-year-olds that got a wife and kids.
Oh, that's another thing.
They probably take showers on a consistent fucking basis.
I just want to add this really quick before Mella goes. That's another mistake he's doing. He's focusing in on other people, other age groups, whether they're traveling over. That focus on yourself, people. Focus on yourself. Who cares if somebody got married young? Who cares if they got married old? Your person might, who knows where your person is going to come around the corner or not. Probably not in his case, but he's focusing on the wrong thing. You should not be comparing yourself to nobody else. That I mean, I just can't even believe at his big age that he's doing that. I've never looked at another couple and said, oh, I should be married because they got married in their 20s, or I should be married because what? That's their story. That's their journey as a couple. Go ahead, Mela.
Yeah, we got a clear cuss. We got a clear cussing out of this guy coming. First of all, expectation is a hell of a drug.
But Mela, real quick, I'm gonna just cut you off briefly. I'm gonna get right back.
I know you're gonna cut me off. You love to do it.
Hey, stop. Okay, real quick. Just like Brenda just said, he needs a helpmate. He needs his meals cooked. Like, he would be further along if he had you, Mela. That's all he needs is you,
and that's what you better for a joke, right? Let me.
That's the title of his video. Look, hold up. Look at the title of his video.
Let me.
I would be further along being married. If he was married to you, Mela, his life would be so much better.
Let me explain something. Let me explain something. I champion your awareness, right? Let me flip this on you. I champion your awareness about my exceptionalism. Anybody that gets with me is a winner.
Hell, if he had mahogany, man, that motherfucker would be.
Oh, now you gonna switch up. You was picking on me. Now you know the heat's coming, and you gonna call for help. This is the problem with men. They always looking for help. Mahogany, always. That is the issue. Men in this country, at least, have not been conditioned in recent decades to stand on their own. They have been conditioned to believe that they need somebody, namely a pussy, to help them. And it's sickening.
Mm-hmm.
It's freaking sickening. It's like, bruh, if you need a pussy to help you, it takes one and no one. Maybe you a pussy, nigga. You know, let's keep it real. Okay? These guys are...
Who the fuck is she talking to, man? She's starting to get on my fucking nerves. Fuck out of here, man. Nah, man. Nah, you ain't gonna sit up here and even imply that I'm a pussy on my fucking panel.
Oh, no, she wasn't talking to you.
Hey, nah. I'm gonna let her back up for a second, but she's gonna have to stop with that motherfucking rhetoric.
Go ahead, Mela. Get in
I
there.
was referring to the sweaty armpit guy on the video.
Okay. You got it. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know why that touched you in your spirit, but okay. Yeah, I'm not actually vindictive or retaliatory when it comes to you. I've known you or not known you, but I mean, I've been acquainted with you pleasantly and adversely and everything in between. Like, no, I mean you success.
Mela loves you, Auntie.
You success. Go ahead. You clarify, but you keep going.
Yeah, like, yeah, you know, I'm starting to think that people are under the impression I'm evil.
No, Mela.
Yeah, he thinks I'm evil.
You can keep going. You're not stop trying to change the subject.
Mela, you know we don't think you're evil. We love me.
Y'all know about themselves. It's just hard, you know. It's hard for one person to just do it all by themselves, you know. And it's going to be a constant uphill battle if it's just one person, you know, struggling and doing it all by themselves, you know. I mean, that's why I don't know about you guys, but I think about it all the time on a regular. I really wish that I was a married man. I really do. I wish I was married, you know, because I just think to myself, I'd be so ahead, you know. I'd be, you know, a lot of things that I'm trying to put together and orchestrate. I would have been made it happen if I had a significant other, you know. I could have been made it happen, you know. You know, it's sad that some guys, you know, they gonna really suffer. They gonna really suffer, a lot of guys, because, you know, they doing it all alone. You know, they doing it all alone, and they don't have no help. You know, it's sad out here.
Mahogany, I didn't drop her; she left. But I appreciate the super chat, Mahogany. You're on mute, Mahogany, if you were saying anything. But nah, I didn't drop her; she left.
Oh, yeah, I'm just a talking child. I didn't realize she left. Mela, bring your little self back up here. Stop being so sensitive, honey. Stop being so sensitive. You know we love you, girl. We know you. We love your little red self. Come on back up here. Auntie, listen, you probably, prayerfully, you'll still be live. I got to swing by the gym, honey. But I'm gonna
hold up. Because I'll pull up that article.
Okay.
In a little bit. Matter of fact, let me do that before you go. Right. Yo, shout out to Roast. Okay. Now, this is an article on. See, ain't nobody gonna dip into the archives. This is from June 14th of 2018. Right. Okay. So I don't know if you guys can read this. I'm gonna try to get it a little larger for you.
I can.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is when in 2018, Lavar Ball. This is after Lonzo, the oldest, had been drafted by the Lakers. Okay, during his rookie season. And LiAngelo had just the second one had just got I believe he had just got arrested in China, a trip to China for his shoplifting, and was almost facing like 12 years for shoplifting, and ended up having to drop out of UCLA. But also his youngest son, who was in 11th grade, was the last one playing in high school. He pulled LaMelo, who's now an NBA All-Star, pulled LaMelo out of high school. All right, pulled him out, dropped out, and took him to Lithuania and had him signed to a professional basketball team in Lithuania, you know, at about 17 years old, something like that. So, of course, you know, he moved to Lithuania with his youngest son. This is right after the wife had a stroke. All right. So I'm going to read this to you. There's a door crack open in this haven of serenity, an Eastern European spa hotel where rogue guests walk carpeted hallways and employees speak in whispers. But someone left room 215 ajar, and the man on a love seat inside is throwing dice and shouting, noise from the frenetic backgammon game, escaping the suite and traveling the halls. You better not do that. I dare you. I dare you. I'll unalive you. He roars, and a small cluster of videographers and relatives piles into witness the showdown. I'll guarantee you I'll hit you right where you stand. A fist pounds the coffee table and dice drop onto the board. Enough trash talk to rattle the windows. Give me them dicey thunders. Come on, let's go. Gonna be sixes first. All right, so he's rolling dice, right? Well, he's rolling dice. He's in Lithuania. I'm gonna kind of go through the article a little bit. You know, go through it. All right. Here's a quote that he says about the wife. He says, "We balance each other out," because they were filming a reality show. You know, a reality show. Ball in the Family used to be on Facebook. He says, we balance each other out, LeVar Ball says about his relationship with his wife, Tina. The couple watches a Lithuanian basketball game in April. Okay. Now, this right here, what you see here, this is a picture of the wife with her parents. Okay. Since Tina suffered a major stroke in February of 2017, she has relied heavily on her parents. Her father, Bob, does exercises to help her regain her speech and preaches patience. Okay. Hold up. I don't want to read this entire article.
Take your time. Find what
But
you
not
need.
here. Right here. They say, their relationship had been born of competition. Tina, a basketball player on the Cal State Los Angeles women's team, and LeVar on the Golden Eagles men's team. That's how I guess they met. And one day LeVar made some wild comment. You're going to think about me, he says now, whether it be good or bad. And Tina laughed. And that was it. So that goes back to how they got together. All right. They say her dad was a tougher sell, though, naturally protective of his daughter and turned off by the young man's bravado. All right. But LeVar kept showing up, making Bob's little girl laugh and talking about his devotion to the family. And when Tina needed surgery on her appendix, Bob noted it was LeVar who brought her schoolwork to the hospital. All right. And father said, you must see something really good in this guy. Bob, who's now 75, would tell her at one point, and shortly after the couple married in 1997, they bought a house around the corner from where Tina's parents lived. And LeVar had it painted white because his wife liked the buildings in Santorini. That meant more to him than the neighborhood rule requiring all homes to be some shade of tan. And when the association kept hassling about him, he ran for president of the group just to trash the sheet of approved colors. Okay. So there's a quote here from one of the sons. All right. But here's what he says. All right. He said, we balanced each other out, and that's why their business ideas seemed promising. By the time he was a teenager, Lonzo was dominating older players and had placed himself on the NBA track. Weekends and family vacations were spent in gyms, evenings spent following LeVar's strict routine. The couple noticed other pro athletes' parents sitting only a small piece of the endorsement, getting only a small piece of the endorsement pie. So they would subvert a process they deemed unjust by starting their own shoe and apparel line. That was the Big Baller brand, by the way. All right. And LeVar says, ain't no backup plan. And the creative and thoughtful Tina would be Big Baller brand's lead designer and the company's soul. LeVar willing to say anything and play whatever character he needed to play in the name of promotion would be its voice. All right. So now I'm going to go back. In February of 2017, Lonzo was a freshman superstar at UCLA, and a few weeks from declaring for the NBA draft, the credibility boost Big Baller brand was waiting for. One day, Tina asked her dad to come over and repair their garbage disposal, and she and Bob talked as he tinkered. Before she disappeared into another room to work on a design, at one point she called for Bob, and he would remember walking in and see Tina jerk her head back as if slinging her hair out of her face before collapsing on the sofa. He called an ambulance and summoned LeVar in the backyard with a group of young athletes. And he made it inside just in time to see his wife's eyes roll back. That's when she had the stroke. Okay. And it says, she suffers aphasia, a condition that makes, word retrieval difficult when she attempts to speak. Okay. Mm-hmm. So this is picture right there. All right. Now, starting over, they say, this is a picture that's titled Tina Uses a Cane to Get Around. LeVar Ball says it was his idea to prohibit her from using a wheelchair. Okay. Now, starting over. It's a Wednesday in late March, a little more than a year since Tina suffered a major stroke at age 49. She had spent the past few months living with her parents, Bob and Catherine. All right, now keep in mind, she had to move back in with her parents because he done went to Lithuania and shit, and he's focused on the whole big baller brand shit. And she just had this stroke. She's recovering. But on this spring afternoon, she leans on a cane, picks up a whiteboard, and makes her way to their dining table. Right now, you know what we start with. Bob tells her, the father's trying to help her with her therapy, after the stroke. All right, so I'm not going to go over all of that. Okay, but she's she's trying to say like words and stuff like that. But at various times of the day have passed following the stroke, Tina's family was told she might die, but then she survived and that she be left in a vegetative state. But then she awoke and she'd never walk again. But then she stood, feeling has slowly returned to her right hand, and she is considered healthy under the circumstances. But the incident left her with this expressive aphasia, a condition that affects a third of all stroke survivors. Though Tina can visualize precisely the words she'd like to say, largely, robs them of verbal communication. In other words, the matriarch of the most loquacious family in sports has lost her ability to speak. Okay. So says decades ago, they'd sit at a table like this, and Bob would spread a map across the surface. And long before Lavar's daily household Olympics, challenge his two daughters to identify state capitals. All right, this is the father. The father would do that. He worked nights as manufacturing supervisor, so he'd spend days working with his girls on spreading or on reading or math problems. And he eventually taught Tina to play chess. The game overwhelmed her at first, so many pieces and movements, but years passed and progress was made, and eventually she checkmated her dad. So they're talking about the stroke recovery. So I'm going to get to some other things, right? All right. I've got some quotes that Lavar said. I'm just going to find them because they're talking about her stroke recovery and everything that I kind of just went over, briefly. So they were filming a reality show on Facebook. So now Lavar is in Lithuania, with LaMelo, right? Tina is scheduled to arrive very late the following night. So he said, why not schedule an interview the moment she walks into the mineral spa? Because she will be exhausted. Because she and her parents will have been traveling for the better part of 24 hours. All right. Now, here are his words. I coach Tina, on a tough basis, the same way I do my boys, Lavar says. And indeed, he views his wife's ailment as a new opportunity to tighten the emotional screws until something breaks down, the weakness or the person. And his words are, you can solve a stroke. It just takes time. All right. He said, if on the other side of the planet, Tina is recovering with puzzles and daily repetition, Lavar believes in a different approach. He says it was initially his idea to prohibit Tina from using a wheelchair, not explicitly as a challenge, but because he said Tina would be tearing up our house with a wheelchair.
Hold on.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Oh, go ahead. Do you want to finish reading it?
I'll read a little bit more. He said, rather than slow his gait, when they go into lunch at Chino Hills, he'll point out quotations now. I'm going to highlight this shit in blue. He'd point out, because she's moving a little slow, he said, moving like an old ass lady. All right. This was quoted on the reality show, moving like an old ass lady, because she uses a cane, or advised Tina, put your damn foot forward and walk. More quotes. Keep moving slow. This is what he said on their reality show. You can pull it up on Facebook. It's Ball in the Family. I remember watching the episode. All right. He said, keep moving slow. I'm going to be inside with the AC blowing. He now recalls telling her, I'm not waiting all day for you to walk across the street. You better get to moving. Okay. He said Lavar Ball will, during a 1-hour interview, praise his wife's fortitude and progress, but more frequently he brags about the harsh things he has told her over the past 15 months. His words draw shocked expressions from strangers, and Lavar's own mother often leaves the room when he speaks to Tina this way. He does not apologize for this or much else, and he believes, or says he believes, Lonzo is the first but not the last of his sons to reach the NBA. And keep in mind, this is before LaMelo got drafted. So, yeah, that's all he was concerned with. Lavar's unreasonable expectations and God's plan, which apparently included giving Tina a near-fatal stroke. Lavar's words were, "The Lord said, I'm going to tuck her away in this hospital for a minute, Lavar, till you finish doing what you're doing," he says, going on to suggest that his wife's affliction is in no his wife's affliction in no way disrupts their pursuit of success, and that he never worried about her because simply he's too lucky for his wife to die young. He said she'll be a little, excuse my language, messed up, even though he really said fucked up. But he said she's, excuse my language, a little messed up, but she ain't gonna unalive. He says, and with the videographer maneuvering around the suite, he said it's difficult to know whether Lavar truly believes what he's saying or if it's just good for TV.
Are you there? Because okay,
No,
so I definitely, and I'm gonna come on camera for this. Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible. But I'm still gonna say, well, he might have been talking to her. I God bless her if she's been putting up with this for 30 years. Sounds like it's something that he's gradually gotten worse and worse and worse with, just based on what you read about, how kind he was to her in the beginning. But that's neither here or there. He's an asshole now. He's abusing her. A lot of people do not realize that, but that's a form of emotional, verbal abuse and manipulation. And it's just sad. It's just sad. He's taking advantage of the fact that this woman can't help herself. She's dependent on him. And he's verbally and emotionally abusing her. That's what that is. I just want to make that clear. Another thing, because you read a lot. Oh gosh, I wish I had more time.
Let me read this part real quick. I'm gonna just read this right here, because
Okay.
this is what's pissing off the videographers. He said during an interview, he insists is recorded. He said, "Look, as long as she can smile, give a kiss and a hug, I'm good," with striking displays of cruelty. All right. Now, his words exactly. I'm quoting them. He said that's probably why she had the stroke, so she can be quiet for a minute.
Asshole. Let me say this, Aunt, and then definitely y'all hit the link and be a part of this conversation. But let me just say this. So obviously abusive asshole, but oh God. So you have to go slow for me, Aunt, because I've been wanting to break every little thing down.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I said a lot. I'll give you the article too. But no, this is a very long article. I pulled this up because I can't just replay the Ball in the Family episode because we're gonna get the strike for that.
Yeah.
But I remember the episode. This is from 2018. Ain't nobody on YouTube gonna pull this shit up because most of these people ain't been following this shit like I have.
Right.
Just with the marketing and shit like that, I followed it because I did kind of like what they were doing as a family. I didn't like the way they tried to paint him as a bad father and all of those other things. And I thought he was doing a good job as far as what we saw. But as far as his marriage is concerned, when I saw after his wife had the stroke, the way he would talk to her, it's like, bro.
That is so. I just want to add just a little bit. Hi, Miss Brenda. Good to see you.
Hey, Miss Agony. How are you, honey?
I am fine. And I'm about to leave, but I want to say this before I leave. I don't know if it's ignorance, because with him being an athlete, let me just talk on a medical level as somebody in the medical field. My mom has had a stroke. My aunt has had a stroke. I've been very involved in her recovery, her physical therapy. I couldn't even imagine talking to my mom, treating my mom that way, or my aunt. It is such a horrible place for them to be in. They're literally fighting for the quality of their life back. A lot of people that have strokes, sometimes they never get their speech back. Sometimes they never get to drive again. Sometimes some people do and a lot of people don't. Sometimes they're never quite the same. Sometimes one whole part of their body will be paralyzed. And for him to be talking about, oh, now she could be quiet, that's just flat out abusive, okay? And it's just good for women to understand that that's what that is, because a lot of people still think, I've even had people tell me, well, if they're not putting their hands on you, no, there is such a thing as other types of abuse that women need to look for and understand what it is when they're going through it, because that's the thing that we've always been told it's physical, so we don't understand it when we see it. I understand it and recognize it when I see it quite quickly, because I have been through it in the past. I refuse to go through it again, but I have been through it. Like I said, I don't know if it's just ignorant. It has to be ignorance on his part, because that's the type of thing that people could be in physical therapy for years. And honestly, like I said, still never get their full faculties back. He's being extremely insensitive. I hope nothing like that ever happens to him. Otherwise, if karma does what it's supposed to do, honey, it's not going to be looking too bright for you.
Well, he just had a whole body part amputated. So.
Yeah. I mean, it's horrible. It's just horrible. I wish. Okay, so I'm gonna hop down. I'm gonna be listening to you, Miss Brenda. I gotta. Right. I told you I gotta go to the gym, but
okay.
Yeah. Finish this because I want to watch it. I want to listen.
No, I mean, for the most part, like, I'm not gonna go through the entire, because I mean, this was about the reality show, and it's a long article on the Washington Post, but it's pretty accurate as far as what went on the reality show. And this is a guy that, like, clearly just didn't turn that shit off. Like,
right? Can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't want to demonize him. So I heard when this first happened, and initially when I first heard it, my first thought was this: knowing his personality in sports and seeing him with his sons, he's always came up to me kind of a narcissistic a-hole, right? But that personality works when you're coaching. And I think it works to get his sons to where they are. I mean, he's done a pretty good job with that, right? He hasn't always made the best decisions, but narcissism, probably most of the CEOs of Fortune 500 companies and people who do well probably have some kind of narcissistic personality, right? Because it really does work in the workplace. I just don't know how that translates long-term in a relationship. So initially in her 20s, I could see a woman being attracted to a guy like that, because to her it's ambition, right? And it may not come off insensitive, but I think as you grow with somebody after a while, you kind of look at it and think, this don't, I don't really know how much I love this. How it translates other areas of your life. At 49 years old, having a man tell you, or your husband tell you you're walking too slow, and I think that it no longer held a place. Like she didn't have room for it anymore. And this is just my thoughts, right? We don't know the intricacies of their relationship. We just know like his personality. And I think that's just who he is. And if you would ask him, he would probably think he was an amazing husband. And that only thing he wanted to do was get her better. But in a relationship where there's some balance needed, you don't need your husband to show up as a coach when I'm pretty sure a woman or a man, anybody who's had a stroke knows that they could have been out of here. And so your whole life is fast before your eyes, and now you're thinking like, I could have really left here. And you got a man yelling at you to hurry up and walk fast, and you can't use a wheelchair. And I kind of get the wheelchair thing. Like some of these things make sense. He didn't want her to become dependent on a wheelchair, because then she would, you know what I mean? It would slow down her
progress. He said he didn't want her tearing up the house.
Wait, you're on mute, Ian. Or are you
No,
on
I'm
mute?
not. You should be able to hear me.
Maybe when Mahogany dropped down.
It says I'm getting audio here.
Darn it.
Yeah, it says I'm getting audio here.
Good to see you too, Mahogany. I just saw the back. Do I need to drop down and come back? Gosh, darn it. All right.
You can't hear me, yeah. Yeah, you do. Yeah. No, I mean, he said he didn't want her with a wheelchair because she'd be tearing up the house. Now, I understand what Brenda's saying. I mean, I can understand that. But, look, I just believe in a lot of cases, the same things that can attract one person to somebody that you can find attractive might be the things that annoy you or that you are willing to live without later on. Like, that's just, that's what it is to kind of, when people say, that's why I kind of disagreed with Mela and Mahogany when they said, oh, people don't grow apart. Yeah, the fuck they do. That's what growing apart is. Like
Yeah.
one person evolves and the other one either doesn't or evolves in a totally different direction.
Right.
Like
And
that's
I
what it
think
is.
that's I think they evolved in a totally different direction because I think at one time it worked.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? The rat race, the business, his narcissistic, ambitious attitude. I think it all worked at one point until she got to a point in her life and be like, yeah, I don't really want to be on this hamster wheel anymore, or I want to really care more about my quality of life than, than these other things. I think it just no longer became important to her.
That's what,
Evolution, I think, looks different for people.
yeah, it's just like the toxicity in relationships and shit. Like sometimes people are turned on by that shit, and it's
Yeah.
the breakups and shit make the makeups and all that shit so much more intense and
Yeah.
all of that other shit. And then as you grow older, it's like, yo, I ain't trying to be breaking up with a motherfucker every goddamn other damn day.
People literally are triggered by peace.
Arguing and shit like, nah,
Peace.
that doesn't attract me more to you anymore.
Yeah,
That worked before when we were younger. Now it just makes me fucking hate being around you even more. And
Yeah.
even worse, it actually makes me hate myself for staying around you. You know?
Oh my God.
I'm just saying that's kind of how it usually works. That's when people decide to leave.
Yeah.
You know? Because it gets to the point where they don't even just hate the other person. They begin to hate themselves for making the choice.
Because, and can we be honest? Everything that we deal with really has nothing to do with the other person. It's really about us. So disliking yourself makes sense because you choose to stay, right? You choose to deal with it. I told my sister this once before. I said, you can't keep blaming the other person because you can't ask yourself why the other person continued to stay. Why were you okay with them staying or dealing with the abuse, the psychological abuse or whatever else that was happening, So, and I think, he feels abandoned, and I don't think maybe one day.
I think they're both going through a little empty nest syndrome, right?
Yeah.
Because
oh my God.
a lot of times, these parents that have to that work so hard to get their sons to the professional level, especially when it comes to basketball, like that shit can be very, very consuming.
It becomes their whole life.
With 3 of them. He did it with 3 of them and a lot of shit on top of that. And she was right there with him, riding shot.
She was.
With him. So I think a lot of them, like both of them, even because I think they did a great job with that.
Right.
With their sons, even though the middle child, he ended up making a pro team, but he wasn't drafted and he's not currently signed to an NBA team. But he did end up, making it to a pro team, and he's doing this thing with like music and shit like that. So the Suns are good. My point is that they're good, and most important, they have lives and homes of their own and families of their own. You know what I'm saying? And they're all in separate states and all that shit. So I think they both probably have a little bit of empty nest syndrome. It's like,
now they have to go out there and have their own lives. Well, can we bring up, because I don't know if you saw it, did you see, I saw a little clip with him and his new girlfriend.
Yeah, I heard about it. I can pull it up if it's
that is this is why I say he is who he is. And you either have to like it or not. I for one, I don't like that. Now the qualities and the I like it in a man differ, right? Because sometimes you do need somebody who's coaching you through something and in there with it. But those are the ebbs and flows of relationship. I don't need a man who's 100% on like him. That is annoying and would piss me off, right? But seeing him with his new girl, the same dynamic is happening all over again. That's just who he is. He's just a coach. That's how he talks to people. And if you don't like being talked to like like by your man like he's your coach, then you probably don't want to date him. Because that's how he talks. Anyway, I would have got my bag on my shoulder and been in the next thing flying out of that house. Like that was what? Like, no, thank you.
I'm trying to find an
No
actual
problem.
clip.
I just
of him
listen.
talking to the
I
to the
think
woman.
I think we all have to be, and I think that we have to start doing it early. I think we have to know what works for us. Not what you think will work, not what looks nice, what feels right to you, what you know that you can deal with. Look, there she
That
goes.
nigga
That-
Tina instantly. Hey, I don't blame you, big baller. You've been holding Tina down this a whole entire time just for her to leave you after you lose a leg? I'll be fucking a Colombian baddie too.
Oh,
You
shut
got her
up.
and plates and all types of shit.
Just saying anything.
I mean, look, I'm trying to find the clip of what he said to
Yeah.
the
I know the clip that you're trying to find because I was just like, oh, okay, this not for me.
I mean, I heard it, but I didn't. I'll go back to some other
Yeah, it
shit.
just
But
wasn't for me. I
I
don't
mean,
care to be talked
this
to
is
like
one of
that.
the reasons why I don't listen to these other motherfuckers. You know,
Did you hear
talking about
that? No
I would have
context.
found the Colombian baddie too. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Nope.
Like, you
I bet
don't.
you he did no research, no context, no nothing. You just up there just talking off the top of your empty dome. Very empty head, you know? So, yeah.
This is what a bunch of people are saying. Like, I see videos saying this is what loyalty gets you, and all of that other
Oh,
shit. It's like,
stop it.
yo, and trust me, these are niggas that are doing shit like this that don't even fucking watch sports, let alone watch these reality
Right.
shows and everything else. Like, I'm showing you an 8-year-old video from the
Right.
not video, article from the Washington Post. These are objective reporters. There is no fucking divorce, and they're telling you it made them fucking sick. LeVar Ball's own mother had to leave the room because of how the hell he was talking to his wife.
Right. He's always been this way as long as
Okay,
I've known him.
that's not. This is not new shit like you motherfuckers
Not
in
at
your
all.
video. That's new shit. This is 8 years old, and I actually remember seeing the episode. You know,
Yeah,
so
initially, even though I didn't have
no, real quick, Brenda. I'm just saying.
Mhm.
Look, I don't think he's any different than he was the whole time. I think he
Mhm.
handled it the same way. The
Yeah.
woman just got sick of it. So again,
Yeah.
I'm not pointing fingers or any of that
Right.
shit. I'm saying this is what it means for people
Yeah.
to grow apart. That's it.
Yeah. And I don't think any of this is about loyalty. I think they stuck by each other for quite some time, but I think that sometimes, hey Rob, what he
Hey, I love both of y'all though. I'm on mute though. Go ahead, y'all. I'm
Hey
on mute.
Phil.
Yeah.
Y'all my favorite.
You
Go ahead.
just mentioned a wife had a stroke back then. Yeah, we were just talking about that, Rob. I think I don't know. I think that sometimes people want to make what's the word for it? Just more, they want more context to stay stuck in what they want to say about women aren't loyal and women leave and all the other kind of stuff where that's not even this. I don't think that's the story here. I think that at this juncture in her life after having a stroke, she just chose a different path. You know? So I don't think it had to do with loyalty, but anyway.
Nah, though. Let me say this though. Let me keep it gangster, right? Or not gangster, but let me be an ain't shit ass. Well, damn, I don't even want to use an ain't shit ass nigga term. That's
Just
antique,
talk,
right?
kills.
Let me just talk.
Say this
nah, though, like, yo, this is real. This is everyday life. This is reality. Salute to the chat. Salute to the playback. I'm gonna give it to you raw, yo, uncut, no chaser, right? You know what I'm saying? I was only with a woman with my kid's mother for only 18 years. And I said this only 18 years. Cool. It's cool in the gang though. You know what I'm saying? She was in a whole coma. A whole coma. You know what I'm saying? Giving birth to our first child. You know what I'm saying? I went there every day, seeing her, doing what I had to do. You know what I'm saying? But out of them 18 years, I was messing up though. I wanted to be around the homies more than I wanted to be in a house. I was doing shit. That's why I'm glad this had to come to fruition. You know what I'm saying? And all of that be in a woman's mind though. Like how you talk to me, how you address me, how you handle me. It is what it is because I always been around strong men all my life. I been around. My father is a strong dude. He passed away what 7 years ago. You feel me? Even my brother, he's a strong individual. And some women can't handle that intensity level. It's very intense, especially at the intense of this dude. He's very intense. Even with his leg get cut off, he's still going to be intense. He's still going to talk his trash. Either you could deal with
Can
it
I ask
or
you
you can't.
something? What does
You ask me
strong look
anything in
like?
the
Like
world,
when
baby.
okay, so what does strong look like? When you say the intensity is strong, what does that mean? Because as a woman,
The
like
intensity at a low
yeah.
level, there was a time and a place, even with my brother, right? Because he did like 15 years in prison, right? He's a legend in my community. I'm not about to go in. I done seen this dude, my brother, run down on shit, you know what I'm saying? And like hold it all the way down, like the whole hood love him. But then the woman be like, yo, why you do that? Like you shook at it when it get all the way up. This like Jordan, like, yo, you gotta take the fourth quarter in your hands. Control the situation. Is this like the game? When it's the final ball in your hand, who you gonna pass the ball to? Michael Jordan or these other niggas? You gonna get the ball to Michael Jordan. It's the same situation though. You just gotta look
So
at it
are
in
you
a
saying like women should be strong enough to deal with all of your shenanigans? I don't want to miss.
okay, let's go to that. Let's even go to that. The silent generation, and the greatest generation always never said nothing. There was a lot of things going on. It was a lot of cheating going on. There was a lot of this going on. But them women still hold it down though because they know that inside of the community, you can't make the community look bad. There are situations where the grandmother had to say, "That's my child," just to hold down because they knew that child was from that young girl. But she said, "Yo, okay, that's my child." This not to make the community look bad. It's messed up, but that's how it was.
But
Just
that's
hold down the structure.
so generational toxicity. You saying that we should carry that on and be strong?
I'm
Because
not. I'm not
I
saying
don't.
the
Okay,
grandmothers
okay.
hold it down though. Did it was or did it not? I'm not born from that generation. But did it look better now? Do it look better now? Or do it look better from way back then? How do it look now in current day? In 2026,
Appearances.
how do the community look?
Appearances look. I mean, however delusion of anything, right?
I'm not delusional.
No, no, I'm
I would
not
say
saying no. I'm saying
I
illusion.
would say
Like
this, right?
they're.
I would
I'm
say this,
sorry.
right? When they say strength is not necessarily the absence of weakness. A lot of times, strength is just the will to act in the presence of weakness. You know, so I wouldn't say that somebody's strong just because they went through some shit. Because like life is 10% what happens to you, 90% how you deal with it. So I wouldn't say, I'm not gonna say that the dude's not a strong dude. I think he's extremely boastful. Definitely a boastful dude. Charismatic, and just like Brenda said, he's got a great mentality as far as business goes. He's got a great mentality as far as coaching goes. I think he's a great father. Just as far as how he raises his boys and everything else,
Right. When his
and
kids will
those were
succeed.
probably a lot of those are probably a lot of the qualities that attracted him attracted her to him in the first
Yeah.
place.
Yeah.
At the same time, once the kids are grown, you know, and all of that stuff has succeeded, and she's evolved, she's had her brush with the
Death.
upper
Oh,
room.
unalive.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
she's had her brush with the upper room. He's gone through a certain evolution where she don't need that right now.
Yeah,
Like
she
it's
doesn't
just
want to
like a
be coached.
basketball game. Like sometimes I don't, as a coach, I don't, or your teammate, I don't need you scoring. You know, I don't
Exactly.
need your passing.
Precisely.
I might just need a couple of words of encouragement. I might need your defense now
Right.
in order to win the game. I know that those are your strengths and everything, and that's why you're on the team. But that's really what leadership is about. It's about giving everybody else on the team what it is that they need, not just what the hell you're used to giving them. You know? So that's what I'm saying. I mean, people evolve, but when people are like, "Oh, this is what he gets for loyalty and shit like that," I'm like, "Look, nobody owes you anything. Like nobody owes you anything, even in a relationship. Just because I stay with you through bullshit doesn't mean you got to stay with me through bullshit. You know, the door ain't never locked. That's my take on it. The door ain't never locked. You don't want to be here no more. Hey, not only can you go, I want you to go."
But I respected the way that he. Do you, both of y'all? Do you not understand the way that he carried it though? Like he ain't put the blame game on her. You know what I'm saying? When you watch what he said, he was like, "Yo, she left. You know what I'm saying? She had to move on or whatever, and that's on her." It's like he ain't do no guilt trip thing. Know what I'm saying? He ain't blame it. He ain't put the whole responsibility on her. But now they want to put it on the manosphere dudes will do this and do that. Like I ain't even see these videos. I'm just saying, like, fam, he did great. He ain't do no guilt trip. He took responsibility for it, and then he moved on, and now he got a Latina woman. And he talking his thing to her like, yo, he always been talking this crap. Now they saying, yo, this is passport, bros. He's still talking to the next woman. All my nigga, we all got options to leave, my nigga. Ain't nobody holding you down. This ain't no slavery days. This ain't no change. If you want to be in it, to win it, you be in it. Fuck out of here, yo.
I don't blame them.
Be with that dude.
I mean, I'm keep saying now. I don't. Just based on even what I saw, you know, even watching a reality show and everything. If I were her father, you know, this motherfucker, I'd have took a bat to that motherfucker, man.
Yeah,
You ain't gonna talk to my daughter like that.
Yeah, that was a lot.
And I do not believe in getting involved in shit between a man and his wife. Even if that were my son and daughter, like, yo, you know what I'm saying? That's just your wife now. But after she just had a stroke, you know,
right?
And then you don't, nah, bro, you gonna have to see me, man. You talking to my fucking daughter like that, bro? You gonna have to fucking see me.
It's too much.
See, y'all and you seeing some shit, right? There was a time, I ain't about to put no names out there, in real life. There was some things going on with inside my family.
And that's only because
crazy shit. The whole thing, but hold on, but the whole thing is, she's still gonna go back to that nigga. She's still gonna go back to that nigga. No matter if it's your own fucking daughter, nigga. Fuck out of here, bro.
She don't care. So stop, please. All right. So yeah. When after she had that stroke, the way he was talking to her, she's not in a position to leave or stand up for herself. She can barely put a sentence together. That's what I'm saying. All everybody knows is that she had a massive stroke. They don't know because they didn't watch the damn show. They just popping up and looking for another fucking article or another damn topic to push the same agenda they've been pushing for the last 15 years on this bitch. Oh, look what the women do. Look, pay attention to this shit, because if this were your daughter that can barely put a sentence together and barely even walk on her fucking own, and then you fly to goddamn Lithuania and leave her to move back in with me, and then I gotta fly along with my 70-something-year-old fucking wife, and my incapacitated, you know, it can barely put a sentence together might even have like a timetable on life. I gotta fly 24 hours just to see you, just so you can say the shit that you said to my fucking baby girl, who's the mother of your children, on fucking camera. Nah, bro. You gonna have to see me, homeboy.
Yeah, that's too much.
See, I ain't see.
Like, I'm
I
just
ain't
being
see all of
real,
that.
bro.
I ain't see all of that. All I seen was him.
I know you
when
did.
She had that
That's
stroke.
my point.
I seen him in that pool. I seen him in that pool when she had that stroke. He in that pool helping her out, getting through her healing process, gang. That gotta count for something, my nigga. He in
And
that
it did
pool with
count
her,
for
minus
something.
all that talking
It
shit.
did
So
count for
what?
something.
So what?
And
You talking
also,
shit? So and he in that pool with her, healing process. That don't count for nothing, nigga. We all talk shit. We all
hey, it
talk
bought him a little.
shit. Man,
It
I
bought him a
ain't
little
trying to
time.
hear
Not
that
like
dumb
that.
shit. Trying to
It
hear that.
bought him a little
Yes,
time.
I talk shit like that. I talk shit like that my
Wait,
damn
wait.
self.
Okay,
How many
wait. So let me
times,
ask you. So let me ask you a
man,
question.
I talk
So
bullshit. I
okay,
talk bullshit.
kills.
Go ahead and ask the question, Brenda.
No, I wanted to ask Kills. So is this part of
I'll
like
tell you
because
that
he's?
stuff in a second.
I wanted to say if this is part of like how he spoke with his the children's mother. Like, is those like one of the strong being part of like a strong man? Like, is that how you spoke to her, or how you speak in general in relationships? Because that could be a little off-putting. I wouldn't want any man talking to me like that all
Yes,
the
and
time.
every relationship that I've been with, go on my Facebook page. Every woman who I ever been with, I talk mad crazy to, but they still rock with me to this
But
day.
why? But can I ask
Out
you
of
why you do that? Because is that just how you
why
are?
do I do that? Because it's in my soul, it's in my spirit.
Okay,
That's how I was
okay.
raised. In my
No, I
environment,
understand. I'm just
my mother
asking. I'm
talk
just
crazy.
asking.
No, I'm telling. Well, I ain't trying to
Okay.
tell you, but I'm giving you a synopsis of
Yeah.
what I dealt with and who I
Yeah.
am, of my environment, of my upbringing. You know what I'm saying? My
I
mom talk
understand.
crazy, my sister talk crazy,
I
the
completely get
block
it.
that I was. We all talk crazy to each other. We all do it.
Hmm.
Is it cool to do it? No, it's not. But that's the language we use. It is what it is. The OGs talk crazy. It is what it is. Can you stand the
All right.
pain? Can you stand the
So I'm gonna
rain?
highlight
It
this
is what
in
it is.
quotation. All right, and this is an 8-year-old article, by the way. This is from the videographers, and reporters that were on
Look at
site.
this shit.
He said, as long as she can smile, give a kiss and a hug, I'm good. All right, and that's probably why she had a stroke, so she can be quiet for a minute.
My God. Who says shit like you? Child, it's time for me to get down because I'm.
Man,
Oh,
I heard way worse. I heard way worse. That's light.
but that still doesn't
That's
make that statement okay though, Kill. Just because you heard wait, that's some
I
real foul
never,
shit.
yo, we from New York. You know what I mean? You know
Yeah.
how we talk to each other. We talk to strangers crazier than we talk to our bosses and
I don't talk to
our
my boss like that.
homegirls. Man, listen, man. My boss know. My boss know, my nigga. My eyes never lie, nigga. The eyes never lie. I'm very intense. The
Oh
same
God.
way I act on these platforms, it's the same way I be acting in real life. And I know either you like me or you don't. I'm not no in between ass nigga.
Listen. I'm
I'm
not even. I have nothing to say
wow,
about that.
bruh.
But honey, ain't no
All I'm
way.
saying is, look,
Y'all need a
don't get me
y'all
wrong.
need a
Hey,
Patreon. Y'all need a
I've heard
Patreon.
worse. I've heard worse, and I get it.
Man,
But I
I
ain't
heard
married
worse
to
from
none of
my
them people
mama.
that
My
talk to me
Yeah,
mama
like
talk
ain't
that.
worse to
no
this day.
way.
I ain't
My
married to
Ain't
no
no
mama
people
talk
way.
that talk to
worse.
me like that, and I wouldn't
My
stay married to somebody that talked to me
Just
like
because
that.
there is worse
Um,
out there doesn't mean that I would ever accept somebody saying some shit like that to me. Ain't no
But what if
way.
they talk to you? What if they talk crazy than you though? Right? Ride crazy. You talk. The beef sector talk crazy, and they all
I
be
agree. They
effing each
do.
other. The beef sector, the Mo3 sector, the 30 sector, but behind the scenes, all of y'all fucking each other. Not you. The
Not
same
me.
motherfuckers who talk crazy to each other still effing each other behind the goddamn scenes. Let's keep it all the way clean
Well, that
in
that
this
sounds like
Amber
a little bit of
space.
mental. That sounds a little bit like mental illness to me. That's
We
crazy
all
as hell.
yeah, it is a mental illness going around this space. And he did multiple shows on mental illness problems in his goddamn spaces. We talk crazy to each other on these platforms, but still want to fuck with each other behind the goddamn scenes. Keep it all the way clean. Let's go.
Just saying, bro.
I said it.
This is what causes man. Hey, I'm not talking about that shit, and I'm not talking about no sectors or no shit like that. All I'm saying is these are the reasons why marriages end. You know,
Right.
That's just what it is. So a lot of people are giving their commentary on the part of the story that they either know or what they fucking heard elsewhere, but they can't do research because this family is in the public, has been in the public light for the last 9, almost 10 years now. Okay,
That's how I know of him.
since Lonzo's senior year in high school, I followed all of that shit, bro. I remember when Lonzo was picked as a McDonald's All-American, all of that. These motherfucking niggas talking this shit don't even watch sports as men do.
Right.
So I don't care about their opinions. You know? And I don't
never heard of Marlon Wayans.
I don't give a fuck. I know. Because them niggas don't watch sports, don't drink, don't know shit but what women are doing all day. Like
All
what the
day.
girly boys. No?
They got like 5 monitors. They got 5 monitors watching every sector, right? They get every
They
day.
absolutely do. Yeah.
And ain't none of them got the fucking game on. Ain't none of them
that is unfortunate. That's very unfortunate.
It
None
is.
of them
And
got the
T
game on.
and T was the only one doing content about the Knicks.
Bro, I
Do you know
cannot
how
yell
sad that is,
bro.
Kill?
I gotta speak for a living
And
tomorrow.
T was the only one. It is sad. And T was the only one doing commentary
over you, bro. I can't do it because I gotta speak for a living. Like that's the job that pays me, dog. So when I start talking, I need to stop.
I've been paid too, my nigga.
You know what I'm saying? If I lose my voice, bro, I can't actually make a living.
Excuse me.
I can't talk over you. Like most of y'all motherfuckers can go to a job where you don't even have to talk at. I have to use my voice to make a real living. So stop, please. You know, that's all I'm saying. Okay?
Man.
So my point is,
see, you see that, right?
Stop.
You see that, right?
Yeah. Bro, I'm not kicking you, dog. Ain't nobody pay to kick you. I'm just being real. I can't talk over you. That's all I'm saying. Mostly everybody, that's all they see is the headline. Lavar Ball, Tina Ball divorces Lavar after 30 years of marriage. He lost
an amputee, right?
Amputee. He lost the leg.
Jesus.
She left him after he lost the leg, but he stayed with her after a stroke. That's all these motherfuckers know.
Yeah.
That's it.
And I don't even like that title because I think it's unfair. I think that title is very unfair. The way that they put her in a position to lose if you didn't have context behind what happened. You know?
No, but who needs context fucks up a perfectly good argument,
salacious story, yeah,
or even a narrative that people want to spin. I said the
Correct.
same people that are saying that shit have literally been having the same topic and conversation for the last goddamn 15 years on here. No matter you can tell them, it's raining outside, and they'll find a way. I'm not even gonna say names, but I can be like, why the fuck does it rain so much? And the motherfucker be like, you know what? I'll tell you why it rains so damn much. It's because black women and they weave. Black women and they weave. If black women didn't wear so much weave, it wouldn't rain so much.
Black women are the cause for all ill will in America.
Come on, man. Like, can we please have a new argument or a new conversation or something? Because I believe this situation here, I mean, it's this particular situation is a one-off, but at the same time, it's common. Let's talk about how Steph Curry's parents, Del Curry and Sonia Curry, they got a divorce after 31 years. Okay, nobody got their limbs amputated. She's still
nobody.
We didn't hear nothing about cheating or any of that shit. You know what I'm saying? We didn't hear that come out in the public. But again, the kids are grown. They're extremely successful. The kids, and I believe whatchamacallit, I think it was Doc Rivers' son, Austin, that married Dell Curry's daughter. You know? Okay, so all of them, you know what I'm saying? So the daughter is straight because she ended up marrying an NBA player. You know what I'm saying? They're straight financially. Seth Curry is playing for the Golden State Warriors, which is the younger brother. Steph Curry plays for the Golden State Warriors too. You know what I'm saying? Them boys got a combined net worth of, almost $1 billion and shit. They're fine. I mean, once the parenting and shit was done for whatever reason, God only knows when the relationship ended or when the marriage actually ended. But we just know when the divorce paperwork is filed and when the shit comes out publicly. That's all we know. So it can be one thing. It could be a combination of a lot of things. I don't think them people hate each other or any of that shit. Sometimes that's what it is to just grow apart. So even when like Mahogany and Mella came up here earlier, like, people just say that, but they don't want to say what really happened. Like every time marriages end, it's not always somebody's fault. Sometimes it's like, some people just evolve in different directions.
I absolutely agree with that. I think that happens a lot of times.
Yeah, and one person can evolve and the other one didn't. That's what I believe happened here. I think, one person had to naturally evolve because life just really changed for them. Like in a lot of different ways. Like life changed for them both together with the children being grown, and you can't because sometimes that's what can keep you together is we had a common goal as far as making sure that our kids were straight and could become productive members of society. Like we had a common goal. So that kept us from dealing with a lot of personal shit then because we were able to spend most of our 24 hours focused on that. Understandable. Now the kids are grown, so that changes something. Now it's the only motherfuckers in the house together. It's just us. There ain't no kids.
Right. And to be honest, and if I could say this, they probably at the end of the day didn't even really know each other.
There you go. And I'm like, that attitude that he had, it could have been funny, it could have been humorous, it could have been all of that shit 30 years ago or 25 years ago. And now it's just annoying. She done had that brush with death. She done had that brush with death. They're both going through a little bit of empty nest syndrome. He done had a few failed businesses. He just lost his fucking leg too. That changes things. Like I'm just saying that fucking changes things. Dynamic, like it just changes things. You both are different people than you were 25, 30 years ago.
Right.
Like you both are. So it's not always somebody's fault. That's what it means to grow apart. Shit happens.
Yeah. Well,
and not only that, let's keep it real. He just got his leg amputated. What kind of drugs you think he on right now?
Wait a minute, what?
I mean, come on. You ain't gonna get your leg cut off without the doctor giving you some goddamn serious drugs. Like, come on. Some drugs involved.
I didn't even think about that now, but
I said that when I was on Izzy's the other day. I was like, also, you motherfucker, you on drugs. You know what I'm saying? So you probably got some serious fucking mood swings too. Like, keep it real. And it's understandable that you're on drugs because they just cut your fucking leg off.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's nerve damage, so I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But, more power to the both of them. I hope they both move on to, have a happy, whatever, latter part of their life.
It says right here, he says, he said, he believes in a different approach. He is the idea to prohibit Tina from using a wheelchair, not explicitly as a challenge, but because he says Tina would be tearing up the house. That's why.
That's ignorant. Worry more about the house than her comfort. That's very ignorant.
Yeah.
I'd be in that house popping wheelies in a motorized wheelchair on purpose because you're not playing with me.
Look, Lavar will during a 1-hour interview praise his wife's fortitude and progress, but more frequently he brags about the harsh things he has told her over the past 15 months. His words draw shocked expressions from strangers, he says, and Lavar's own mother often leaves the room when he speaks to Tina this way.
He's a narcissist, and
he does not apologize for this or much else, and he believes or says he believes Lonzo is the first but not the last of his sons to reach the NBA because of two things: Lavar's unreasonable expectations and God's plan apparently included giving Tina a near fatal stroke. Lavar's words, the Lord said, I'm going to tuck her away in this hospital for a minute till you finish doing what you're doing, Lavar. He says to suggest that his wife's affliction in no way disrupts their pursuit of success and that he never worried about her because simply he's too lucky for his wife to die young.
Inside the mind of a narcissist. That's what that is.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's just I can remember, and this is something I haven't heard with any breakdowns. I can remember the NCAA tournament where Lonzo UCLA had to play against the Aaron Fox at Kentucky. Okay, I don't remember if Sweet 16 or the Elite 8, something like that. One of those rounds, but it was a hyped up, probably the most hyped up game that year in the tournament because they both left as freshmen. They came out in the same draft, but it was hyped up. And, you know, they were both supposed to be lottery picks, you know, top 5 or 6 draft picks and shit like that. And they got to play in the tournament. Lonzo had a horrible game. This is right after, not even a week after the mom had the stroke. Or not even a week after the mom had the stroke, something like that. And Lonzo, he had a horrible game. And they tried to ask him about it. But you could tell that shit kind of affected him. And, you know, Lavar just, you know, did a lot of the talking for his son. And, you know, I could respect that. You know, he tried to still stay on business and on par when it comes to business. But you can just tell, like, a lot of this shit just, like, this takes more of a toll than what the fuck people know. But that's something that you're not going to hear from these motherfuckers on the internet because they don't know. And they don't care to know. You know? So imagine, you know what I'm saying, you close to your mother. She has that near brush with death. You got to play a fucking game. You know, you got to play a goddamn game. And yeah, you have a shitty game because you could really care less. You just thinking about your mother and you're just not able to perform, you know, top notch and shit. And then you about to declare eligible for the NBA draft. You get drafted to the Lakers and everything else. Then LeBron James comes over there and all types of fucking shit goes on. And at the same time, your father done flew to Lithuania. Well, I'm sorry. Your brother get arrested in China facing motherfucking 12 years. Okay? Facing 12 years because he had to shoplift a pair of sunglasses. Okay? President Trump got to get him out. That's another thing. Your father's business partner / accountant steals $1.5 million from you. Okay? Your signature shoe that you guys are charging $500 for just fucking broke and you turned a fucking ankle in it because it's made like shit. Okay. All of this shit happened. And on top of that, your father flew to Lithuania, you know, moved to Lithuania, you know, and when your mother goes over there, barely put a fucking sentence together and had to move back in with your grandparents. This is how your father talks to your mother.
Right. The mess.
You know, like
an absolute damn mess. That's what that is.
All of this shit happened, man. All of this happened. So people are like, oh, well, what does that have to do with her? I'm like, that's her son. You know, that's her son. Those are her children. This is what the fuck. This is what will also cause parents to leave either before the kids grow up or after the kids are grown and out of the fucking house. Because it's like, you know what? I could have put up with this shit. But what you forced my children to watch me put up with. You understand?
Right. Yeah.
This is what makes men leave. This is what the fuck makes women leave. Like, you know what? I am not going to allow my children to watch me go through this shit anymore.
Right.
I can't even look in the mirror and respect myself knowing that my children see a motherfucker treating me like this. How the hell can I teach my children to stand up for themselves when I won't stand up for myself? Again, more shit that you don't hear these fucking YouTubers fucking talk about, Kills. They won't. Because it makes too much sense.
What happened to Kills? He left us? I was on mute.
But I'm just saying it makes too much fucking sense. So you won't hear these YouTube motherfuckers say nothing like that. They won't. It's about when women don't respect loyalty. Get the fuck out of here, bro. As a man, if it were the other way around, I'd have left the chick too. Yo, and you're not gonna use the fact that, okay, when I had a stroke, you know, when I went through some shit, you stayed around just to talk to me like pure shit. as an excuse. Like, nah. Because people will do that shit. People will stay with you to fucking torture and treat you like pure shit.
You imagine?
That shit treat you like pure shit, and then tell you that's why you need to stay with them. Well,
my phone is
with you and treated you like shit. So stay with me and let me treat you like some more shit.
That's it. It is what it is. It is what it is. Because they want to live off of your depression or whatever mind state you going through. That's cool. It is what it is. So I went through that. Yo, fam. Hold on. At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck about this space, bro. I've been through the grind of this shit. The good, the bad, and the ugly. You dig me? I don't care about none of these niggas. None of these. Can y'all hear me? Please hear me.
Yeah, but
I've been with. Hold on. I don't care about shit, nigga. It is what it is. Whatever they go through, they go through. Nobody wasn't there for me now, my nigga. It's cool. The less of them, the greater them. I went through my shit. That's cool, bro. But I still love this shit. It just like, I don't know. It's just like going to a block that you love and hate, or being you love and hate your dog because your dog shitted on your carpet. You hate the dog because it did it, but you still not gonna get rid of your dog. It's like that, nigga. I love this shit, nigga. I love this shit.
What?
Just like a block.
I'm dropping down to eat. So
I said, if your dog shit on your carpet right now, are you gonna leave your dog? Are you gonna get rid of your dog because it's shit on your carpet? I'm asking you, Brenda. Are you gonna leave your dog because it's shit on your carpet? Are you gonna get rid of your dog? It's a general question. Are you gonna leave your dog? Alright then. The fuck are you talking about, man? I don't care.
No, right now.
I really don't.
I trained the dog not to shit on the fucking carpet, and then the dog.
Man, that dog will still turn on your ass. Certain dogs will still turn on your ass, nigga. Fuck out of here, nigga.
My dog is
nobody
on the turn
perfect
on
around
me,
this
damn
hole.
right. Put the fucking
I
dog down.
don't want to hear that shit.
Like, that's it. Fuck out of here. Dogs, hell no.
Kills and Ant, I've enjoyed this conversation very much. I'm gonna go eat my Sunday dinner. I'm going to be listening in the clouds. I've enjoyed this conversation very much. In a minute.
I'm about to get out of here in a moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to drop though. I'll be listening.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's just my point when it comes to this shit, Kills. I get it. I can understand it as somebody that's been through this shit. Everything isn't always somebody else's fault, and somebody else isn't always wrong. Sometimes marriages just end. Like, that shit happens. After 30 years, it could be like I was telling people before. Sometimes it could be a lot of reasons. Sometimes it could be one big reason. Sometimes it could just be personal reasons. Like, it depends. People are, people are individuals, but with this, just based on what I've seen, because this family been in the public eye for the last like almost 10 years now. I mean, I get it. I get it. I understand. That's kind of, what it is. What I don't like though is how the YouTubers just either see a title or they watch one other person's video and they assume that they know shit. And it's like, yo, please do some research, get you some fucking context, and then report on that. But just like, Keels was able to come up here and say, I didn't know all that. I know a bunch of these niggas that are actually doing content on here didn't even know all that, but they think they know enough to speak on this shit. That's my issue right there. Do your fucking homework before y'all come over here or just come up on these fucking platforms and shit and start pointing fingers and pushing gender war narratives and shit like that. You niggas are doing more harm than good. Trust that. You got anything else you want to add? Kills?
Nah, yo, cause I'm over here cleaning up. Know what I'm saying? The day by the end, I'm doing laundry. I just did the whole stairs over here. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing laundry for the next day. Yes, I do work on the plantation. Nah, but the spin narratives, I didn't heard dudes spin narratives like, yo, Carmelo got jumped. I ain't about to say the content creator name. Know what I'm saying? I said his name a few times, but on on my small channel, because I think it's different from a channel and the platform. I done seen a lot of dudes who I already called their name out on my small channel, man. They spinning the whole narrative. That's what they do, like you said, man. It just track value, bro.
Let's call that what it is. They're not spinning the narrative. They're just lying. They're just lying.
They lying. But I call they out. I don't want to say their name because I'm not paying you. I'm not paying you.
In this situation, they're spinning the narrative because they're taking a small percentage of facts and trying to steer it in the direction they want to steer it. That's one thing.
That's a fact.
That's a fact. That shit about Carmelo being jumped, or I saw somebody put witnesses were lying.
1,000 in the box.
He exonerated. Those are just fucking lies. Okay? Like those are just that's just made up shit. Like you haven't heard one witness that was out there that day, or even Carmelo himself, say he was jumped. So please don't just make shit up. That's all I be saying. Don't just make shit up. You know, the least you don't just make shit up because you want that shit to be right. You know, but that's what people will do for views. I don't like that shit. You know, I don't like that. It's not necessary. You know. And I'm like, there's nothing in the police report. There's no statement from Carmelo saying that shit, and no witnesses on the stand said that shit, and y'all don't have any video evidence to back that shit up. So stop. You're just making shit up. You have no source. Unless you can tell me you were there that day and you saw multiple motherfuckers hit that nigga. You know? You're lying. That's it. You know? You're just fucking lying.
Nah, yo, that's a whole fact, bro.
And then even if you do come up here and you tell me some shit like that, I'm gonna ask you, why the fuck didn't anybody put you on the stand? Why didn't they take your statement? Why was your statement omitted? Since you were there.
Yeah.
Oh,
this shit remind me.
You weren't there. You just heard what somebody heard. Somebody heard from somebody heard from somebody. That's all you had. That's
right. Exactly. And they doing it for content. They doing it for views. This remind me of the OJ trial. A separation with niggas, though. Nothing but niggas just have a separation, man. OJ trial, I see motherfuckers went from one classroom to the nigga. My desk over here, they desk over there. Now I'm seeing it, but if you on Carmelo's side, nigga, you a hood nigga. If you against it, then you're a conservative. You're a conservative, but you on white dudes.
I wasn't
this place.
Look, I said I'm like I was on the boy's side, but I didn't want to see his rights be infringed upon. That's all I gave about. Just don't infringe on that boy's rights. But he has a right to a trial by jury, and he has a right to bond, and he has a right to legal defense, and he has the resources to get the best defense that money can buy. Other than that, I mean, there's nothing else that you can do. But I'm like, if you was truly on that boy's side, you would have been pushing for no trial in the first fucking place. Because there was a trial, given the facts right there, motherfucker, there was no chance for that boy to win.
What?
There was no chance.
What's the percentage?
I'm gonna keep
What's the
it real with
percentage
you.
of beating trial, gang? What's the percentage of beating trial?
Huh?
What's the percentage of going to trial and winning?
In that situation, the best chance that they had was going to trial and him possibly being convicted on lesser charges. But him walking out of that courtroom a free man was less than 1%. Less than 1%. And I'm like, if you know that, you know what I'm saying? But the thing is, look, these niggas online, let's keep it real. They're glad that shit happened just the way it happened, because if that didn't happen like that, they wouldn't have shit to talk about. That's it. I've been saying that shit. These motherfuckers want fucked up shit to happen. You know what I'm saying? A boy to get a 35-year fucking sentence, so that way they can come up and stay fucking narrative. They wanted that shit to happen. You know?
I'm looking at it from another side though, yo. We all seen Rosewood, right? See, I'm looking at it through another lens though. What about the other lens? What about the other flip side of it? What about motherfuckers want to be like, yo, another black man got away with killing the, know what I'm saying? Killing the white dude, man. They got so the white dude got so many off. Hold on, they got off all of these 500 years shit. These 500 years, they hung us. They did all these atrocities, Oklahoma bombings, and all of this. Yo, man, man, we behind Carmelo, man. They got 500 years oppression of us.
Hey, you can be behind somebody without being
Let's
delusional.
be real.
No, listen to
We
me.
all racist. We all prejudiced a little bit. Not racist, but we prejudiced a little bit. I'm prejudiced.
Are supposed to be red pill, which is supposed to be reality, right? That's delusional to believe that he was going to get a fucking not guilty verdict. That is just fucking delusional.
That's a fact. Yeah, that is some red pill.
You're not in Collin fucking County with an unalive fucking white boy with a fatal fucking hole in his chest. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That you put there. You know, like that, bro. That's it. It's not going to fucking happen. Like that. That's what I'm saying. You might want that shit to happen, but it's not going to happen. You're not walking out of that bitch no free fucking man. I'm sorry. Remember, I said this shit over a year ago when this shit happened. I'm like, man, you got a dead white boy right there with a fatal stab, bro. That's the wrap, bro. They about to get you, dog. That's all. That's all. Now, hey, had you just picked something up and bust that motherfucker with it, that might have been the case. Like, oh, it's self-defense. Not when you can conceal a fucking a knife and bring that bitch to school grounds, and you ain't even gonna get on the stand or have anybody just say, hey, all the kids carry fucking knives to school, or you got people to be able to say, hey, you was bullied or some shit. You need something to be like, hey, you got to be able to prove some kind of reason why you came there with a fucking knife.
That's a fact.
Okay, you ain't do nothing like that.
That's a fact.
Rap.
That's a
Like
fact,
about to do. You are leaving that courtroom in cuffs.
That's a fact.
Like that's what I'm saying. After the verdict come out, you leaving in cuffs, bro. You are not walking out of that fucking. You are not going to see the damn courthouse steps. They're taking you out the back door.
That's a fact.
That's it. So all that other shit is just fucking delusional. It's not reality. That's what I'm saying. People are like, oh, whose side are you on? I wanted to see the boy get out. I wanted to see the boy get out by the time he was 30. That's what I wanted to see him do. Was get out by the time he was 30. But I don't see how the fuck you can do that without getting a lesser charge than M1. You need a lesser charge than M1, and I don't see how you get a lesser charge than M1 without a fucking plea deal. Because if the jury decides, you're fucked. Right here. And I ain't even no legal professional, and I could tell you that shit. So for all these people up here saying other shit, man, fuck, man, whatever. I can't have conversations with y'all because your brains don't work. Your brains don't fucking work. You know, like for real, your brains don't fucking work. I don't want to hear about the way shit should be. I know how the fuck shit is. Okay, I know how the fuck shit is, and no, I'm not willing to do fucking 35 or 17 years in a goddamn state penitentiary just because you motherfuckers want some shit to cry about on the internet. Okay? Give me a lawyer that can cut me a deal. Yeah, I did it. Okay?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? Get me manslaughter or something. You know? Get me manslaughter, some shit like that. I need a lawyer that can cut me a motherfucking deal, dog. Or at least got a track record of beating shit like this. I need a slime ball lawyer that can get it done. You know? Whatever. they can get it done, dog. We done raised $600K, dog. I need the best lawyer
That's
money.
crazy.
All right, bro. I'm
600.
trying to get. Bro, you could have got that boy out by the time he was 30. I'm telling you, that shit could have been done. But he's doomed. Like, remember, I said this shit a year ago. That boy, that mistake gonna cost him his 20s. And then, you know what I'm saying, the argument that everybody else try to make, they're like, oh, but what about the mistake Austin made? Yeah, the mistake Austin made was not keeping his hands to himself. That's why the fuck he lost his life. That's it. Mistakes have consequences. Both of them made mistakes that day. One lost their life. The next one lost the minimum in the next fucking 17 and a half years. Make you feel better? You know? But hey, you could have got him out in somewhere between 10 and 12 if y'all motherfuckers wasn't trying to make shit up. That's all I be saying, man.
I know. That's why I be enjoying the conversation, man. I don't hit everybody link. I enjoy this shit right here. You feel me? Salute to Brenda. Salute to you. I enjoy the realness of it. You feel me? I don't go to everybody panels like that, man. I know more, man. I've been falling back, bro. Fuck that. Because these people gonna get motherfuckers locked up, Bill. When they talk about this case,
I'm not gonna say they're gonna get you locked up. I'm not gonna blame the people on the internet as far as to why he was convicted and got time and shit like that. I just think people would rather that shit be like that, so that way they have something to bitch about and to get views and shit like that, because it's not always sexy to just for the motherfucker to just say, look, I did it and cop a plea. Like, that's not good for content. You know what I'm saying? So they would prefer this situation than anything. But and I get it. It would have been nice to be like, oh, he's not guilty on some OJ shit. But OJ got off on technicalities. You had cops tampering with motherfucking evidence. Okay?
Right.
Tampering with goddamn evidence, taking blood bags home and all of that other shit. So how the fuck can you prove that they didn't fucking plant that glove there too? With the blood on it and all that other shit. Because the glove didn't even fit. So if it don't fit, you must quit. Remember that? Boom. OJ got off on technicalities. Okay?
Yeah.
That's why he got off. You know?
And then they come to find out it was the homeowner, the dude who used to come to the house, yo. What's that dude name? Renner? I don't know the nigga name. Come to find out it was a dude who used to come around and fix shit all the time. If you really do your research.
Look, at the same time, it was also a question of whether or not OJ did it in the first place. There was no question of whether or not Carmelo was the one that pushed that knife in the old boy's chest. That wasn't a question.
Yeah,
Okay?
now they saying that.
The only question is it self-defense or is it not self-defense? That's the question. Right. So now you're trying to prove it's an entirely different case and it's an entirely different point to be proven or disproven. So to compare the two are crazy as shit. Like, it's just crazy. Like that's more delusion. You know? It's more delusion. They're not the same. You know?
Yeah.
So what do I know? I think about it from the perspective, you know, of a parent. Now one parent, hey, you done lost a child. There's no verdict that's gonna bring your child back. So there's really nothing we can do for you except, hey, my condolences. It's really all we can do. But as far as the one whose kids are still alive, because look, as a parent, you know you can be on either one of those fucking sides of those phone calls. Like it can happen to any fucking parent. Whenever your kids leave the goddamn house, you know, you can be on either side, depending on what type of values you've instilled on your children. Whether it's the values of, hey, stay out of trouble, make sure that you know what I'm saying, choose your friends wisely, keep your homies around, shit like that. No need to be carrying knives and shit and all of that other shit. That's one value that you can instill in your kids. And then, you know what I'm saying, the white dude, hey, like, let's keep it real. He failed his fucking son. Like, bro, you never taught your kids to keep their fucking hands to themselves? Like, real shit. You know? Like, at the end of the day, like, you can say whatever you want, all that watermelon felon shit, but it's like, yo, At the end of the day, yo, don't make it seem like your kid ain't make no mistake neither, motherfucker. Your kid putting hands on motherfuckers and ain't putting their hands on him. What's up with that? You know, what's up with that? You know, and that's why we tell our kids to keep their hands to their fucking selves. You know, that's why you learn that shit at a fucking young age. It's not because somebody's wrong if they fucking fuck with you. It's because somebody can be right or wrong. But even if they do something wrong that cost you your life, we can't bring you back. Like, we can't bring you back. So let's just avoid that shit altogether by you keeping your fucking hands to yourself. Don't take the law and don't take school policies or unwritten rules into your own hands on school grounds. The fuck do you think you are? Judge, jury, executioner? If that boy was sitting somewhere where he wasn't supposed to sit, and obviously, you know, Austin was well within, I believe he was well within his rights to be suspicious of Carmelo sitting there, because let's keep it real. Carmelo did have a fucking knife in his bag ready to use it. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? You know? So if you did just have a feeling like, yo, something ain't right about this boy, you wouldn't have been wrong for having that thought, because he does have a knife in his fucking bag ready to use the shit. But walking over to that boy and putting your hands on him is wrong. That's when you go tell a teacher, hey, man, he's kind of sitting over here. I don't know. I'm just getting a rough feeling. Y'all might want to check that out. You know? That's when you go tell an administrator that and let them handle it. You know? Because that's when security pop up like, yo, what you got in the bag? You know what I'm saying? What you got in the bag, kid? You know? Boom.
Ooh. What's up, y'all?
What up, Books?
Coolin'. What's in that damn bag, huh? That's crazy.
No, I'm just saying, but that's the way it's supposed to be handled as parents. We teach our kids, we supposed to teach our kids, you keep your hands to your fucking self. You don't go up touching on anybody. Like, you never know what the fuck.
Diffuse the situation. Diffuse it, dismantle it, whatever you got to do. Just don't encourage the shit. Yeah, that's what a parent would say.
Situations like that, hey, you either go number one, tell a teacher, or number two, be somewhere else if you that suspicious.
Yeah,
you know?
That's how you do that.
I get it. You know, I get it. Kids don't want to be telling on each other and shit. I understand that shit too. But if you ain't gonna tell, be somewhere else. But you damn sure don't just walk over and start putting your hands on that boy, especially if you suspicious. You know, if you suspicious that something might be up. No,
That's what I'm saying, man. If you think somebody finna rob a bank, you don't put your underwear on the outside and go in Superman mode. You go through the proper channels. You alert the authorities. I mean, yeah, that's what you do.
And that's all I'm saying. So I was like, yo, if he would have went to the teachers or security or, you know what I'm saying, school police, whatever, and been like, look, something's not right about that boy. Plus, he don't go here. He wouldn't have, you know what I'm saying, that white boy wouldn't have been wrong. Because Carmelo still got a fucking knife in his bag ready to use the shit.
True, but man, he probably wasn't going there to use a knife. I remember being in high school and going to the rival high school. You know, it might have been game day. We talking a little shit. Like, where I'm from, that's kind of normal, man. You know, go over there, flirt with the hoes and stuff. You know, that's kid shit.
Understandable. Hey, and I used to keep one too, but I don't ever remember pulling that shit out on nobody or threatening to pull it out. For you?
Oh man, yeah, you're not supposed to have it at school, but you know, as a young man, especially from the South, man, you know, you gotta have a blade on you. If anything, just to open a letter, you know.
Bro, I exactly. I used to carry one, box cutter, whatever. I get it, but hey, on the street, hey, if you got to use it, you got to use it. At school, hey, ain't nobody. You can't let nobody know you got it. Like, that's it. Can't nobody know that you got it. Keep that shit in your locker, whatever. My point is, if he was suspicious, you know what I'm saying, he would have been well within his rights to be suspicious. He just ain't within his rights to go up to that boy and put his hands on him.
Yep, that's looking at it both sides. We're not saying Carmelo a saint, but we're not saying whatever Austin did was right neither. That's looking at the picture and making an accurate assessment, bro.
Both of them fucked up. Like, both of them fucked up. You know?
Cowabunga. Cowabunga. Hell yeah.
One, you know what I'm saying, lost 35 years, 17 and a half if he get paroled. and the other one lost the rest of his life for his fucking mistake. What I don't like is I don't see neither
hearsay
one of
talk
them.
on these streets that Carmelo might be. I ain't mean to interrupt. It's hearsay talk that his lawyer was some sloppily put together schmuck, and he got like a little dream team put together by Charleston White, and it's hearsay.
Well, they're late. They're late. Where were they before the fucking trial? They're waiting on an appeal now. Like y'all are late, and now they're taking it pro bono. Like they ain't charging no money. But whatever. I'm like, yo, this sounds like some Black Lives Matter shit. And we know about them. They don't show up until a nigga dead. That's how it works for them. If a nigga's still alive, ain't no need for Black Lives Matter to come.
Interesting side note on Black
ain't
Lives
there
Matter.
BLM ain't there to prevent niggas from getting unalived. They're there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? To pretty much, they show up to celebrate niggas getting unalived and profit.
I ain't waving no BLM flag. I was just gonna say, interesting side note and segue. The original creators of BLM were 3 black dudes, and all of these 3 black dudes died within a matter of 6 months. Pretty spooky, huh? And now we got, the other gender-loving community coming over and taking over the movement. A lot of people don't know that BLM was 3 black fathers that were killed within 6 months of each other. Pretty weird.
But the whole thing is, Auntie talking about the chick that bought mansions, nigga. She bought mansions off of Black Lives, nigga. The chick. When you go to BLM website, there's no shit for black boys. It's all for black girls, my nigga. There's no programs for black boys, none of that. Who got the money? It's just like the feminist movement, my nigga. Who really profit from the feminist movement, my nigga? The white women still took that money to their fucking husbands, nigga. It's the same shit. Now you got black women talking about feminist movements.
We can't spread this.
It's just the money. It's the money,
You said
my nigga.
not entirely true. There are on BLM that was originally on BLM's website for black boys and black men. It was just queer and trans and YAG black men. And other types of gender black men, but not straight heterosexual black men. No, there was nothing for them. But
basically 97% of them got counted out type shit.
Correct. That's correct. That's exactly what it said. It said all types of it said queer folk, YAG folk, bisexual folk, what do they say? Cisgender. I think they use the term cisgender. And of course, trans women who are actually biological men. So yeah, that's who they said they wanted to put in positions of leadership. And they were working on programs to do that.
Bogus as hell.
But as far as straight black men, no, nothing. Straight black men, nothing for them. Nothing for them whatsoever.
Yeah.
But they will show up and go get paid.
Yeah,
when you're dead.
When a nigga die.
No, when you're no longer when you have your ticket to the upper room, that's when they'll come.
The upper room.
Yeah, that's when they'll come. And come make a bag. So that's what I said. I'm not gonna fall for that shit, bro. Like, you gonna fucking tell me, oh well, we're out here marching for you. I was like, no, you're not. You out there celebrating niggas being dead. You over there celebrating and picking up the bread. That's it. That's it. That's all. You out there to grave rob.
Giving $20,000 to strippers and shit. They said one of the brothers of the BLM sister created, he gave a stripper like 20 racks or some dumb. Like, niggas just taking niggas' money and fucking it off, basically.
Yeah.
Shouts out to Shawty. She got to come up off that shit. Shouts out to her.
Now, what you think about this situation right here with the Lavar situation? I didn't like the way, people are trying to make it seem like they was together for 30 years. He stayed with her through a stroke, and she just left him when he amputated a leg, which that's not necessarily the case. He actually flew to Lithuania not long after she had the damn stroke. And then when she was recovering from the stroke, he would say a lot of fucked up shit, to her. Like, hey, I mentioned some things that he said earlier. He said, hey, she had a stroke. So he said, hold up, what's the words? Right here, I'm going to bring it up. Damn. This is such a long fucking article. All right. So he said, pretty much, yeah, okay. He said God gave her a stroke so that way she would shut up for a minute.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you never know what 30 years of marriage, a whole lot of shit can go on. I read one of his comments. Oh.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying he said that on the reality show. He said some other stuff too. He said that God gave her a stroke. He said the Lord said, I'm going to tuck her away in this hospital for a minute till you finish doing what you're doing, Lavar. He said, going on to suggest that his wife's affliction in no way disrupts their pursuit of success. He said, I'm too lucky for my wife to die young. And there was a time when he said some things to the wife, and Lavar's own mother, had to leave the room because he couldn't listen and talk to his wife like that. Because bro, she couldn't even put a sentence together. That's why I had that little picture up. That was a picture of the of course this is the wife, walking with a cane. She had to move back in with the parents because he flew to Lithuania. She had to move back in with her parents, and this is her father, helping her with her therapy and stuff. When Lavar's in Lithuania and stuff, so I get what Keels was saying. Yeah, he did kind of help her in the pool and stuff like that. And the whole family's gonna need to be involved for that shit. But it's just, I don't know, bro. Like I said, if that's my daughter, if that were my daughter, ain't no dude about to talk to my daughter like that. After she just had a stroke, like I'll stay out of things between a man and his wife. And hold up, let me finish. I would stay out of things between a man and his wife, and that includes my daughter. But when she's not in a position where she can't even put a sentence together, so she can't speak up for herself, and she can't walk, so she can't leave. You know what I'm saying? She can't, like, when she can't defend herself and she can't make moves for herself, then as her father, it's my job to protect her. And that means even if I got to protect her from her fucking husband, I'm going to do that shit. You ain't going to fucking talk to my daughter like that. That's just me. I'm sorry.
But once you pass your daughter off to that man, that's his protection. Once you give your daughter to that man in marriage, you know what I'm saying? You still could be a counselor of advisement, but you really don't have no say so. You really don't.
So again, y'all don't be hearing so well. I would agree with you in most cases. Cases like this in which she just had a stroke, where she cannot, like, she's not able-bodied right now, so she's susceptible to abuse. I'm not letting that nigga abuse my disabled daughter. Give a fuck, nigga would have to see me, bro.
I get it. Trust me, I get it. I get it.
Agree with you in a normal standard case. It's like I step in, you know what I'm saying? That's not my place. That's your husband. That's you and your husband. Go work it out. But they're not in the situation to be able to work it out at this point. You over here fucking talking to my daughter like she just shit on the bottom of your motherfucking shoe, and we struggling to help her recover. She can't even put a fucking sentence together or walk out of that door on her own. She can't do it.
I gotta hear it though. I gotta hear what he was saying when she was going through that. You know what I'm saying?
I just ain't no telling.
This nigga that lost the whole leg though. She probably was talking to that nigga crazy too. Hey yo fam, how many times you seen motherfuckers talking to each other crazy? Crazy as a bitch. But they love each other though. That's their union. Man, I done seen so many motherfuckers that talk crazy to each other, even in my own family. Mary, I'm talking about preachers. My family got preachers. Even my own sister married to a preacher. They talk, man, she talk crazy to this nigga. I don't get in that shit, bro. I don't give a fuck. If you married to that man, I don't give a fuck what y'all going through. Long y'all not putting hands on each other, fisticuffs.
Facts.
I'm not getting into none of that shit. If I get in that shit, 9 times out of 10, y'all gonna whoop my ass. Y'all gonna jump on
Facts.
me.
They gonna team up
I
and whoop
ain't
your
getting
ass
in.
in
They gonna
20.
team up and whoop my ass.
Man,
And she's still
facts,
gonna go
man.
back to her husband and suck his dick and give him some, you know what I mean, that good loving. I'm not
But
getting
what you
in none
say?
of that
What you
shit.
say? What you say? At the end of the day, they a team.
At the
I'm
end
just a
of the
nigga on the
day,
outside, comment,
yeah,
shit. But
damn
I see
right,
what Ant
damn
say
right,
though. It's like when a nigga
damn
can't
right.
stand, nigga can't, goddamn nigga got, you gotta get the all-star
Even if I'm my
substitute in
own
there to take
daughter,
the place. I feel that though.
nigga, she with that nigga. At the end of the day, she with that nigga.
Yo,
At the end of the
this is
goddamn
like a
day,
moral gray area, like a motherfucker. It's like
yes,
you not wrong, but
yes,
Ant ain't wrong
yes,
either. This some moral gray shit.
right, right, right.
No,
Hey,
I
call,
heard the nigga
hey
say
yo,
after
call
she
me,
left him and shit,
call
the
me,
nigga was like,
whatever,
man,
call me,
the,
whatever,
I
dog,
said,
call me, whatever.
the
hey,
nigga was like,
hey,
man, we
hey.
had a good run. She
But
choosing,
Right.
once
divorce.
she
He
became,
seemed like he was cool with it shit.
no, hey, once she
Once she leave the
became
household,
able-bodied, notice though, once she became able-bodied, she left the motherfucker.
hey, and guess
Facts.
what? He got him a Latina
Facts.
though, and still talking the same shit
No,
with
hey, and
one leg.
I want to see,
He ain't changing his
and I,
shit.
oh,
He
that's
talking
his
shit
and I
to
choice.
want
his
to see
new
him
wife
say
too,
My
with
point
it's a
is
one
little
though,
leg.
feel, but man,
she's
it's a
not.
little
I,
feel, but
I yell over y'all. Bro. Is my mic not working?
my fault.
Hold
Nah,
up.
you good, gang.
Yeah, it's
Nah,
just us.
nah. When she was not of able body, nah, man. You know what I'm saying? You not nah, fuck that. She wasn't of able body. Like she can't even put a sentence together. You know what I'm saying? She can barely speak when she was recovering from that damn stroke. And then she can't
Man,
walk
I ain't going
neither.
through that shit.
So you're not gonna just stay with her just so you can verbally fucking abuse her and then call that shit loyalty. Miss me with the bullshit. You know?
Nigga,
And then
I got hit.
All I'm saying is, bro,
I'm just
harsh
saying if that
words
was
can do
my daughter.
something, but I think Pro
I
was shit.
got hit by a whole car. Ain't nobody checked on me, nigga. Ain't nobody called me. Not even my own family, nigga, called me,
Yeah, but
nigga.
you
I
didn't have
lost
a
some
wife.
cool shit.
You didn't
Nigga,
have a
I was
wife.
with her. Ah, shit. Hey, it is what it
This
is,
nigga
dog. I ain't getting
I'm just
nobody
saying,
shit.
bro. If you told me that you got hit by a car and you all in fucking casts
I
and
was.
fucked up, and your wife talking to you like that, I'll be like, bro, you fucking serious, bro? Somebody, no.
Ain't
But
no telling what I was talking to
telling me
her.
I'm not scared. Some random trolls on the internet to your wife who's supposed to look out for you, dog, when you ain't of able body yet.
Man. But I was buddy though. You know what I'm saying? She gonna talk some shit like, yeah, look at you now, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You all fucked up. Now you need me now, nigga. It can't be some jokes. Like I'm a dark humor type of nigga though. I deal with dark humor, bro. I deal with that shit. Cause when I was
That's the
walking on
best
my
way.
feet, I was talking cash shit. I was talking cash shit when I was able bodied. Now I'm fucked up. Now she talking her shit. I gotta deal with that, my nigga. I ain't gonna hold you.
Man,
That's the
look,
type of nigga I am.
man,
That's the
same
type of
way.
nigga I am. I talk cash shit every day, twice on Sunday. I talk cash shit. The fuck? Now I'm fucked up. Now she talking her shit. I gotta deal with it, bro. I'm fucked up. That bitch gotta change my diapers. That bitch gotta change my shit bag. I gotta deal with it, bro. I gotta deal with it. I
And that's
gotta
what I
deal
was
with that
saying,
shit,
man.
bro.
Look, at the end of the day, that's what till death do us part mean. Who is going to wipe your ass and go grab your meds?
Yes.
Do it. Okay? And wipe that drool and shit off of your
Yeah,
motherfucking shirt and all that
let's
other
go.
shit, man.
Let's
For
go.
real.
Yep. Let's go. Let's
You
go.
know,
Is she loyal? Is she loyal for 30 years?
They talk about
Talking
it's
shit.
about love. Nah, man, that's what the fuck love is, motherfucker. You gonna wipe a
Facts.
motherfucker ass when he can't do it no more? Okay.
Facts. Talk your shit, bitch. Talk your shit. Talk your
Hey,
shit.
you
Look
gonna
at you.
tuck the motherfucker's nuts into that damn harness when he's just hanging down to his fucking kneecaps?
She
and
got
shit?
it. She got it, bro. She got it. She got it at the end of the day, nigga.
You
She
don't
looking my
tuck
nuts.
over his
She
own
got
knees
it, bro.
and shit, like real.
To tuck the nuts into the harness.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Or even fellas, like when your wife pissing on herself and shit, cause she all, hey, you gonna just wipe that shit up and say, baby, I love you? Like, for real, cause that shit can happen to anybody. Or when a
That's a
motherfucker
fact.
get old and they start forgetting who the fuck you are and who the fuck the
Yeah.
kids are and all that other. Remember I broke down that body cam video of
Yeah.
of the chick that just, she was beating this. The white chick, the old white lady, bro. She fucking busted her husband in his head with a hammer because she thought that motherfucker was an intruder, bro. She like bro, because she kept losing her memory. You know what I'm saying? She was going through dementia. She ended
She
up
had
going
dementia.
to jail.
Yeah, she had dementia.
No, they had,
Yeah.
bro. At this point, bro, he had to call the cops. Like he had to. He didn't want to. He had to call the cops and like get her out of there because he would just be sitting there trying to take care of his wife, and she would just come from the kitchen with a fucking hammer or a knife or some shit and just bust him in his fucking head. Like, what you doing in my house? Type shit. Because she was forgetting who he was.
But at that point, you know what I'm saying? You did do a pause moment. I think you're not supposed to call the cops up. Not at any moment.
No,
they need mental type of people that can handle that situation.
Broke down
these
the
cops
body
be killing niggas.
That man did not want to do that. That man was all cut the fuck up, dog. And she hit him with a fucking hammer, man. Like, bro, like he was just sitting on the couch in his own house with his wife, bro. She forgot who he was.
But what about the chick? What about the chick, though? What about the chick? You know what I'm saying? She was having a mental situation. Hold on.
She was so fucked up. This woman was so fucked
Go
up.
ahead, bro.
Even in the cop car, she's like, she's asking the cop, like, what
You're
happened?
not supposed to call the cops, bro.
No, she didn't even remember hitting him with the fucking hammer. Like, she didn't even, in the cop car. She's like, what happened? And the cop is like, yo, you hurt your husband. And she's like, how bad was it? Like, she forgot what she just did. Like, it was that
like
bad.
that.
It really do, though. It really do be like that.
Yo, I'm gonna give you a situation, right? So you did the pause moment. So let me talk. You did pause, nigga. My dad's second wife, his second wife out of 30 years, didn't even come to that nigga funeral, bro. And out of that shit, you know what I'm saying? She had dementia. She had dementia. Talking about, oh, you trying to poison me? Oh, you trying to do something to my food? So they got a divorce because, you know what I mean? Her daughter was like, yo, man, y'all gotta separate, whatever. Yo, my dad was heartbroken, dog. I think my dad passed away from heart. Like, his heart couldn't give it up. Like, damn, the second time I do this shit, now she on some bullshit. So I seen it at second hand. I seen that shit. But my thing is, when it comes to that, I don't give a fuck what you going through. Don't call the cop. Nigga, it should be a special unit. Counselors need to come to that goddamn door. Fuck the police, nigga. The police gonna treat that man like cash shit. It's always gonna be his fault. I don't give a fuck what type of situation it is. It's always gonna be the man's fault.
That's not what ended up happening. I'm not gonna pull up the body camera. That wasn't the first time. It was actually his son that called the police because there was nothing
niggas
had done that. No, bro, the son was like in his damn late 50s or 60s or something. There was nothing they could do anymore. No, he came over there to help his father, who's got a fucking knot in his fucking head, bro. What the fuck?
That nigga said she be forgetting who that nigga is and hit him upside the head. Talking about, get out my house.
That nigga should have moved out the crib. He should have moved in with the son. He should have moved out the house, son.
But he's trying to be with a moment like
it was a red
Somebody
flag.
stay there and take care of her.
Yeah,
man.
crazy. Like
She better get a daddy. She better get a nurse. She better get a nurse, nigga. Fuck you talking about?
I had some quicker reflexes to tell you the truth.
He said,
I mean,
"Have
just dodge that shit. It would have been nice.
that nigga ain't shit. He ain't shit.
Like, bro, death do us part is a long time. And
Yes, yes.
Hey, death do us part is a long time. And for
That's when
better,
it comes
for
with a
worse,
man.
Hold up. For better, for worse, sickness and health is a lot of shit.
Shit.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? You talking
Hey,
about
that's the rule.
hey,
That's the
all
rules of
those mild
engagement.
means, hey, till death do us part, sickness and health, better for worse, that means a lot of time and a lot of shit.
Hey.
Hey, these New York niggas are crazy. I never heard it broke down like that. Hey, that's the rules of engagement. And it really is. It's like, man, they gotta be
It's
there
a
to talk
long
to
time
fight
and a
this shit.
lot of shit.
But
look at it though.
And it's the pool getting more shallower and shallower, and we seeing that the old
Yeah.
school birds we thought was rock solid, them shits ain't shit.
Nigga,
You would have
the
thought an old school
pool,
nigga like
nigga,
LaVar Ball and his wife would have been solid as fuck.
nigga, the
Find
pool
out
got
everything.
piss. The pool at your game. The pool got piss in it. The pool's got reptiles that
Piss in it.
function. The pool got a whole lot. Nigga, we seen JP at the YMCA. Nigga, he pissed in the motherfucker, and Florid walked in that shit. My nigga, the pool is yellow. What the fuck? These
I
niggas
ain't gonna
don't
say
give
the
a
pool
fuck.
got piss in it, kid. It's a little
The
shallow,
pool
but it's
got
still
the
clean.
pool
It's
got
just
piss.
shallow.
The pool got piss water and all types of dysfunctional shit in it, nigga. You still want to get in that pool? Hey, that's on you. That's on you, gang.
Okay, so I don't
That's
know
on
if you
you,
got
gang.
this part earlier, because before I get out of here, I got another 20 minutes before I dip, right? So check this out. Did you guys
Go ahead,
We
gang.
gotta watch the video. We tripping.
listen? Hold up. Did y'all see this video clip that I was breaking down earlier? This guy, the title is "I would be further along. I would be further along being married." Now, is this nigga right here? Okay? Mind you,
shit.
look at
Do
this
all
shit.
of these things.
I bet.
You know, I mean, because everything is it's just so expensive. So most people nowadays, they in a serious jam to where they can't even travel. You know, they can't afford a place of their own. Most people, they can't even afford to take a vacation nowadays. I mean, it's that bad, you know, all across the board. And
Okay, that's why I wanted to pause it right there. This motherfucker all in his car sweating. He looked like he pretty overdue for a shower. You know, I'm sure y'all would agree. You feel me? Pit stains, shit. You know what I'm saying? Pit stains and shit.
That's getting close to
You know what
home.
I'm saying? Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Look, you see the pit stains and shit, dog. Do you agree that he would be further along in life being married, or do you think he's just a loser anyway?
A loser, man. A loser anyway. I think a loser.
Just call a nigga a loser, but
Cause I seen I seen where
I had some other choice words earlier, Books.
but Brooks.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Let's
the most
keep it real.
politically correct shit, loser, you know.
Brooks.
Thank you, dog. Hey, doctors diagnose, dog, a fuck up, a loser. Like, what the fuck, bro?
People is still going on cruises. I did seen on Facebook, motherfuckers on cruises would spend a whole check, rent due, kids need school supplies. These people still going on cruises and still cutting up, bro. Go on TikTok. Go on your TikTok right now. Motherfuckers are gonna find, yo, you got the prom shit. Motherfuckers is having, I never seen proms. Niggas got 20,000. Little kids, 30,000. Then McGinney's parked outside in the hood. Black folks ain't broke. They ain't broke.
Better off if he were married. I'm like, no, you would be better off if you took a fucking shower and just focused on like literally, that's the only thing you need to focus on.
The basics.
Is getting in that fucking tub and not missing a fucking spot. That's it.
Yeah.
For now, that's a good start. Okay.
Yeah.
Then a trip to the dermatologist would definitely work, because at this point,
Yeah.
whatever the fuck that shit is growing where the fuck your beard is supposed to be, I think you're gonna need some kind of prescription ointment to clear that shit up. Like
Gotta
at this
tweezer
point,
them bitches. You gotta tweezer them hoes.
tweezer,
that's what I'm
and then you're gonna need something that comes with a prescription, some kind of prescription medicated soap, some shit, some kind of ointment. Like, you are fucked up, and stop wiping your fucking face with the same shirt that your ass is sweating in, motherfucker. It's
Right.
not helping. You know, it's not. And stop washing your face. If you do wash your face, stop using the same cloth that you wash your ass with. That's a good start.
And
You know,
don't you get tired? Don't you get tired? Hey, yo, Book, do you get tired on your Facebook? See, I get tired of my Facebook. When I'm seeing these niggas like this on the video, like doing reviews of certain shit, I be like, nigga, you look badder than you look fucked up more than the motherfucker you reviewing. Let the video play, my nigga. You got a receding hairline, your teeth jacked up. My nigga, you got mad acne, keloids. I'm like, why is these niggas doing a review over review ass niggas? I'm like,
No,
you can't talk
sometimes you
nothing
gotta hear
about the
what a nigga
review.
gotta say though. Like, you know,
They
sometimes
need
you know, a
no
nigga
certain
bust
niggas
out,
don't
you
need
gotta hear
no
what a nigga gotta
Wi-Fi.
say.
Take their phone, gang. Take their phone. Cut off their
Everybody got a
Wi-Fi.
voice, man. Everybody got a voice, man. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, that's a
Too much.
fact.
I mean,
I
you
hate
don't.
that
no,
I
shit.
mean, I don't like to watch niggas complain though. I
I
feel what
would
you're saying.
agree with the guy to a degree. There are, I mean, look, for a dude that's got his shit together and take, because he's talking about, look, I would be able to afford more shit, vacations, a nicer place, a nicer car and shit if I had a woman. But like, if you can't afford this shit by yourself, a woman can't help you. Like, you can't afford one fucking car, a luxury car, because that's what you're talking about. A luxury car, no, it's too high. If you can't afford one luxury car, what you think? A woman gonna come along and now all of a sudden you can just afford two?
Yeah,
They gonna work
that's
like
what I was trying to say. Like, you mad because somebody ain't propping you up, stand up on your own feet, type shit. That's what it seems
yeah.
like.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, the issues that I'm seeing with old boy, because he even used that obsidian term in here. He was like, well, most non-select dudes. It's like, it's not that you're not non-select. You're just disgusting, bro. Like, you're nasty.
Got a failure to be.
And then niggas like this be like, they the whole pool. We the all black men. And then the women put all of us in one category because niggas like this got a fucking voice. And that's the fucked up thing about shit. Certain niggas shouldn't have a voice. Certain niggas should not have a voice.
I'm not gonna say he shouldn't have a voice, but we should be able to do commentary when this nigga say crazy ass shit.
Oh yeah.
What I don't like is you got niggas in these spaces. You ain't got no problem giving women that goddamn smoke, but you see niggas like this talking shit, and you can't call this shit out. Look at this shit, bro. This shit is disgusting. This is the war on masculinity right here. It's waged by niggas like this and niggas in wigs and shit.
Nah, y'all gave Triple Black that smoke though. Y'all gave niggas like that Triple Black. Triple Black is a fucked up ass nigga. Y'all gave that nigga that work. I ain't seen Triple Black in these spaces
I
for
fucks
a
with
minute.
Triple Black. I fucks with Triple Black, but
that nigga cammed up. He cammed up. That's
I had to fuck with him about going back to Meth Head Misty's fucking crib and shit when she literally asked me for a cigarette while he was on my live stream. And then I was like, bro, you can't be complaining about chicks, bro, when these be the chicks that you be fucking hooking up with, bro. Fucking you know what I'm saying? Fucking Meth Head Misty and shit. Random ass chicks that come up to you asking you for a cigarette and shit. Like,
yo,
come on.
Hey yo, hold on, let's keep it real. Did you heard on DJ Witch Doctor platform? Did you heard Big J choosing up on DJ Genesis last night? That shit was crazy. He was choosing up on her. That shit was crazy. Yeah, he was definitely choosing up. Big J, come to the congregation, nigga.
Nah, don't.
You always be loving these avatar hoes.
Hey, again, don't. You like it, I love it, more power to you. I'm good, bro. I ain't saying nothing bad about either one of them. It's cool, bro. That's their fucking. I don't know this, bro. You ain't
You see
never
what I'm
heard
saying?
hold up. You never heard me in all the years you done seen me up here fuck with anybody over who the fuck they chose. Whatever, bro, or who chose them or whatever. You know what I'm saying? People got a right.
You ain't do that. You ain't do that.
People
I
got a
give you
right
that.
to choose whoever they want. Now,
You said call it out though. You said call it out. What's up?
I mean, bro, who they choose? I'm talking about niggas like this making it seem like their only problem is that you don't have a woman. And I'm like, no, you not having a woman is not the problem. It's a symptom of the problem. And a lot of the problems, which are likely symptoms of other problems that you have, are like you can see them right there. Like, bro, you're disgusting. You know what I'm saying? Which is likely symptoms of other shit. And you say it yourself, like you going through money shit. You obviously going through some self-esteem shit, depression or whatever. That's probably why you ain't taking care of yourself. And you putting the wagon before the horse, thinking if you were married with a family, that would fix the problems. That wouldn't fix the fucking problems. Try fixing other problems first, bro. And you'd be amazed how much better life will get for you.
And I think all them niggas who be talking about that shaming, blaming, explain ass niggas are fucked up. Them shaming and blaming ass niggas got receiving hairlines, fucked up, missing teeth, overweight, don't go to the gym. But I always want to talk about the manosphere ass niggas. Same nigga like this. I think these niggas right here is one of them shaming and blaming, explain ass niggas. Like Ty City and every mill, them niggas ain't shit. Fuck them niggas, son. Who the fuck is them niggas? Wanna diss black men and talk about black men with they fucking grievances, but them niggas love hoes. Man, fuck them niggas. These niggas love avatar hoes, panel hoes, panel prostitute hoes. That I say I the one who created that panel prostitute ass shit. Them niggas is panel prostitute ass niggas. Fussy ass niggas. Niggas who want to travel 500 miles to see a bitch like Fantasia ass niggas. I said it. But they always want to talk down on the brothers. Same nigga like this nigga, man. I don't give a fuck. Man, fuck them niggas. Holla at me. Shame and explain why you love panel bitches. Shame and explain why you love avatar hoes. Shame and explain why your niggas be in the background want to send them bitches cash app asshole ass niggas, man. I ain't never send no bitches no cash app. I decided doing that with Rosie. Only women I send a cash app to. Other than that, I don't do that funky ass. Them niggas do all that kink ass shit. Fuck them niggas, man. Same niggas like the one on the video. Keeping it real. Fuck you talking about?
Whatever dudes want to do with their money, that's their business. I won't shame niggas on that. And especially if they want to send that shit to content creators and support their content. I ain't gonna say nothing about that neither, because I appreciate it when people support my content. So that's just professional integrity right there, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Let's go.
You're gonna fix money because they fucking sound good or because they look good or you like what they saying. You're gonna send dudes money because they fucking sound good or you like what they saying or just because you want to kick somebody off their panel. That's your business, bro. Knock yourself out. And whatever reasons you want to send me money for, hey, I don't give a fuck what they are, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hit the Cash App, support the show. Super Chat's available too. Super Thanks is available if you're catching the replay, and the membership link is all available. If you're watching at the home of the official YT Purge or ANT's The Boiler Room, memberships are enabled on both channels. Appreciate you.
Let's go. I like that though. I like that.
I'm just saying. I mean, I don't knock that shit, but you know, at the same time, I don't like this right here because this. Let's listen a little bit more.
Okay.
And I get emotional thinking about this, guys, because I just think to myself, like, man, if I had a companion, if I had a significant other, a lot of the things that I'm trying to put together, I could have been made it happen by now, you know, and a lot of guys that are non-select are going to suffer. Not just.
And nigga, you one of them. I'm sorry. I'm gonna play it again. I'm gonna let Kill say something. No, No, there's a lot of shit that no, you wouldn't have been able to put together because you can't even put together a fucking shower. You can't even iron your own fucking shirt, bro. You can't even cut on the AC in your fucking car while you're doing this fucking video, bro. You got pit stains and shit, and no, bro. Stop saying that you've been able to build this perfect life with a woman, and this is you. Like, this is you, bro.
Damn,
and no
son,
disrespect to you, bro. If that's the way you want to live, it's gravy. But this is you, dog. This is you with all of the creases, the permanent creases and black spots on your fucking neck and shit, dog. Like that's not even just a different skin tone, bro. That's dirt, nigga. That's caked up, dried up sweat, nigga.
Damn, that
Okay?
nigga, that nigga
You know
eyes
what I'm
is
saying?
crazy.
You got fungus growing on your face. Real shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you
Real
right.
shit. That ain't stubble. That's fungus. I told you you're gonna need a prescription to clean that shit up. Antifungal something. Like you got athlete's foot on your jaw.
Oh shit.
That's why you scratching.
Right.
No? Like, for real. You got pit stains and shit. Who the fuck does that? Like, you in your car, dog. Like, bro, I see the nigga wiping. Like, even if you gonna sit there, because I get it, man. You want to save on gas money and shit. You know what I'm saying? You got the AC running while you just sitting there idle. It can blow some gas. I understand that. So if you do choose to just sit in your car busting down a sweat, that's up to you. But what the fuck, man, don't at least just have, I don't know, a rag or a set of paper, you know what I'm saying, like a roll of paper towels or something in his fucking car, something to wipe his fucking forehead. Or just wipe some shit, bro. Like, I know your car is funky than the motherfucker because you're in the bitch sweating and the interior ain't even leather. So there ain't no wiping that smell. It just fucking just seeps into the upholstery. You got cloth. Ill. That's funky. Feel me? It's funky, nigga. You know? So you really think a woman's gonna help you with that?
Yeah, man. I need to like. It's a lot of rugs in the AON. I get what you're saying, right? But these niggas will make it like, yo, these are the manosphere niggas. See, I'm glad you doing commentary on it, but they will be like, yo, they will twist up the narrative and be like, these are most manosphere niggas who act like this nigga. They would do
I'm
that.
not using the term manosphere.
They'll do it. Not you, but certain niggas will. They be like, yo, man, it's most of these niggas right here.
But
even the little ball shit, yo, but I gotta watch the little ball shit too. It's a certain content creator. I'm not about to say his name. He comparing what Lavar Bell said, and he about to compare that to red pill content. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is.
I mean, but I would recommend anybody that's gonna do comment. People ain't gonna listen to me, and that's cool. But I would just recommend check out the reality show, pull up the clips from ESPN, get the established timeline of events, because you can kind of see where shit, like, you can at least get some context. Of course, we're not gonna know everything because we ain't in the house with them all of the time, but you can narrow it down to when Lonzo was Lonzo's year at UCLA, when Lonzo was drafted, LiAngelo was at UCLA, got knocked in China for stealing the sunglasses. Lavar tried to set up the JBL or you know what I'm saying, the Junior Basketball Association or whatever, you know what I'm saying, when he pulled LaMelo out of high school and brought him to Lithuania and everything, when he bought a big ass new house and, you know what I'm saying, very, very big mansion and shit like that. And then watch the reality show, The Ball in the Family show, because that even documented, when the wife was recovering from the stroke and all of those things. Because everything that I've read earlier are quotes from videographers and reporters that were there for the show. That's an 8-year-old article that I brought up. It's not a fresh article that brought up shit from 8 years ago. No, that is an 8-year-old article on the Washington Post. Check it out. Okay? And then you can even go back to some of Lavar's interviews on both ESPN and on Fox and things like that. Like, check that shit out and do some research, do some homework before y'all just read a clip or an excerpt, watch one video on DJ Vlad, and you think you fucking know everything. Because you don't. That's all I'm saying. You telling half-truths. You know? And don't get me wrong, people still have the same opinion that they got even after doing that research. Cool. But at least do all that research and then formulate an opinion instead of formulating an opinion and then doing research. If you're gonna do research at all, that's crazy. You know?
That's a fact.
That are non-select are going to suffer, not just sexually, but financially too. And that's a recipe.
Okay, so it's a little later, right? I'm gonna tell you, dudes like this dude are gonna suffer sexually because women don't like when dudes give them yeast infections and shit. They don't like that shit, and that can happen when you refuse to take a fucking shower, but you want to keep sticking chicks. Like, can you just keep it real, bro? You know what I'm saying? So that's why you're gonna suffer fucking sexually, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, niggas like you get dome. You gotta wear rubber just to get dome.
Damn.
Like, real shit. You don't even get raw dog dome.
My stomach hurt, dog.
I'm just keeping it real though, because you don't take a fucking shower, bro. You know, and chicks don't be wanting to end up. They don't want they don't want shit on their lip that end up having shit on its lip.
Going to bed early. What time is
No.
it? Oh, it's not 10 o'clock.
I'm just keeping it 100, keeping it real. Like, niggas like that, y'all. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like nasty ass niggas, dog. Talking that non-select shit, dog. Like, this is why some chicks be walking around stanking and shit, bro. You know, not all of them. Some of them hoes, just a lot of them chicks just nasty. I get that, but other chicks, they be straight, and then they end up with niggas, and then they wake up with some shit they can't get rid of without a fucking prescription and an antibiotic and some other shit. You know, I'm just saying. So what do them chicks do? They just don't fuck with you to begin with because you're gonna create more problems than you're gonna solve. Because on top of that shit, you're broke too. You're broke too.
Nah, I totally agree with you, yo. But damn, my nigga, pause. No, really, you made my stomach hurt. I'm fucked up. I was chilling the whole day. I'm washing clothes. I'm chilling. But yeah, like you said, man, niggas like this be fucking the game up. For dudes, you're actually doing the work. You know what I'm saying? Actually,
I wouldn't say that, bro, because dudes like this, they ain't got no woman. They ain't got no woman.
They be fucking the game up though. They got a phone. Talking
yeah,
to
but
shit.
how does that fuck the game? That don't fuck the game up, bro. I'm gonna just keep it 100 with you, bro. When women ain't watching this shit, they ain't watching this shit.
You crazy? You bugging? I be on these platforms. I be listening to certain content. Yo, I ain't gonna say their names. And these spaces, we know we got some women who just be like, yo, they watch this content, they be like, yo, all men like this.
Nah.
I mean, at the
end of the day, those
most
are
of you dudes dirty. Most of you dudes don't take baths. Look at KS told you niggas to wash your ass. It be on the women's side too, gang.
I mean,
come on now, keep it real. Let's keep it. Let's
just keep it real. You got multiple niggas on the internet that have to be told
shit.
Their ass. Right or wrong?
Shit. I don't know multiple niggas, gang. Nah, I'm only down.
Here go one.
I don't know multiple. That's one out of multiple. I don't know all men.
I don't know all neither. I just said multiple, and that just means more than one. And I don't say no name. I don't say no fucking name.
Oh man, so you saying this whole sector is EBT niggas and niggas don't know how to wash their ass? Okay, so let's keep it in this sector. So you saying every sector you go to, and out of all your years in this shit, so you saying all these niggas don't know how to wash their ass?
I didn't say that. I'm not saying that.
Let's keep it gay. The EBT sector. The EBT sector. Don't know how to wash their ass. Okay, so 1 out of 10 niggas don't know how to wash their ass. So 1 out of 10. So 1 out of 10. Oh,
a lot of these
3 niggas don't know how to wash their ass.
A lot of all of these Godfather loving niggas, their own Godfather is up here telling them niggas to wash their ass, right or wrong. So
Right.
this is not new.
That's a fact.
No,
that's fucked up, man.
This is not new. So I'm like, before you get these niggas, motherfucking. Remember, I've been saying this shit for years. I'm like, before y'all motherfuckers want to sit up here talking about women all day on some girly shit, let's talk about things that men need to be doing as men. You know what I'm saying? To just fuck all the wash your ass shit. That should be some basic shit that you learned. You know what I'm saying? In your elementary school years. And if not, by the time you was a fucking teenager, you should have had some kind of regimen as far as that was concerned. But fuck that. We ain't even gonna talk about that. Just let's talk about, you know what I'm saying, just better health, better health, better wealth. Some real fucking hobbies, you know what I'm saying? Like shit that men should be concerned with. Living past the age of fucking 60. Like shit like that, like things to get yourself an extra fucking 20 years. Who the fuck wants to die before they turn 60 years old? Like, come on, let's talk about making it to 80. Like that, those are the things as men we should be concerned with. Fuck what women are doing. That has nothing to do with what the fuck you should be doing as a man. Same way I would say the same shit to a lot of those fucking women. I mean, I can't tell women what the fuck to talk about, but I would tell most of these women on here, if y'all worried about what the fuck men are doing as men, you worried about the wrong shit, sis. Don't you have some shit of your own to be concerned with?
Nah, you're right though, cause you did have a lot of smoke for that that might be risky fight. You know what I'm saying? You had a lot of smoke for that. I ain't gonna say you, but I'm saying a lot of brothers in these spaces had a lot of smoke for that. You know what I'm saying? But like,
I mean, I'll talk about that.
We do need to get our help. We do need to get our weight. We do need to work out, man. We need to work out more.
Look, I'll talk about that real quick too, because I'm gonna do some commentary. I didn't pull the still shots. I do have the bootleg of the fight. I did watch it.
The bootleg.
I got it bootleg. And it's on his channel too. But I got the bootleg. So but at the same time, shout out to DJ Hamp for actually putting an event together. I do respect that, because putting together these events and putting together a live event that multiple people can like to help get these motherfuckers out of the house and do anything. That's I'm gonna give him a shout out for that. Now he could have damn sure had some better camera resolution for that goddamn shit, man. Come on, bro. The StreamYard shit wasn't necessary. Like, you put that shit on a $30 membership tier, bro. You could have gave us better camera resolution if we was gonna watch
that
this shit.
Ate off of you niggas. He ate.
Yeah, that's one thing. But I will give him a shout out for putting together that event and getting motherfuckers out of the house that wouldn't have left the house otherwise. Let's just put it like that. Like if he didn't put that shit together, a lot of these motherfuckers wouldn't. A lot of the motherfuckers that showed up to that shit wouldn't even have left the fucking house. I'm not gonna say everybody, because a lot of some of the people there, hey, they gonna travel anyway and do shit, and they out here, doing shit. But you had some of them people that, unless there was an event like that was put on by a YouTuber, and they was able to go link up with people that they see on YouTube, they wouldn't have no friends in real life to link up with. So I'm going to give DJ Hamp his props for putting an event together, that shit being successful. And as far as I know, nobody actually like got hurt or anything like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was all friendly. It was all in fun. I think they raised some money and even, gave some money and shit like that, like raised some money for charity and shit. And of course he made a couple of dollars doing it too. So that's what, he did a good job. He did a good job overall. You know what I'm saying? I would give what he did a good 8.5 out of 10. I would.
That's what's up.
I give it an 8.5 out of 10. You know, which is not a knock to him. You know, just like I said, just the camera resolution.
Right.
Yeah, the camera resolution, and also the fact that the fights aren't scored. You know what I'm saying? They're not scored. Like crowd participation determine who won. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I don't
Yeah,
really.
because you know certain.
I
Yeah,
don't
because
think
I'm hearing certain
I
people
don't
saying
think
they
that was
won
fair
that
for
shit.
the fighters. Yeah, I don't think that's fair for the fighters. Like for example, I think it was pretty obvious that fighter won.
Like Fighter
And
should have won. Fighter won that
yeah,
shit, but people saying Fighter lost that shit or that it was a draw.
know if you
Hell
know
no.
fighter did not lose that shit. But at the same time, he couldn't win. Same with Mumu probably didn't win, but Fantastic's a hard dude to beat because he's so tall and his arms are so fucking
Right.
long. But at the same time, I'm
Right.
like, these guys had no chance to win because they don't spend all that time on your panel. So they're not going to get the same applause in that gym that the other
Mm.
they're going against get. So if it's all based on applause, it's just like me holding a chat box poll. There are certain names that I could put on that poll and they're going to win even if they don't show up just because they're known. You know, it doesn't matter. So who wants to get into the ring and this shit is decided based on a popularity contest? That's not right. So that's why I say 8.5 out of 10. You know,
Right.
because you can't really have a clear cut winner. Like it's one thing if somebody gets knocked the fuck out, then the crowd doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever, you got knocked the fuck out. But you know, if somebody's able to stay on their feet.
Yeah,
You know, you
like
got to
2K did his thing. 2K I heard did his thing. He not the dude out.
Yeah, no, he did. I thought they all did their thing. Even the chicks that fought too. 2 women fought too. You know what
Oh
I'm saying?
yeah,
They
yeah,
did.
that's a fact. That's a fact.
No, they did their
Yeah,
thing too.
that's what
So
I
nah, like
heard.
I said, but I
Heard
just that's it. I just didn't like the fact that it wasn't unbiased, you know, independent judges that could score the fight. I would have liked to see some people that had no connection with YouTube at all, but no boxing, you know, score the fight, and then you come up with the winners like that. You know, I think that would have
Yeah.
been, you know,
Like
nobody.
I think Curry Love gave a non-biased perspective about the fight. I think Curry Love did his thing.
You know, and also,
Non-biased
you know,
perspective.
for those of us that paid for a $30 membership tier, you could have gave us some better resolution.
Yeah, some was 40 though. Curry Love said he paid 40.
Which I don't know, man, I fucked up. You know, I
Yeah, he said he
guess
paid 40.
only way I could think of is if you had to pay 40, is because maybe you were already on maybe a $10 membership tier and then you upgraded and they charged you that 30. That's the only thing but I don't know, you know.
Yeah. That's a
But
fact.
other than that, I think, you know, good event. I'm gonna give, you know, Hamp his shout out and his team
Yeah,
for
that's a fact.
putting
That's
it
a fact.
putting it together and doing it, you know, doing it in a way that nobody got hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, because, yo, when you link these crazy, mentally unstable motherfuckers up, like, you could put on a decent event and you never know what the fuck gonna happen in the goddamn hotel room or in the club afterwards or whatever. Like, anything can happen, but I didn't hear about anything like that happening. So as long as everybody was able to go there, you know, laugh, joke, you know, fight, whatever, and everybody still made it home safe, you know, and they're able to talk
Oh
about
yeah,
it.
that's the best part.
You know, you did a good job. So overall, I do believe Camp did a good job with it, and he has my props with that. From that, you know.
Well, a big disaster there.
And as far as like the camera resolution and the judges, maybe that's an improvement that he can make for the next one. So that's how it is. You know, we all kind of learning on the job. So whatever improve, I'm sure that he'll make it improve. You know, we do that when we do events. You know, you put it on, you do it, you know, and you see what you could have done a little bit better, and then you try to work on that shit for the next one. That's it.
Right.
Because as a man, you know, it's getting so expensive out here. You're not just getting ready to suffer sexually, you also getting ready to suffer financially, because they making it impossible for just one person to do it all by themselves.
All right, I'm sorry to stop it right there, but that's bullshit. No, in one breath, the dude says, "Okay, shit's hard to do it by yourself," which I would agree. I would agree, but that's life. That's always been the case. Life is never like life has always been simple, but it's never been easy. Like that's life for every fucking body. Like it's hard out here. You know what I'm saying? Like surviving, even when you're with somebody, shit's not easy. Like whatever. I think people are looking for an easy fucking route. You know, but to talk about they're making it impossible for you to do it by yourself. Trust me, it's easier when you're out here by yourself. When you talk about hard versus easy, trust me, it's way easier out here by yourself than it is with a whole entire fucking woman and children to be focused on too. And that's whether she's fucking working or not. Trust that shit. Because you're always going to be concerned with what the fuck is going on with your family as a family man. So miss me with that bullshit, bro. When all you got to do is watch your own back and make sure you don't fuck up on your own, don't tell me that shit is harder than if you got somebody else with you whose back you got to watch too. Yeah, it's nice for them to be watching yours, but yo, you know when you got 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes, 2 ears, and 24 hours in a day, which you're gonna have that regardless of what the fuck you have. More responsibility is gonna come with more requirements naturally. Your responsibilities don't go down because you have a woman. I gotta disagree with this nigga, dog.
Yeah, I get
You know? So even though he's talking about he would have a house or whatever, bro, your expenses are gonna go up. You know, you talking about you'd have a better car or whatever, bro. Now she need one too. You talking about kids and shit. Now you talking about college funds, tuition, class rings, you know, prom dresses, tuxedos, fucking cleats, uniforms.
That shit get pricey.
Uniforms, motherfucker, bro. Niggas be talking that shit, bro. You know what it is to have to feed a teenager and a teenage boy in the motherfucking house. Okay,
You never did that shit.
You ain't
I
got
don't think he
EBT.
into that.
I know what the fuck that shit is. To have to, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old boy in the motherfucking house, a nigga ain't got EBT backing you up. They eat everything, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Plus, you talking about shoes, sneakers. Them
They
boys.
feet always grown.
Bro,
They feet always grown. They want expensive shit too.
Growth spurt. You talking about shoes? $150 a pay, bro. You ain't getting no shoes for less than $95, bro. Fucking $150, $200 a pair sometimes. Boys jump up from a motherfucking 8 to a 12 in like 3-4 months. You talking about growth spurts, all of that shit. You know?
Then you ain't talking about if they play sports. They play piano lessons and fucking track and field and all that shit. That shit get expensive.
You in the house, everybody. Right now, you got a cell phone. You got a family. Everybody in the house got a goddamn cell phone. That internet bill don't go down. I'm just saying that internet bill don't go down. That phone bill don't go down.
iPhone 17.
That
They
every
13
bill,
years old got the iPhone 17, nigga.
every
the
bill,
iPhone 17.
every bill gets higher. Every bill gets higher the more people you add onto it. So don't think just because you got a woman there, shit gets fucking easier, bro. Now, granted, a woman
that shit get harder.
A good woman is gonna take a lot of stress off of you, because that's her job as a woman, to take stress off of you, just like it's your job to take different levels of stress off of her. But at the same time,
the bulk load going to be on you. The bulk of it will be on you. The bulk load of it going to be on you.
I mean, I'm just saying, when this nigga's not even talking about, like, you know, when Mahogany was up here earlier, I was like, look, the way the woman is going to make your shit easier, you know, because, I mean, you're gonna kick out some fucking bread with your having your wife and kids in the motherfucking house. That is what it is.
My nigga, what if she want to go to college? She a mother. Now she want to go to nursing school. You got to pay for that, nigga, tuition fees.
That depends on the type of woman you end up with. My point is just this: you're gonna kick out some bread. So fuck the financial shit and all of that other shit. Yo, we were talking about, look, a woman is like a dude like this. Yo, she's gonna make sure that you're taking your goddamn vitamins, your doctor's appointment is taken care
Oh
of.
yeah, that's the fact. Yeah, you said that earlier.
Your trip to the podiatrist and shit, make sure, you know what I'm saying, them bunions and shit is all fucked up, you know what I'm saying? You can make
Yeah,
sure
me and my homie was talking about that today.
get you the trip, you know what I'm saying, get you the trip, make sure you don't miss that trip to the urologist, dog, get your prostate checked out, you know, all of that shit, bro. She's gonna remind you a little shit like that. Like
Yeah,
and
that's a
man,
fact.
sometimes as men, we like, fuck it, I ain't dead, so I'm good. You know, that's the way
Yeah,
we just
bam! I
be
just had that conversation today. I just had that conversation about what 5-6 hours ago. I went to go see my best friend, my sandbox brother today. He said that same shit. He was like, sometimes I forget to do my doctor's appointments. You know what I'm saying? My daily checkup shit. But my wife makes sure I be on that shit. Make sure I
I'm
get
just
my daily checkups. You know what I'm
like little
saying?
shit.
So,
Dog.
so he said he appreciate that
I had
shit.
to get a reminder to go. That's why, like, when you see me on here, I try not to be cuffed and shit because, and I had this
Right.
issue even
That's a
working and
fact.
shit. Like, I had to get a reminder to go to the fucking ear doctor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah.
nigga, yo, like, we'll be on the verge of losing our hearing and shit, and we're just like, fuck it, yo, I'll just talk louder. Ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? But your woman will remind you a little shit like that. You know? So, you know, just understand, like, those are the types of things that a woman's going to help to make things easier for you. And also, you know, little other little bills and shit. Yeah, those things, it helps for a woman to be able to aid financially and shit. But if you can't take care of yourself, I'm just saying, you can't handle shit with a woman if you can't at minimum take care of your goddamn self. That's all I'm saying.
Man.
You know, if life alone is tough on you, life with a woman ain't gonna be no easier. That's all I'm saying.
That's a fact.
It's not. You know,
that's a fact.
You know, one person used to be able to do it all by themselves, but one person just can't do it. And I don't know if you guys think to yourself like, man, if I was married, especially guys in my age.
Damn, why the fuck I gotta keep stopping this shit? I have to. Because he's like, one person was able to do shit by themselves. It's like, that's when when they said that was when they were talking about one person providing for the family. But one person that's by themselves should always be able to provide for themselves.
Yeah.
All right, so this is bullshit. What he's saying. This is lazy nigga shit right here. This is lazy entitled nigga. I want to be mommy shit. You want a woman to come over here and play mommy for you. That's what it sounds like. Just being real, you know. It's now kind of impossible to do it by yourself, but that's when you're talking about taking care of the whole family. You know, that's why they say most households require 2 incomes. That's why they say that shit. But they're not talking about a single person household. A single person household does not require 2 incomes.
All right.
Okay. You might be supplementing income, you know, because then that depends on the lifestyle that you want to live, you know. But yeah, if you're taking care of the woman and the children and shit like that, yeah, you'll probably need some assistance. But this nigga's talking about shit that a car note, a fucking the rent, a mortgage, bro. That shit you should be able to have on your own anyway. Like on your own. And I would also recommend, if you're gonna get with a woman, make sure she's able to handle that shit on her fucking own. Like her own shit.
All right.
I don't want no chick that can't even fucking pay her own fucking bills. Like, you can't even pay your own bills. How the fuck are you supposed to be able to help me with mine? Because together, if we get together, both of our expenses are naturally going to go up. So what you're saying is now I got to pick up because you can't even handle your own shit. You know?
Yep, I agree.
It's real shit. Like, my crib is set up for just me. You know, originally it was set up for me and my son, but then I wasn't working from home. Now I'm working from home. So this is fucking work. This is office. This is all of that shit. If I had a chick, now I need a bigger crib. I need more space because there's always got to be a computer office in it. That's the world that we living in. That's the world that we living in now. Before, that extra bedroom used to be the guest bedroom. Now that extra bedroom is the office, the study. if you don't have like an office den loft area or some shit like that. Like that's where we doing our side hustles and shit like that, or a lot of times even working remote, you know, to try to get some shit popping. So what the fuck? You know, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like if you can't handle a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom apartment by your fucking self, how the fuck you gonna handle a 3-bedroom apartment with a chick? Or a fucking 4-bedroom fucking house with a chick? I'll tell you how. If she's taking care of your ass, nigga. That's how. She's gonna he's talking, you need a chick to handle the bulk of this shit. Because more than likely, if you already struggling, you're gonna end up with somebody else that's struggling. And what you think? Y'all are gonna get together and now there's no more struggling? Bullshit. Y'all are gonna get together and then you're gonna struggle together. Cause you both two struggling motherfuckers. Remember the old saying, 2 wrongs don't make a right? 2 struggling motherfuckers
Of course.
don't remove struggling.
Nah, you right.
Strange. But I've talked to dudes who are in their 20s who are already married. You know, I talked to a dude on a job. He's 24 with 3 kids. He's already been overseas for he and his wife's honeymoon. So that just go to show you how it's easy to orchestrate plans and to execute plans when you got 2 people working together, you know, versus one person doing it all by themselves. One person doing it all by themselves is just hard, you know. It's hard.
I would respectfully disagree. It's easier to orchestrate and execute fucking plans when you're by yourself because you don't have another person's variables and situation to take into account. You feel me? Like if you have a problem planning and executing by yourself, the only way it's going to get easier when a woman gets there is if she's doing the planning and executing for you. Can we agree on that?
For one person to just do it all by themselves, you know, and it's going to be a constant uphill battle if it's just one person, you know, struggling and doing it all by themselves, you know, I mean, that's why I don't know about you guys, but I think about it all the time on a regular. I really wish that I was a married man. I really do. I wish I was married, you know, because I just think to myself, I'd be so ahead, you know. I'd be, you know, a lot of things that I'm trying to put together and orchestrate. I would have been made it happen if I had a significant other, you know. I could have.
Yeah, you probably took a shower today. She would have made you do it.
Been made it happen, you know. You know, it's sad that some guys, you know, they gonna really suffer. They're gonna really suffer, a lot of guys, because, you know, they doing it all alone. You know, they doing it all alone and they don't have no help. You know, it's sad out here. You know, they doing it all alone with no help. And they're gonna suffer for it. You know, they definitely gonna suffer, you know. And, you know, it's sad when you suffering sexually, but then you getting ready to suffer financially if you're doing it all by yourself as a man. Because now it's all about the have and have nots. You know, they've totally erased the middle class. It's the have and have nots. And, you know, when you think about, as a man, how further ahead you would be if you had a wife, it makes you sad. It really does. You know, because I think to myself how further ahead in life I would be if I was married, if I had a family. You know, I think about it all the time. You know.
All right, so I would have to disagree with him there too. The middle class has not been erased. It's just been replaced. You don't just have haves and have-nots. You have the rich on one extreme side. You have the poor on the opposite extreme side, and then in the middle you have the hustlers, like people that are actually hustling. So it's not that they've erased the middle class. It's just the middle class isn't what it was. It's not, the middle class used to be the people that, had, skilled jobs, professions. Some of them came from college degrees. Some of them came from, the labor force, whatever, you can kind of work your way up through companies and, still make a living with that. Whether that be through sanitation, construction work, things like that, blue collar jobs, nursing shit, like along those levels. Now, your middle class has kind of been replaced by, streamers, web-based businesses, independent small business owners and shit. That's your new middle class. Like that's kind of what it is. Your independent contractors. Those are your new middle class. That middle class, them 50, 60,000, 70, 80,000, somewhere between 50 and $100,000 a year. That's not what it used to be. Though, like there's no time clock to punch for that. Like that just kind of is what it is. There's no time clock to punch for it. You're either out here getting it or you ain't got it. That's simple. And chances are, if you're in the middle class now, you're not punching a fucking clock. You're probably working on some kind of commission along with some kind of, side hustles where you don't have to set up your website. You don't have to set up a platform. You're doing some kind of pickup and delivery on the side, whether that be Uber, DoorDash, shit like that. You're doing shit to supplement. But I'm just saying, there's people out there going to get it. That's the difference. All of that shit. Well, you just got to get a job, get a degree in STEM, and you'll be all right. That was a lie. That was a fucking lie. And any of you niggas still believe in that, you fools. You fools.
It's just sad out here. Really, really sad. And the sad part about it is, as time progresses on, I truly believe it's going to get a lot worse. I believe it's getting ready to get a lot worse. They getting ready.
And what annoys me, I was going to do a video about this because I'm kind of backed up with content. Because with the Knicks running to a championship, there was a lot of shit that I wasn't able to do. But that's the way it's always been. Okay. Factories and shit replace the damn, replace the blacksmith, and shit like that. I remember, I think I was the last generation, if not the generation before me. I can remember, Keels probably remembers it too. There used to be a milkman. They used to drop your milk off to your house. Okay? That was a profession right there. I grew up in the day where kids had paper routes, and shit. Little shit like that. There used to be television repairmen and shit that would come, and take care of shit in the house. Those days are over. So my point is, that's not new. The changing of times has always taken certain professions away. Changing of times and evolution of specific industries and shit. Certain industries have always taken away from something. Every time you see somebody come up with a new $1 billion idea or some shit like that, there's usually a whole entire business, industry, or labor force that's fucking gone or dissipated because of it. That's not new. That's happened over the course of documented fucking history. There's always been some innovation or some new industry that did away with the last one. So of course, yeah. I mean, if you consider it getting worse, then yeah, shit's gonna get worse. But that's life. Like that's just the way the world has always been. As long as industries evolve, people evolve, technology evolves. There's shit that's going to fucking phase out. Those that fail to adapt and adjust, which is always going to be a majority of people, you know, they're going to phase out. You know, it just kind of is what it is. So if you expect to keep doing shit the same way that you were doing it back in, you know, the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, yeah, in 2026, in the 2030s, you know, in the 2040s, yeah, a lot of that shit is you can't fucking do it no more. You know, one of the quickest paths to wealth used to be having a you know, being a franchisee. You can get you a Subway, a McDonald's, a KFC, a Wendy's, or something like that, and boom, you made a shitload of money. You know, so long as you paid your franchise fees and you were good. That shit about to be phased the fuck out. You know, if you were in the retail business and shit like that, hey, you were able to make some money with a, you know, as either a franchisee or sometimes even just being able to work in them stores. Amazon and online shopping then phase that shit out. You know, like that's what it is. Now, you know, there used to be fucking, you know, and when I say the milkman, there used to be the milkman, there used to be butcher shops, produce markets, all types of shit. You know, now you got these huge ass fucking you know, super centers, department stores and shit. You got Walmart where you can go buy your fruit, buy your vegetables, buy your fucking meat. You know, you can buy your meat. You can buy clothes, you can buy a fucking television, you can buy your car parts in that motherfucker. You can do everything there. So that right there puts a bunch of motherfuckers out of work and out of business. That's what it is. Now, most people don't care about who the fuck they put out of work and out of business because they like the fact that they can get all that shit done in one spot and get it done cheaper now. Even though the quality of shit might have gone down a little bit, it's like, hey, I can go get my fucking go get my brakes done. You know what I'm saying? Go get an oil change in the same spot where I go shopping, purchase a new TV, you know, purchase a new TV. You know what I'm saying? Get my groceries for the goddamn day and all of that shit. And hell, I can even get an eye exam and get my taxes done in that bitch too. All in one spot. See, nobody has a problem with shit getting tougher when it makes their life convenient. Or when they don't have a problem with shit getting worse as long as it makes their life convenient and they can save an extra $1 or 50 cents or $1.50 and save from an extra trip across town. And that's going to keep on happening.
To turn up the heat on us and make it even harder for us. You know, if it's rough now, just think about how it's going to be years to come. You know, think about how rough it's going to be then. You know, that's why I say, man, I'm seeing more than ever. As a man who is non-select, you gonna suffer in multiple ways. You getting ready to suffer in multiple ways. And I know a lot of you guys can see it, but it's true. You're getting ready to suffer in multiple ways as a man if you're not desired. You know, as a man, you know, who's you know, as a man.
Again, the war on masculinity. That's the way it's always fucking been. If nobody wants you, it's likely because you don't fuck. Nobody sees any value in you. And I'm talking about relationships last. Like intimate relationships. That's last on the fucking list. So I said the war on masculinity is why y'all ain't motherfucking married. You know? As a non-select man. The fuck up out of here. If don't know goddamn industry that fucking pays well. If they don't see value, and if a business owner does not see more money on their bottom line with you than they see without you, why the fuck are they gonna hire you? That's the game. If you don't add value to the world, you goddamn right you're going to suffer. When the fuck did that... When the fuck is it never not been like that? It's always been like that. Now they want to say, oh, but if you're non-selective, you're not desired. Fuck out of here. That's a woman's mentality. Oh, if I'm not pretty, what am I supposed to do? I'm not pretty. Like, fuck out of here, bro. You know, men don't see the world like that. At least I never understood no shit like that. You know? You know? That's what I'm saying, man. Talking about a man that's non-select. Fuck up out of here with that bullshit, bro. You know, if motherfuckers can't use you, it's because you ain't useful. Which means you damn right you gonna fucking suffer. You don't add value.
And who's not married, you getting ready to suffer. And they're gonna make sure you suffer. You know? I mean, it's just sad when you think about it. I try not to think about it too much because it gets your spirits down. When you think about how further ahead you would be as a man if you was married. It really gets you down.
Amazing, man. A lot of men I know that are either married or been married could say, damn, I'd be so much further ahead if I ain't never get married, man. If all I had was me to fucking look out for, you know, I could have had this, that, millions in the bank, all types of shit. You know, so it's really about how you see it, bro. And your glass is going to stay half empty if you always see it as half empty. You know, you looking at what it is you don't have, what people aren't doing for you, but you never talked about how much more you're able to do for yourself, which is likely one of the reasons why not only do lucrative industries and business owners see value in you, neither does a woman see. Why would a woman see value in you? There is none.
Because you start seeing how things could be, you know, and when you see the way things are and when you see the way things could be, that really makes you sad. It really gets your spirits.
Now, you don't see the way things could be. You see what other people have, and you're comparing your life to theirs. You know, you're seeing the world through an envious lens. Envious, borderline jealous lens. That's why I say borderline jealous. I wouldn't call the guy a jealous guy, but likely envious. You're not seeing how things could be. You know, you're seeing how it's working out for other people, but that's not your life. Life looks like it's all just straight for them because they got somebody. No. Them people are working on things in their life. What's up, Ferg? You know, this dude is saying that he'd be further along being married. Check this out, Ferg. Look at this motherfucker. All sweaty. Got fungus on his cheeks and shit. You know? The man literally looked like a fucking turd that got ran over twice. You know? Clearly don't fucking take care of his... Like, bro. He's looking at shit from the lens of what other people have, married people have. And it's like, dude, the reason why you don't have those things is not because you're not married. You don't have them things because you don't have those things And that includes marriage, because you can't take care of yourself. Like literally. Now you might be able to feed yourself and barely take care of your bills and shit like that, but we can look at you and tell that you're not taking care of yourself. Like for real, I get it. Some people are on the internet just playing a character. I understand that shit. This dude right here, you can't fake this shit. Like, no. There is no motherfucking Halloween costume you can put on to look like this. Real shit. And sound like this too. Okay? Now, I'm just saying, Ferg, at the end of the day, like I was saying earlier, look at the, like, bro, you can't even press your fucking shirt. I didn't show you this motherfucker in his car sweating and shit, wiping his fucking head with the damn, with the sleeve on his shirt. And then you see pit stains and shit on his shirt. Collar all over the place. You don't take pride in your motherfucking appearance. Your neck got all these creases and shit in it. You got fungus growing on your motherfucking face where the hell your beard should be and shit. You know? Like your main concern should be fucking, like I said, getting your ass in that tub and not missing a motherfucking spot. Not no goddamn woman. Nigga like you wouldn't do shit but fuck up her pH balance any fucking way. Like, this nigga's literally on here talking about how it would be easier to have a nicer car. It would be easier to be able to take vacations. It would be easier to have a house. Like, bro, if you can't go on a vacation by your motherfucking self or with your homies, you ain't gonna be able to do that shit with no chick. If you ain't able to cover a car note by yourself, now all of a sudden you think you're gonna get a chick and you gonna cover two? You think she gonna fucking help you pay for your fucking car note and she ain't got one? If you can't cover a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment or house or mortgage by yourself, you gonna be able to handle a 3 or 4 bedroom fucking house with her? Nah, bro. And then on top of that, this nigga would need a chick to motivate his motherfucking ass. He on here talking about that, but if you a non-select man and you ain't desired, nigga, you all fucked up. Your diet all fucked up. I guarantee you got man fupa. You got belly hanging over belt. You sweaty, you funky. I know your car stank. Because you got cloth interior. Ferg, I'm going to ask you this, bro, because this is what I'm saying. When I see that nigga do this shit to wipe the sweat off his fucking head and shit, I'm like, bro, what the hell kind of man doesn't keep at least a damn hand towel, like a clean hand towel? Because, you know, we going to have a greasy hand towel in the trunk. You know what I'm saying? The one for the shit that we do underneath the hood, that we might have to do out of nowhere underneath the hood. But we also going to keep either a clean hand towel in the damn car, or like I like to do, I keep a roll of paper towels. Like I keep a paper towel roll under the seat at all time. There's one always in the trunk. There's one always underneath the motherfucking seat. Now me, I also got, you know what I'm saying, some Armor All wipes and some disinfectant wipes because I got leather. But this nigga got cloth, bro. You over here sweating all in your motherfucking car and shit. That shit sweating in the cloth. You know what I'm saying? You whip funky, nigga. Ain't no chick about to help you keep your car clean. Like, so of course you non-select. Like a chick look at you and see liability. Or just like Ferg just said, she see a grown little boy. Like, you should have been out of this mode by the time you was 11 or 12. Like, tops, bro. As soon as you decided that you like girls. Just like you said, I keep a hand towel. Like, come on. Come on, bro. That's man shit. But this nigga in here, look at this shit. Hold up. I'm going to jump back to this spot. But I'm going to bring it to this earlier. You see this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this shit.
That is like this, but that's just the way it is. You know? And I get emotional thinking about this, guys, because I just think to myself, like, man, if I had a companion, if I had a significant other, a lot of the things that I'm trying to put together, I could have been made it happen by now, you know? And a lot of guys that are non-select are going to suffer, not just sexually, but financially too. And that's a recipe for a big disaster there.
You see that shit?
That's a recipe for a big disaster there.
Look at this shit. Yeah. The fuck? Like, bro. Like, no. I'm gonna talk to you about a fucking relationship. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, bro. This shit. It is, man. Who the fuck does that, bro? Like, bro, I haven't wiped my head, like the sweat on my head with my shirt since I was playing basketball, bro. Like, you know, you do that shit, you playing ball, dog. You gotta do whatever you can to get that shit out of your damn face. I get that. But, bro, bro, in my car? What's up, Brownie?
Hey, Hills.
Can
y'all hear me?
I think he passed out on us. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I think Hills passed out on us because I had to mute him. I think I heard some snoring. But what's up?
Nothing. Watching this greasy ass nigga on your screen.
I mean,
I don't know. I'm confused. I don't know why he's sitting in the car and he's sweating and he talking about going out of getting his passport in front of 23-year-olds. Like, bro, you going through a crisis right now. I know 23-year-old want to be sitting in your hot ass car with no AC.
I'm like hot, funky car, like you over here sweating all in the cloth and shit, dog. Like, nigga, ew.
Rubbing on his shirt. You know, usually a big nigga like keep him a towel or something, and he rub his little sweat on the towel. Don't rub it on his shirt.
You feel me? Like, come on.
Come on. You just
like, I mean, I'm just saying, as a grown ass man with a car, like, you gonna keep a hand towel. You know, we keep that, but I get it. Like, I got the greasy, you know what's up. You get those disposable hand towels and shit. You just go get a little packet of them shits from AutoZone or Walmart, whatever. You keep that shit in the car, in the trunk. But in the car, I keep a roll of paper towels. You know, one fresh one always in the trunk, and then another half roll right underneath this. Like, come on, man, come on.
I can tell you do that, and you seem responsible.
Like, I'm just saying, man, my car expensive. Like, what the fuck? Like, and then you keep the smell good in the car too. Like, nigga, know your car funky, nigga.
Yeah, nah.
And
Like, the fact that he wiped on his shirt, like, that's so nasty. Like,
that's what I said. I'm like, who does that?
Child would do. Like that's some shit like a little kid would do when you be like, "Hey Jimmy, come back in the house." And he been running around all day. And he gonna lift up his arm and wipe his forehead off.
I know you was like earlier. You was like, did he just do a smell check? I was like, I think he just tried to wipe the sweat bead, and then he got a whiff while he like he just got a whiff. But you also see this shit. I'm gonna get a close up on the dude because I'm like, look, you even see the stains on his arm. That's not no tan or no shit. That's dirt. That's dirt, nigga. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's the change in tone texture. That's why I said, nigga, you just need to be focused on next time you get in the tub. Just don't miss a spot. Don't worry about getting married. Just try not to miss a spot.
That part
might take you an hour. You might run out of hot water and all.
Get you some Dr. Bronner's.
Yeah.
I know the guys like that. The little jump and scrub up. Don't be scrubbing. Don't be washing up like white folks. Like we supposed to be.
I was about to say, yeah. Just the bar ain't gonna help you. But I'll go a step further. The cloth ain't gonna help him. You need the loofah, and you don't even just need the regular loofah. You need the real hard loofah. That's damn near borderline Brillo. Real shit.
You need the
like grandma used to have you do. Hey, Ferg know what's up. Like grandma used to have you do after you come outside. You gonna have to soak. Go ahead and soak,
with
boy.
A cap full of bleach. A cap full of bleach.
For real. Like niggas like this. Remember I used to crack on them chicks. Like Brenda said, she was like, them chicks that got residue on the bottom of their booty. You know what I'm saying? Nah, niggas like this too. This is why grandma used to have plastic on the furniture. Real shit. Niggas like this. Grandma kept the plastic on the furniture because motherfuckers like this can't sit on the furniture.
Come in the house sweating all over the furniture and shit, leaving grease stains and
What I'm saying. And then you talk, I was married. Man, fuck out of here. You know, fuck out of here.
But that's why women get exhausted and leave, and these type of men be like, "Oh, my wife left me out of nowhere." Like, no, bitch, you dirty and you nasty, and she probably tell your ass that and softly suggesting showers and shit, and buying you new toothbrushes that you wasn't using, and she got tired of smelling your funky ass, so she got the fuck up because regardless of not on what the fuck you doing.
For real, hey, she got sick of sharing pillowcases with you. And waking up with her face itching and shit, just like yours. She got sick of that shit.
She done moved the cover the wrong way. Your funk just emanated.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, come on, man. No, like, nah. Your life would be better if you just took care of yourself better. That's it. That's all I'm saying. It's not that because that's what he said. I would be further along if I were married. Nah, homie. You would be further along if you took care of yourself. That's it.
And it reminds me of like the women that don't take care of themselves, but then be like, oh, like when they get with a dude, they want a man to take care of them. Like you should already be setting that for yourself. You should already be taking care of yourself. That should be the minimum. Like the minimum is taking care of yourself and maintaining shit. You shouldn't expect nobody to want to take care of you and maintain shit as far as your hygiene go and shit like that.
Now, I would say this much, because as a man, I could say I'm guilty of that shit. Like, old girl had to remind me, like, yo, you gotta get that ear doctor appointment. You know, because hey, I be cuffed, I be wired the fuck in, and the shit been for years. So, hey, I'm borderline losing my goddamn hearing. You know, the man. So motherfucker just keep putting that shit off. So that's what your woman gonna do. She gonna remind you to take your vitamins. She gonna remind your ass to go to the ear doctor and shit like that. You know, and make sure that you straight. I get that as a man. You know that'll hurt.
Her job isn't to run your bathwater. And
say that again.
I said her job isn't to run your bathwater and escort you to the shower at the end of the day. and remind you before you get into bed after you worked that you need to hop your ass in the shower. Remind you at doctor's appointment, hey, make sure you schedule your checkup. Or did you schedule your checkup yet? Because a lot of men be hesitant on going to doctors and stuff, and that's understandable.
And I get it, because we be so. I was telling Kills that earlier. I'm like, sometimes we be like, hey, if I ain't dead, that means I'm all right, and we'll just keep going and keep going and keep going. But at the same time, nah, you shouldn't have to remind a nigga to get in the motherfucking tub, or at least to keep your face clean and shit like that. And also, like, you ain't gotta remind me to press my motherfucking shirt and take my clothes to the dry cleaner and shit like that. Fuck out of here, you know? Hell up out of here. You know? First of all, that be the shit that I'm on anyway. I kind of been like that for a while. I ain't never let no woman do my laundry for me. You know? That's just me. Like, I don't really know how you gonna fucking do it. I have, but sometimes you just, I don't know. There's certain shit that I like to take to the dry cleaner. You know what I'm saying? There's other shit that I want to hang dry. It just depends. So I just prefer to do my own laundry.
Detailed about it,
You know?
so you want to.
That's just what it is.
I got you.
Yeah, that's it. I just prefer to do that myself. You know, and that's cool. But I wouldn't, if a woman offer to do laundry for me, I'm not always gonna say no. I'm gonna have to make sure that my shit's separated like it's supposed to be separated though. But at the same time, I'm like, a lot of these niggas, their laundry will not get done unless a woman does it for them.
Yeah.
Or it'll get done when they run out of fucking drawers.
It won't be done properly either. they gonna still have deodorant stains in their t-shirts and shit when they take their shirts.
No.
Throw
them shits away. I mean, we gonna keep a few old shirt. We men, so we don't really like throwing shit away. We gonna keep a few old ones, but after a while, you gotta throw them.
Oldest that is dirty, and you not cleaning. It's like men a lot of times.
Hell no.
No, they be heavy on the fabric soft. You can't go too heavy on the laundry detergent because your clothes will come out soapy and with a soap residue on it. You know what I'm saying? And you can't go too heavy on the fabric softener because then that shit so it don't clean if you do too much. And a lot of men be kind of doing too. They don't be measuring that shit out, and then they'll overload fabric softener and that. Like,
but I'm gonna let you in on a secret. All that shit has been made easier for us. Tide Pods.
Yeah,
that's it. Tide Pods. Do all that shit for you. You ain't gotta purchase liquid fabric softener. You don't even have to. It's all in there. It's all in there.
I go to the Tide laundromat and it's really nice because it weighs your clothes and then it dispenses the proper amount of Tide and shit. And my clothes ain't never been so fucking clean. I swear to God.
No, and that's straight too. But I'm like, it's no real excuse, these days. But just like you said, motherfuckers can't measure the right amount or shit like that, as far as the shit that they doing. But I mean, if you can't take care of yourself, I don't see how this dude is talking about it would be easier if he had a woman in a family. I'm like, no. She would just have an extra kid, a teenager in the house.
Taking care of everything. The woman will be cooking, the woman will be cleaning, the woman will be reminding him to pick up his shit. She be fucking reminding him to get in the shower before bed, making sure all the kids get in the shower before bed. And he just cool because he get to go to work and think he gonna pay some bills. And he like, yeah, I'm doing everything I need to do as a man. Meanwhile, she gotta be like, baby, can you get in the shower tonight? I got your shower right for you. I got your towels in the bathroom. Like, did you put lotion on? Did you brush your teeth? You need a new toothbrush. Well, like, why your toothbrush look like this? We got 5 of them. We got a whole 5-pack in the closet. Why your toothbrush all fucked up? They don't care. Like, they don't be paying attention. These are the same type of men that don't have, like, when women be talking and they be saying men don't be having hand soap and shit. These are that don't be having hand soap in their apartments and shit, and they be asking women to come over, and you go to the bathroom and they ain't got no fucking soap in there.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Now, nah, because hey, okay, so I'll be real. Every now and then, because I got 2 bathrooms, so the guest bathroom, which is right outside my office, that can run out because I don't really use it that much. So if it do run out, I might not notice it. But the refill is right underneath the sink.
Yeah, that's how regular adults live.
The refill is always right underneath the sink. And the refills for the refill right here in the pantry. I'm not running out of shit like that. Like you can't run out of soap. You can't run out of toilet paper. You know what I'm saying? You can't. Look, I ran out of glass cleaner, last week. Or not last week, last month. And I was going crazy in this bitch, man. Just glass cleaner. For that one night. And I'm like, fuck, man, they gotta clean the glass with some Lysol and shit all streaky and shit. I'm like, fuck.
Now you get alcohol, paper towel. It don't nothing clean no glass better than alcohol and paper towel.
See, you use paper towels. I like hand towels. Because the paper towels, depending on what type you have, them shits be leaving them little paper grains and shit on them. So I like the hand towel. Yeah. I like the hand towels to wipe. And I got a squeegee too. All right.
See, like I said, you respond like a regular adult. Like I said, when you go over nigga houses, we all know niggas be drinking out of fucking soup cans and shit. No hand soap. These is them type of men, and when they go and they get like 30 and 40, it don't get better. Like you, if like you young, you just get your own shit. You might not have your shit together, but as an adult, you establish a certain standard for yourself, right? That's why you got extra shit, because that's a part of your standard. Like you're not gonna live comfortable if you running out of fucking hand soap. I should be able to have hand soap accessible, like at all times.
Yeah, no, like living. I mean, look, I can remember, and all the Bed Bath and Beyonds and shit. Them shit's kind of closed, but before that motherfucker closed, I made sure I had all that shit. You gotta have, soap dispensers and all of that shit. Your toothbrush holders and everything, and the right shower curtains and shower caddies and all of that shit. Gotta make sure you have all of that. But what good is that is your soap dispensers and also the lotion dispenser, because motherfucker got that shit in each bathroom too. Because what good is hand soap without some hand lotion? Like that shit's supposed to be there for you guests and everything, and you need some throw towel. You know what I'm saying? You need some throw hand towels and shit in the bathrooms too. So come on, man. That shit is like, come on. And whatever, every year or so, whatever, you go replace them shits. But make sure you got a few sets. Or I don't know. I got all of that. Man, these niggas, what I found out, and some chicks had to tell me this shit, you got niggas that literally got like one set of sheets in their house.
Yeah.
Like one set of sheets.
No hand soap.
Like one blanket.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Yeah. That's it. That's all they got. Living in squalor. That's what it's called. You living like you impoverished, bro. Invest in yourself.
I'm just saying, I got all of that shit. Like even right here in this guest room, like, you know what I'm saying, sheets and shit like that. Like, nah, man. Nah. You know what I'm saying?
I had sheets in my room. When I had my house, I had sheets in my room. I had sheets for if somebody stayed over, because I don't like to mix bedroom covers and shit with outside the bedroom covers. Like, so my blankets that I use for my bed, those like can't be used. Like you can't it's not a blanket that you're gonna take off my bed and bring to the couch. Like, fuck no. Like, even if I clean it and it's clean and folded, like, I got a whole separate blankets that you got in the fucking living room behind the couch in a tote.
Yeah,
where you can one of them blankets. So if you come
I
over,
got 2 sets of sheets, queen size, just for the blow up bed, for the air mattress for the guests. Okay, that shit got its own set of sheets. Miss me with the bullshit.
see you a proper adult.
Well, now if you
But a
gonna
lot
have
of
guests,
these,
like, you gotta make sure they got clean sheets, like fresh clean sheet. Like,
but being a proper adult is preparing and taking care of your household. So like, even if you live alone, you don't need a woman to tell you that you need another set of sheets. You can put 2 and 2 together. Like, you don't need
but
a
I'll tell
woman
you
to
what
tell
a woman
you.
would do, Brownie. Though I'll tell you what a woman does do for you. Hey, she help you pick out them nice drapes. You know?
Yeah, we do that. We do all of that stuff.
Shit. Yeah, throw pillows and
sheets is
shit for the couch. Yeah, shit like that. You know?
That's decorations. It's like women, we gonna decorate, we gonna embellish and do all that extra. But the minimum is having an extra pair of sheets for your fucking bed. The minimum is having an extra like set of towels.
I got about 3 or 4 pairs of sheets. And that I would have more if that shit wasn't a fucking king size.
I'm talking about for
king
these
size
types.
bedding is expensive, huh?
I'm talking about for these type on your screen, not you.
Oh,
you
yeah.
talking about these type? These type they,
No, I'm just saying.
at
Like,
least
that's
one
why you got
set of
4 sets. I was like, yeah, because motherfucker, that's a king size motherfucker. That ain't normal price bedding, bitch. You know? Okay? 100 thread, nigga. Okay? But it's like he said, hey, I agree with Fro. Nobody sleeps on my couch but me. I'm with you on that, bro. I don't play that shit. Y'all got the blow up. The only motherfucker fall asleep on my couch is me. My woman can pass out. Don't pass out with me. Huh?
And now I let my friends stay over if they drunk, if we like drinking or something. Like, I ain't gonna be like, all right, you gotta get the fuck. Like, if you fall asleep on the couch, it's a blanket in the fucking thing over here. Like, let me know if you gonna leave.
I can agree with that. Like, yeah, if you got company or whatever, you can't just blow up bed because my neighbor's like, damn, you was vacuuming all late night. All right, man, chill out. Nah, I can't do that.
I've had friends
but if
come
I
over
know,
and help me out with and stuff like that. So, like, I ain't have extra room. But I was like, I won't balling like that. It's expensive living in Chicago. But, you can definitely post up on my couch. And her ass fell asleep on my couch. And she was over there helping me while I was sick. All right, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. Get your blankets and shit. You good. It's already prepared for you.
but this shit, I'm just like at the most, a woman is gonna just give your place a woman's touch. But as far as basic fucking necessities in your house, or just basic, and you can tell a nigga like this ain't got them because you ain't got basic necessities for yourself, like just by yourself. Like, what the fuck, bro? Look at this shit.
I guess these are the type of people get burnt out. They be dealing with these men and they get burnt out because they got to do everything. You got to manage everything. They the whole household manager while this nigga don't even shower unless he's told or reminded to. She got to remember. She's like, I got to remember to call the kids, doctor's appointments, go to the school, do her job. And she got to remember to tell this man to take a shower. And she got to cook, go grocery shopping. She's like, bitch, I got a whole itinerary. You ain't even showering regularly.
And now you gotta book this nigga's dermatologist appointment too, because he got some fungus and shit growing on his motherfucking face because the nigga don't wash his ass or his hands, but can't keep his hands out of his fucking face after he call himself trying to shave that shit. Now he got some shit growing on his fucking skin, man. Like, come on, man. Like, look at this shit. Ew.
And they dudes with the cheap cologne and spraying that. Look, man, look. Do not put that shit on if you have not showered. Please. Do not take a fringe bath.
But hey, they'll be the ones that come online. That's all I was saying. I'm like, you got dudes on here that's up here talking shit about how fucked up women are, and I get it. Just like you said, a lot of I'm not gonna bullshit. Like, it's not a decent amount of women that got some serious fucking issues, man. Not even just attitude issues. Some of them got hygiene issues, stress, trauma, mental issues, all of that shit. I get it. But as men, how the fuck can you call them out without calling this shit out? And the mentality that comes along with it. That's all I'm saying. Because you can't even be like, oh, well, women be calling niggas like this. I know the fuck y'all don't. Y'all don't bother. Real shit. I can guarantee you, I can go through a million fucking YouTube channels of women that be talking all of the shit in the world about black men, and I ain't gonna see not one review on niggas like this. And definitely not on this nigga. Because niggas like this are invisible to y'all. Y'all don't see the shit. Y'all don't see these niggas. Y'all just walk past motherfuckers like that. As you should. Like, y'all don't fuck with niggas like that in real life unless that nigga's like related to you or some shit. You don't fuck with niggas like this.
These are niggas will open the door for you. They'll open the door for a woman and then she'll walk through that shit and not say nothing to him. And then he'll go online and be like, I opened the door for this bitch and she didn't even say thank you. I'm like, nigga, yo, musty ass just held the door. She don't owe you nothing.
The only way you about to say thank you to that nigga right there is if he came over to fix your car or some shit. Like your car just wouldn't fucking start and he got that bitch to start. You'll probably say thank you for that.
I'm gonna give him one of them tight lip white people smiles. Walk my ass through the door.
So I'm like, man, just take care of yourselves, fellas. Like, damn, man, this is bad, bro. This is horrible. She said, look at this greasy ass nigga. Like, cuz look like he done been through it, man. Like, yo.
You start seeing how things could be.
Like, though, he got all the sweat, like around the nose and shit. And, you know what I'm saying?
He's sweating like Royce.
and you could tell, like, I believe the nigga, like, you could tell the nigga wear glasses or something. So, like, all the creases from where his glasses usually sit and shit got sweat all in them and shit, man. Bro.
Yeah, he's sweaty as fuck. That's crazy.
And when you see the way things are, and when you see the way things could be, that really makes you sad. It really gets your spirits down. It really does.
I'm sorry. Cause I didn't want to roast the dude. I really did. But damn. You talking about, because he's talking about how you see how things could be, because he looking at other people in healthy, seemingly successful relationships and wondering why he ain't got. Well, damn, their lives are so much better than mine. It's like, bro, because you're an actual loser.
And okay, it's the last couple of days of Men's Mental Health Month that's coming up. It's like 2 more days left. What advice would you have to give a man that finds himself in his late 30s to early 40s in this type of predicament?
Okay, so what advice? Solitude, solo, and start from the beginning. Just start from the beginning. I would say pick up a hobby, but I would say put that to the bottom of a basic 5-thing list. So in his case, somebody like him, you 39 or 40, the first thing he should be concerned with, I would say even before his own hygiene, just clean up his area, his house, clean it up, get it straight. I'm talking about wipe everything fucking clean, because that'll likely, just help him to start thinking a lot more clearly. That's the first thing. Then, you know what I'm saying? He's gotta focus on his hygiene, health, dentist appointment, doctor's appointment, and also, hey, don't miss a motherfucking spot. And dentist appointment, doctor's appointment, dermatologist appointment. Offer it. And that should come along with just, hey, start booking your barber's appointments in advance. For him, I would recommend every week. For now, every week. Don't do it yourself because it look like you've been doing it yourself. Nah, you know what I'm saying? Focus on getting out the house to do that. But definitely, like, you're gonna have to just like that routine right there. Then his diet. Once everything's clean, that includes the kitchen, everything. Bathroom, kitchen, everything. Then all that shit in the refrigerator, throw it out. Now it's about your health. Your diet comes along with that. So everything that's in your fucking refrigerator and the cabinets and shit, with the exception of the seasoning, throw that shit right the fuck out. All new shit. All new shit. And then then a gym membership and work out a 5-day regimen, 5-day regimen and a 6-day of cardio. No,
I find it interesting that you would say he should start getting it. Okay, so the cleanup part, I get that, but the haircut before, I feel like you should start. The easiest way to start is with your diet, because that just requires you to be slightly more mindful of what you got. And I feel like once you clear up your diet, your head gets a lot clearer, so you think a lot better. And then
here's why I say, because I agree, because he's got to get to that point. But I just say, first, you got to clean everything up.
No, yeah, for sure. That's
that includes the kitchen. You got a messy, disgusting kitchen, that diet ain't gonna mean shit.
Yeah, no, you gotta clean that.
It ain't gonna mean shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say clean everything up. That includes the kitchen. First, and then throw all that shit away. Because you just need a whole new, all of that shit. But I think that would start with just helping to release some mental endorphins and shit. But
clean up first.
The haircut, all of that other shit. You know what I'm saying? Start doing that and keeping everything straight. Let somebody else do it for you. Let somebody else, a trained professional, take care of that. And I'm talking about the face, all of that shit. I would recommend for a dude like him, don't even do that shit yourself. Let the barber take care of it, even if that means you got to take a trip every week. Just make sure you book the appointment. Do it. It'll help with his confidence. It'll help with his confidence. But he's also got to have, like, I think that should be the hobby, right there. Just cleanliness, organization, cleanliness, hygiene. Well, I'm sorry, cleanliness, organization, hygiene, diet, health.
Okay, I feel you. That's honestly how you start to heal yourself. You start taking care of yourself, and you start pouring into yourself. And people like this, a lot of energy and a lot of bullshit instead of themselves.
Because that's what I'm saying. Like, because somebody like him be like, oh, my hobby is video game, man. Put them shits the fuck down, bro. You got a new hobby, bro, and that's just cleaning up, working out, and cooking, and cooking, like, for real, all the cooking grease and shit you got in your house, throw that shit away. You just need some extra virgin olive oil and not even much of it. No more grease. Like, no more vegetable oil, no more corn oil. No more of that shit. Like, no more of that shit.
All that shit.
Because the motherfucker just sweating that shit out.
Yeah. That's why he greasy now.
Like, man, just get rid of it and just start focusing. Like, that would be the new hobby, is like meal prep. getting the crib organized and cool, so you can just kind of sit in there and enjoy your peace and your solitude and shit like that. And the gym will help to release some mental endorphins and shit like that. A lot of times that be the only habit that you need. Now, I know a lot of dudes, their issue is they're like, fuck, they'll go to the gym and they'll be like, oh well, I'm not gonna be all ripped, I'm not gonna be cut and shit like that. It's like, bro, that's not really what it's about. Don't even worry about how the fuck you look. Just put the work in. The results will come, as long as you putting it in straight. That's why I said a 5-day regimen is straight. In his case, I would just be like, look, don't miss us. Like, just like I said, when you washing yourself, don't miss a spot. But just like when you working out, don't miss a spot. So you're gonna need a day for. Of course, you're gonna need a day for legs. Yeah, you're gonna need a day for legs. You're gonna need a day for abdominals. You're gonna need a day for your back, and you do 2 at a time. Leg day is a day in itself, but you're gonna need a day for your biceps and your back. You're gonna need a day for your triceps, and your chest. You're gonna need to work those deltoids, those rhomboids, those are the abdominals, all of that shit. Your quads, your hammy. Don't leave shit out. And then you're gonna need a day of fucking calisthenics and work on that goddamn core. It'll help him feel a whole lot better. Just about himself, first and foremost. Because I'm like, why would anybody else want you if you really don't want yourself? Like, you don't give a shit about yourself, so why would anybody else give a shit about you?
Exactly. The first person that puts value on you is you.
Mm-hmm. And when I say like clean up the crib and shit, like I'm like, I think that'll help for him to take care of his clothes. Like, you don't need new clothes. You need to take care of the clothes you got.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for real.
If you can't handle the little bit of shit that you got, like, why do you think that you deserve more?
There you go. That's all I'm saying. Like, bro, if you keep your shit clean, you'll start ironing shit, you'll start folding shit, you'll know what to hang up, you'll know what to take to the dry cleaner and shit like that. Keep that shit in plastic. You'll know what to pack away, all of that shit. Like, you'll just know. Like, it's just, as a man, you got to have some level of organization in your own life. And I just don't see how a woman can come and fix all of that shit for him. Like, everything that we mentioned, that shit has nothing to do with a woman. So, but those would be the first things that I would recommend. Just start right there. And I would also recommend, like, unless it's your close homies, you know what I'm saying, coming over that you've been cool with. Other than that, it should just be solitude in that house. Just you in the crib.
That's because they want a mommy. Like, he need a mother. He need his wife to be his mom. And he had, to get him to where he needs to be. So that's why he's saying, it's all dependent on, if I was to be married, because you would have a woman that's being your mom and mothering you, instead of you just being a man and an adult and taking care of yourself.
But I would definitely recommend don't have that dermatologist appointment.
I just recommend
I got on that when I was probably about 13 years old.
I've never been to the dermatologist, but I'm an esthetician, but I've never been to a dermatologist.
No, you probably didn't have to. Like, that was something that my mother did for me. Because that's when I started to have acne and shit, and she didn't know what the fuck to do, because at the time my stepfather used to fucking just put on aftershave and shit like that. She wasn't gonna have me doing aftershave and using those fucking regiments and shit on my skin. So I remember when I was 13, we was in short, so she took me to a fucking dermatologist. Ever since then, I had a prescription for some medicated soap, and they recommended some shit, some scruffing lotion and shit like that. And I used to spend, a few hours a day, just making sure that my shit was clean. Everything cleared up within about 6 months. Everything cleared up in 6 months, and I never had an acne problem since.
I love a success story. I said I love a success story on skincare.
Yeah. No, but ever since then, you make sure at least twice a year. I don't have to go very often. I was making the appointment like quarterly, and then the pandemic hit. But I don't.
But as you become an adult, as you become an adult, your hormones and stuff level out. So you don't need.
Yeah, that's what it was. Like I never had an issue with it. I didn't need any like no prescription or anything like that. Like I was always able to use over the counter soap, shit like that, shit with minerals, and just make sure everything's clean. Yeah, just pretty much keep it clean, keep it moisturized, and I didn't have to worry about that. Which is it's fortunate just because. Like we even as men, we might not have the issue with acne, but we might have the issue with ingrown hairs here and there, on the face and stuff.
A lot of men get acne.
Yeah, a lot do. Like you look at this fucking stubble and shit. Like that's why I said, man, go to a fucking dermatologist, bro. Get that shit straight. Cause
a lot of black men get that because of how the hair grow. It's a lot of things that you gotta, you gotta be up on, and you gotta use skincare to take care of those things. You gotta exfoliate.
But I'm like, you really gonna have issues if you don't clean your fucking skin.
Absolutely.
Like your pores are going to be full of dirt. They're gonna clog.
It do not come on by itself.
Yeah. Then you got blackheads and shit in places where you ain't supposed to fucking have blackheads and shit, man. Like, for real. That's why you might have to go to a fucking doctor about that shit, man. And in this motherfucking case, I would recommend, man, just shave your fucking head, nigga. Just shave that shit. Go bald, keep it clean, work on that. That's probably tough in itself. You know what I'm saying? That's a good for you.
He need to go to, what's the little sport clips?
I wouldn't recommend that because that's white folk shit. They gonna fuck you up. You know what I'm saying? They gonna fuck you up. Yeah, but they just gonna make it worse. They gonna cut that motherfucker for real. They just gonna cut them. Go like I said, go see a dermatologist because dermatologists tell you everything. Because that's the shit that when I go to my meeting, my appointment with the derm, what I don't like is the motherfuckers always be like, they be pointing out my moles and shit. Like, yo, he was like, yeah, we can you want to get rid of that? Like, why the fuck would I want to get rid of my moles? Like, no.
Because you don't like how it looks.
I'm like, it's not that bad. Like I get it if them shits was like raised or some shit like that. If it was those types of moles, but just basic little dot mold, nah, we're good. We're good. I don't need no laser surgery.
Probably just need an esthetician, low key. You probably don't even need a dermatologist. I tell you probably just need an esthetician, low key. You probably don't even need just my mom.
I would agree. Like those appointments, I don't mind. Like them shits are straight. Them shits are straight. But I just
get a bit more TLC because derms they don't.
Nah, but
I
will shave a little exfoliate. Like I'm good. But I still go just to make sure, everything's straight. Like my insurance covers that specialist, so it's all good. I don't have to hardly pay shit. It's like $50. Like a $50 quarterly appointment. That's all I gotta pay with the insurance. So I'm like, I ain't tripping about that shit. I'm gonna go. But you're probably right. That's probably all I need.
Because the esthetician just clear all the blackheads and stuff for you.
And that's cool.
I see more than ever that my dad wasn't just talking. See, my dad never wrote checks that he couldn't cash. When he used to tell me that if you had a wife, son, you would live better than what you live now, he wasn't lying. He was not lying. Because it's impossible nowadays for one person to do it all alone.
Hey, yeah, his dad was lying to him. Lying his ass off.
I think
no, nigga, your wife would not be better with a wife.
I don't think he was lying because he finds a wife, finds a great thing. But I think that his lazy ass has interpreted that wrong. Like
I would agree on that.
It'll enhance anyone, like a woman, not any woman, but if you find a wife and you find a woman that's truly for you, like she gonna enhance your life, she gonna make things a lot better. But he a lazy ass nigga, so he ain't thinking about it with his dad's mindset interpretation. He thinking about it with his lazy ass one, where he like, oh yeah, she could be cooking for me, and I wouldn't have to do this, and I wouldn't have to do that, and not on the.
I wouldn't be
that,
eating
like,
this DoorDash.
Right.
And I can't
If
lie.
I had a wife.
I made the best breakfast sandwich today. I actually made 2 of them motherfuckers. That's why it took so long for me to go live this morning. Man, I had a couple of slices of turkey bacon on that motherfucker, along with some sliced turkey. A couple of fried eggs and some American cheese on that bitch. Grilled that motherfucker. Man, that shit was banging. Okay? Banging.
I made me a bowl, a little grits and hash brown bowl last week.
Feel me?
Turkey sauce in it, and some cheese. That shit was spy.
For real. And thanks for reminding me. I gotta go pick up them damn spinach wraps. You know, that's gonna make breakfast burritos. It's just gonna be banging. You know? But it's like, bro, what the fuck?
Right. He ain't doing
like, you
that.
talking
He
a woman cook for you, man. You was breaking up.
I said, but he waiting on a woman. Like I said, he interpreted what his dad said wrong. His dad probably said that from an actual like masculine, taking care of shit, handling shit perspective, and then he lazy. He took it a whole different way.
His dad was telling him the shit that's built in. Like, okay, if you had a wife, you'd be straight. Go get you one. He thinking his son would just know, like, okay, this is what I got to do to get a wife. I got to take care of myself. But I think this dude just totally bypassed all that shit. Like, oh, well, women just don't want me. You know? Like, if a woman don't want me, I guess there's nothing I can do about it. Nah, bro. I mean, I learned that shit a long time ago. For the most part, it's the things as a man, the things that you do for a woman, they're not gonna hurt. You know, they're not gonna hurt, and they might help for her to like you a little bit more. The things that you can do for her, but the things that attract a woman to you initially are the things you do for yourself. Like, and I would say the same shit about women. Like, that's what attracts you to a woman. They're the things that a woman does for herself. You know, like she takes care of herself. She can fucking, you know, she gonna look good. She gonna smell good. You know, she's just gonna be a certain person when you even meet her. So that's what that's where shit starts. Like, that's why I said, I'm like, you got one chance to make a first impression, bro, and yours is fucked up. So ain't nothing gonna start for you. Ain't nothing ever gonna start for you, dude.
The default setting should be her taking care of herself. Well, anybody, the adult taking care of themselves and maintaining themselves. That should be the default. That shouldn't be if you hear doing this, then like they ain't no fucking compromise. They no fucking compromise. I'm not compromising waiting on nobody to fucking buy me no shit that no fucking perfume or some shit.
He's like, and he's thinking like, yo, well, if I had a woman, I would take care of myself better. It's like, it don't work like that, bro. What came first, the chicken or the egg? Okay,
he should be taking a kid, and then that's why people be like, oh, they changed, because then you go back to being the motherfucker that you.
That's why I would recommend the solitude, like. You know, like if you take care of yourself and your life is straight, you know, maybe, and I'm not gonna say definitely, because a lot of these dudes will say that shit. They'll be like, oh, that's when a woman will want to take care of shit. You know, will want to be there with you. Not necessarily. You might still not find a fucking woman. Shit happens. You got to be cool with that. But I'm gonna tell you like this: if your life is already in shambles, the only motherfucker that's gonna want anything to do with you is somebody else whose shit is in shambles too. That's it. Water gonna find its own level. That's what I was saying earlier. If you struggling by yourself, like I don't see how a woman with you is gonna help you to not struggle unless she's taking care of you.
But those not the women that you're gonna get. You're gonna get your equal. So you're gonna get another funky woman, and y'all gonna be two funky motherfuckers later. Looking stank together.
or a woman with low self-esteem that wants a 30-something-year-old teenager in the house that really is in no position to leave her because his life will fall apart without her. You know? So you can't hold a woman to a decent standard. Like she knows you can't hold her to a decent standard because you're fucked up. So that's why I said a woman with low self-esteem would love to have him.
Usually it's just two funky motherfuckers laid up though. They just be both over there looking stank. You see, they like you be seeing couples on YouTube and Instagram and shit. You be like, they just stank in love. And that shit nasty. You be like, damn, like I can't. Motherfucker be like, I can't find me nobody, and they over here just stanking, funky, and laid up.
I'm like, bro. Hey, ladies, go get you one. Go get you one. Damn.
It's impossible. You know, I just think to myself, if I was a married man, me and my wife could have already been to the Cayman Islands.
Wow.
How he gonna afford two tickets, but he can't afford one?
Hey, you would only need one hotel room, I guess, so y'all can go half on the hotel room.
How you gonna afford two plane tickets? How you gonna afford two plane tickets if you can't afford one plane ticket? You can't get yourself to the Cayman. It should be easier for one. As a single man, he should have been to the Cayman Islands if that's where he wanted to go.
He want her to pay for it. What he really saying is, I need me a chick with some decent credit so we can just charge that shit on her cards because my credit score is fucked. Okay. I'm telling you, these niggas.
We could have already went to Guatemala together. Or we could, you know.
Yeah, this nigga already got issues. Who the fuck want to go to Guatemala?
He got a whole lot of rich trips and poor wallets. Like, bro, you need some money because these are all places that
you ain't gotta be rich to go to Guatemala. Like, what the fuck? That motherfucker said Guatemala. Like, what the fuck?
He trying to go anywhere. He got to go out. He trying to go anywhere.
That motherfucker said Guatemala. I'm like, nigga, that.
No, we could have already done a lot of things together, and I'm just seeing that if you a man who's non-select, your life is not gonna be fulfilled. It's coming into fruition, and I'm really understanding that. As a man who's non-select, your life is not gonna be fulfilled. It's gonna be a lot of gaps missing in your life, a lot of gaps. Because it's going to be hard for you to really level up. You know, it's going to be hard for you to level up, you know, and you're going to constantly be like, man, I wish I could do that. I wish I could do that. You don't want to spend your whole life wishing, you know. That's why I say something got to give, you know, something has got to give, especially for the people who've had so many challenges in life. Some got to give. The universe needs to open up and make a way for real, because it's no game out here, guys. It's really no game. But you guys leave your comments. Let me know what you think about where you would be if you was married. Because I know a lot of you guys probably know that you'd be in a way better position if you was married. You know, I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys know that. But yeah, a lot of us would definitely be in way better positions if we was married, if we were married men. That's no doubt. But
yeah. All right, before I dip, we're gonna get a look at this nigga comment thread. Gotta do that. Because this shit wild right here. All right. So he said it's over for no significant other sales. She gonna want you to pay for everything. So inexperienced. Says he gonna get burned if he actually gets one. He stays some stupid shit sometimes. He says after every sentence. Says not if she's actually attracted to you. Somebody else said he just lonely. It says, man, if men like us got married, we would let the Akash sing. We would get the Akash sing treatment. Those women who would barely tolerate us. He said, I agree, but some women will never get a wife, but marriage would be ideal for real facts. He said, I make enough to do things I want, but it's still complicated when it comes to execution. You know, men like us don't get no happy ending, no wife, no kids, only solace will get is when we finally die. At my age, 67, single, I now couldn't handle married life. I don't agree with everything this guy says, but some of the things he says are spot on. Why do people hate him in the comments? It's surprising. You know? Wow. This video brought up a thought I've always had to myself. In these times, we are better off with each other than without each other. But unfortunately, in these times, we are better off without each other than with each other. Inflation, the economy, blah. All right. Speaking that nonsense again, you focused on getting a partner when you aren't even successful alone. I like that one. Boom. See if I can stop this or move this shit. And we're going to read the replies on that. Somebody said, for real. He said, it's hard alone, fool. That was his response. He said, it's hard alone, fool. And then somebody tells him, no, it's not, because unlike you, I have a career. Yeah. People laughing about that shit. And then somebody say, yeah, for now, you are no better than anyone else. And then the guy says, I never said that, but I am striving alone. No wife, no kids, no debts, no problems. That's what I was saying. I'm like, yo, I don't understand how if shit is rough by yourself, you think that shit's going to get easy with somebody else. He said it's hard because you need to better yourself. Right here. You need to better yourself. Focus on better things and work smarter. Pick smarter things. You do a lot. You do a lot of low reward things. And then instead of just taking accountability, this dude says, you don't know what you're talking about, bum. And then the guy replies and says, whatever, you know? Being codependent is weak stuff. Be strong alone before getting a partner. I agree. And somebody said, preach. Okay. Somebody said, looks humid as fuck. He said, why would a woman watching this? I like this one. Why would a woman watching this want to date you when you can't even afford to run the AC in your own car? Damn. Makes sense, kinda. Only thing that really affects you negatively with having a wife is it's expensive, and there is a divorce. You can lose a lot and more stressful process things going through divorce. Okay. Experience is the best teacher, and it looks like you don't know anything about marriage. Marriage is like a tornado. In the beginning, there's a lot of sucking and blowing, but in the end, your house is gone. He said, yep, good luck controlling your emotions too. When you don't have success with relationships, shit will get you a whole lot more, especially people. There are men that wish they didn't get married, literally. It says, you need a runway in line to take off. In your formative years, you need girls flirting with you that snowballs to men respecting you, which leads to vast social networks and more opportunities. Taking off without a runway is something else. To be honest, I just hate doing everything alone. It's peaceful, but sucks a lot of the time. But knowing that there's millionaires and very good looking guys that get cheated on all the time kind of brings me peace that getting into a relationship isn't worth it. I'm torn a lot of the time. I don't know. Somebody said this video is sad. I bet your dad done written some alimony checks too over there. Can I get a witness from that there divorce court there? People just don't want to die alone, struggle alone, or suffer alone. There's plenty of people in relationships married with kids who can't afford a pot to spit in. You have to be able to stand on your own 2 feet before you embark on a lifetime journey with someone else. That means no one can come save you. You aren't going to struggle or strive and make it to the top and save someone else. You aren't going to start the game as a broken human, a broken man, and find someone broken or better than you and heal together and find happiness, whatever that is. And life isn't like the movies. We love each other, and that's all that matters. Love conquers all. You have to think about relationships from all angles, not just the angle of if I get in a relationship, it's going to be different. We won't have the same problems and issues as everyone else. Relationships take a lot of work. It's one thing to struggle and strive and grow alone. It's completely different. It's a completely different world when you have someone that's dependent on you when things get tough. If you are used to going 50-50, but now you can't go 50-50, or you're used to going 100 and now you can't go 100, that's tough, even tougher with a spouse and or kids. I would agree with that. Get out. All right. Just because most of you guys can't find a wife, don't make what he is saying not true. I live it, and this is 100% true if you're able to find a real spouse. I'll agree with that, but it makes sense if you actually can find one or one can find you. Said a woman's support is the best thing and a requirement for success in this world as a man. But in order to get that support, you already need to be in a good situation. Otherwise, rejection is inevitable. Somebody said a woman's support is like asking for dry ice. Oh, I'm sorry, fried ice. He said you don't necessarily need a woman's support to find success. All right. And the same one, this is Don, man, this motherfucker is roasting his comments. He said his life ain't going to improve. He's been craving nonsensical fantasies forever, and thinks he's working enough to be deserving of success. He hasn't worked effectively at all. That's why he got no grand rewards. Somebody said, this grown man here crying again about not having a wife when he doesn't realize that only 17% of men in their 30s are married today. In the 80s and 90s, it was 70%. He said, somebody said, you're not where you want to be financially, not because you're not married. It's because you never got a career. And he replied and said, dude, it's people with careers that still struggle. And then the reply is, there's married couples who struggle as well. You act as if every married couple is rich. If you had a decent career for all the years you've been on YouTube, you could have had a home, nice car, and decent finances by now. You know, he doesn't have his own place. He said in this video he has roommates. He's almost 40. I'm 28 and I'm a homeowner. This is blue pill talk. People feel okay about something for a certain time, but just wait, it'll catch up to you. He's desperate and has no way out of his current situation. And marriage is a dead institution. Wow, man. Damn. Oh, this dude is horrible, man. Oh, well. I wish him the best of luck with everything. Give him a sub. It's all good. We get up out of here, man. This was fun. Shout out to Kills. Drop him. You know, finish my stream. On that note, man, look, this was fun. I've been up here all day, all evening. You know what I'm saying? We hitting the 7-hour mark, definitely in overtime. We started a little bit late, but we ain't gonna do that shit no more. This was fun. So y'all make sure, like the stream, share the stream, support the stream through Cash App, Super Chat, Super Thanks if you're catching the replay. Definitely fun. Shout out to Mahogany Roots, Mella, Big Brenda Clark with the shit, as well as Brownie Ellie and James Kills. You know what I'm saying? For coming up. Everybody that they came through, supported by Super Chat. You know, any Cash Apps, we'll be checking those later too. I will be back. We do have a lot more content. Make sure you guys tune in for Storytime Tuesday. I'll be talking about some other things. I'll likely be up. Probably not for a morning rant tomorrow. I don't know. But then again, you never know. But I got a full schedule tomorrow. So that was definitely fun. Moral to the story today, as we stated, we talked about Pride Week, you know, in Major League Baseball, the war on masculinity. Please keep politics and social justice out of our sports. You know, I don't think they go hand in hand, really don't go very well together. As far as the Lavar Ball situation, look, people split for multiple different reasons. I don't think anybody's necessarily wrong or even just a bad person. Every now and then, people just grow up or they grow apart or they just evolve and then they're just no longer on the same page. It happens. I'm just glad that people are able to get out of that shit alive and live the best rest of their lives. You know what I'm saying? It's not always about finger pointing. Sometimes it's just about people making the best decisions for themselves at the time. Even if it ends up being a decision that they end up regretting, I respect people's right to do it. So I don't have any issues with Tina Ball for the way she handled the situation. I don't have any issues for LeVar Ball for the way that he handled things. Not really in agreement about the way he talked to that woman after she had the stroke, but at the same time, you know, him having that mentality is likely what got him married in the first place and helped his children to be successful men. So, you know, like I said, the things that make you can end up breaking you too. You know, The things that make a happy household or a successful household or help to raise successful children are the same things that can end a marriage at the same time. So, I wish all of them, the best of luck, in life. What else is there? Oh yeah. No, I don't give a fuck who you are. You likely would, if you're all fucked up, not married, chances are, you would be fucked up if you were married. I'm gonna leave it at that. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, dudes acting like little bitches and shit, crying on the motherfucking internet, worried about all types of shit women got going on. Yeah, that's why a lot of you niggas ain't married, ain't never been, or probably never will be. That's just the way it works. On that note, man, I gotta get the entire fuck out of here. Y'all have a good night. Make sure I eat my dinner. Peace out.